Chapter 28:19. Ku, Elder Wu and the other spirit warriors spoke a strange melody at the same time. Once again, they swung their spirit weapons in unison. Dozens of huge pillars of light shot up into the sky, but this time, they flew towards G-Man and not the beetles. All the pillars of light that hit G-Man were absorbed by the green seal text on her body. Then they spun rapidly and formed a huge ball of light. This ball of light was dark green in color. Inside it, there were emerald green soul text flowing everywhere. Although the beetles in the sky pressed down slowly, they were still gradually approaching. When the ball of light around G-Man formed, the beetles were already in front of the ball of light. Countless beetles surged and formed different patterns. It really looked like a strange giant face, laughing evilly as it pounced towards the ball of light. Woo, with a loud vibration, the ball of light around G-Man rushed out and turned into a light screen several hundred feet in size. The light screen spread towards the beetles in the sky. Every thin light was like a murderous sword, piercing through the beetles that blocked the sunlight. A gap of nearly 1,000 feet appeared in the tide of beetles. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Mao couldn't help but applaud. Looking at the spirit warriors and natives on the square, they all jumped up and seemed to have won. However, before they could celebrate, the remaining beetles didn't disperse. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. The beetles near the gap of 1,000 feet were almost 3 times faster than the tide hitting the shore. They quickly filled up the gap. The light that appeared in the sky quickly disappeared. The entire Bai and stronghold became dark again. Ku. The natives' clamor began to grow louder. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. They were afraid that when the beetles attacked the Bai and stronghold, they were all defeated by G-Man and Elder Wu. Looking at the sky again, G-Man collapsed on the back of her soul beast. She seemed to have no strength left. The soul beast under her was also exhausted. It flapped its wings and seemed to be unable to hold on. At this moment, the swarm of beetles was already above G-Man's head. Perhaps because these beetles had gained intelligence, or because they were moving too fast and too many thousands of beetles were squeezed out of the swarm and pounced on G-Man. The beetles' actions were obviously out of G-Man's expectations. She didn't even notice it until Elder Wu shouted. However, it was too late as the beetles were already in front of her. G-Man didn't hesitate to jump off her soul beast's back. She couldn't control her soul beast in time and it was instantly surrounded by the beetles. When G-Man's eyes landed, how could Xiao Mao still stand there? The mana in his body surged as he flew up rapidly. However, Elder Wu's soul beast let out a long cry and rushed towards G-Man. It flew under G-Man's body and caught the weakened G-Man. Xiao Mao hesitated slightly. Just as he was about to fly down, Xiao Hua's voice rang out beside him. "Let's go and take a look." "Yes, big brother." Xiao Mao replied and followed behind Xiao Hua, flying into the air. "Master," Elder Wu saw Xiao Mao flying over and smiled bitterly. "It's all because of my incompetence that I made Master worried. Let the Lord reveal his cultivation." "No matter." Xiao Mao didn't mind. "Things are urgent, how can I care so much? My people are my people, it has nothing to do with my cultivation." Then, Xiao Mao looked at G-Man and asked with concern, "How is G-Man now?" Although G-Man's face was as white as paper, she didn't exhaust her essence like Yun Tingyu when she chanted the green seal text. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I will rest for a while. However, this is already the limit of what I can do. Master, it's better to hide first." Saying that, G-Man's body suddenly trembled rapidly. Dirty blood gushed out from her mouth and nose like spring water. "This is..." Xiao Mao was shocked. Before he could ask, a mournful wail came from high up in the sky. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua hurriedly raised their heads and saw that the soul beast covered in beetles was silent after a cry. Its wings also stopped flapping and its body fell from the sky. The most frightening thing was that when the dead soul beast landed near Xiao Hua and the others, the flesh on the soul beast's corpse had already been greatly reduced. In many places, white bones could be seen. When the corpse landed on the ground with Xiao Hua and the others' gazes, the corpse had already completely turned into white bones. Where the corpse landed, there were already soul beasts and soul warriors waiting. Wherever the green light went, the beetles were destroyed one by one. Some of the natives nearby were unavoidably injured by the beetles. Sighed Master. Elder Wu said softly, "You saw it too. There are too many beetles. It's definitely not something that we can handle. Master's strength is still weak. It's best to avoid them." Elder Wu, Xiao Mao was still somewhat lucky. He asked, "Do these beetles have any weaknesses? Could it be that there's no way to restrain them?" These beetles grew in the vicinity of the Bai Lu state. Could it be that they can't be killed before they become beetles? All right, Master knows. Elder Wu knew that Xiao Mao was unwilling to give up. Looking at the unconscious G-man, he smiled bitterly. These beetles naturally have weaknesses. If Master Soul Technique is perfected and can use the power of a great god, these beetles won't be a problem. But if Master Soul Technique is not perfected, nothing can stop these beetles. Then, Elder Wu looked up at the dense swarm of beetles and said, "These beetles are herbivores. After midnight, they become grass, and only at noon the next day will they become beetles. When they become grass, they aren't scary and are often our food. Even when they become beetles, they will only move out on a sunny day. Occasionally, they will attack the Wu village in groups. They aren't much of a threat. We only need to hold on until midnight and everything will disappear. But now, because of the drought, these beetles have become withered branches after turning into grass. When they turn into beetles again, they are much more powerful. Of course, just as my lord has seen, these beetles can also bear fruit, and these fruits are our food. We can't kill them all. Previously, the beetles have attacked Bai Lu village countless times, but under G-Man's attack, they all scattered. They even retreated in defeat before they could use this move. Who knows why there are so many of them today and why their attacks are so fierce? Now, it seems that we can't hold on until midnight. These beetles will turn into grass. So, Master, please avoid them. When midnight comes, everything will disappear and our Bai Lu village will still be the same as before." Xiao Mao knew what Elder Wu said was true, but he also understood that the natives of Bai Lu village wouldn't be able to hold on until midnight. They would all become the beetles' food. What you said earlier? What's the reason why the beetles attacked Bai Lu village? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked. This. Elder Wu hesitated again. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This can't be told to outsiders. Please understand, Master. This is my big brother. My life is all thanks to him." Xiao Mao said angrily, "It's fine if others can't tell, but there's no privacy in front of my big brother." Elder Wu was still hesitating, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Elder Wu, it's fine if you don't say it. But, Elder Wu, there's something that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Please tell me." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't press him, Elder Wu's face relaxed. He looked at the approaching beetles and said hurriedly, "Elder Wu, why do these beetles only attack Bai Lu village on a sunny day? Don't they come out on a cloudy day?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Oh, that's right." Elder Wu said hurriedly, "These beetles are bisexual. They are most afraid of rain and humidity. If it's a cloudy day, even if they turn into beetles, they are still weak. Why would they come out? Needless to say, you are Master's old acquaintance. Please prioritize Master's safety. Please advise Master to avoid them." "Ha! There's no need to avoid them." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "I'll help you drive away the beetles. But before that, you have to answer my next question." "Ah? Please tell me." Elder Wu almost couldn't believe it. These beetles that covered the sky, even he couldn't do anything. What could this Dao sect cultivator do? "Big brother, can you really do it?" Xiao Mao was also ecstatic. Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao and stared at G-Man. What was G-Man chanting in the sky just now? How did she manage to chant it? "Oh, this." Elder Wu thought Xiao Hua was going to ask something. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This is the witchcraft incantation used by the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain. Almost all of G-Man can chant it. It doesn't need anything special. You should want to chant it too. But as far as I know, only the people of Meng Mountain, and only a few women can chant it. Dao sect cultivators definitely can't chant it. What the people below are chanting is different from this. Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He pointed down and said, "Yes, they are also chanting witchcraft incantations. But it's a kind of incantation that relies on instinct. It's different from what G-Man used. Your Excellency should just give up on this idea." Previously, many cultivators and swordsmen had sneaked into Mai Bai and Stronghold. Although Mai Bai and Stronghold didn't set up any defenses against them, it's impossible for them to practice soul arts. Elder Wu seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and directly told him, "Sai, I'm afraid so." Xiao Hua understood that this was related to bloodline. He wasn't the descendant of the 12 great gods, so of course he couldn't chant their witchcraft incantations. "If you have any tricks, please use them," Elder Wu reminded. "If it doesn't work, my lord still has a chance to dodge." "Ha, good. Then I'll let you see your lord's tricks." Xiao Hua pulled Xiao Mao and flew up into the sky. He secretly gave him some things and said a few words to him through voice transmission. Chapter 2820. What? This is a yellow talisman for clouds and rain? Xiao Mao was stunned. There's such a boring yellow talisman in this world? TSK, hurry up and activate the yellow talisman. This is the thing that will save your people today. Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain to him. This yellow talisman and its refining method were also obtained from Misty Cloud's sex Yuntingyu. He had used a lot of yellow talismans and refined a lot of them. Who knew that he would be able to use them again? Xiao Mao knew that this was an opportunity that Xiao Hua was giving him. The mana in his body surged, and he threw out the cloud and rain talisman. Let your big brother cheer you on." Xiao Hua laughed softly and opened his hands. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky. Layers of thick clouds surged through the beetles, and flashes of lightning appeared. In a moment, the entire sky was covered. Kacha, a flash of lightning fell, and immediately shot down the beetles within a few feet. What was strange was that after the beetles fell a few feet, they actually floated up again, as if they were not afraid of the lightning. Yes, these beetles have the nature of grass. How can grass be afraid of lightning? Xiao Hua was enlightened. However, taking advantage of the gap when the beetles were shot down, Xiao Mao obediently threw the cloud and rain talisman outside the beetle swarm. Wu, the yellow talisman flashed and countless water-type spiritual energy gathered, forming a hurricane. Whoosh, a flash of water could be seen, and a large amount of rain fell from the sky, right on the beetle swarm. Wherever the rain fell, the beetles dodged, and all the beetles that were hit by the rain turned green, as if their weight had increased dramatically. They could no longer fly in the air and slowly fell down. "Big brother, how can this yellow talisman be so magical?" Xiao Mao was really shocked when he saw the power of the yellow talisman. "Nonsense, this is personally made by Big Brother. How can it be bad?" Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several jade talismans were thrown out. Rumble. There was a loud rumble. Although the talismans smashed open many gaps in the beetle swarm, there were very few beetles that were actually ignited by the fire. Sigh, there's always something to conquer something. Who would have thought that the rain is the bane of beetles? Xiao Hua understood and didn't use any other methods. A large amount of heavenly lightning struck down, creating a gap. He and Xiao Mao flew above the beetle tide. Xiao Mao laughed loudly and smashed down one after another. The water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into water, and it really looked like rain. It was also because of Xiao Hua's thoughtfulness that day. In order to solve the drought in the country of Xi and the country of Meng, he refined a lot of yellow talismans. Moreover, the power of these yellow talismans was really great. Xiao Mao flew in the air, one yellow talisman after another. It took him no less than an hour to use up all the cloud-traveling and rain-summoning talismans refined by Xiao Hua. An hour was enough for Xiao Mao to fly through most of the areas covered by the beetle tide. The rainwater produced by the yellow talismans was enough to disperse most of the beetles. Seeing that dusk was approaching and the sky was covered by dark clouds, the remaining beetles stopped attacking and dispersed. This disaster that was enough to wipe out the natives and soul warriors of the bird nest stronghold was actually so easily resolved by by Xiao Mao. Before Xiao Mao could land, countless loud cheers came from the ground. The natives and soul warriors who were chanting witchcraft incantations all knelt down on the ground and saluted Xiao Mao with great sincerity. Xiao Mao glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Hua quietly landed, and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Ji Wu Wu. Xiao Mao spoke again with great enthusiasm, causing cheers to come from all over the mountain. The entire bird nest stronghold was in an uproar in an instant. When Xiao Mao landed, none of the natives of the bird nest stronghold were willing to leave. It was unknown where they got the torches and bonfires, but they actually danced happily on the spot. Master, as soon as Xiao Mao landed, Elder Wu and Ji-Man came to greet him. Elder Wu, in particular, had an unprecedented joy in his eyes. Ji-Man, with the help of 2 female soul warriors, forced herself to bow. Don't be so courteous. Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, You did your best to protect the bird nest stronghold just now, so you should rest more. Too bad. This is the first time I returned to Meng Mountains, so I don't have anything to reward you with. Xiao Mao, I forgot. Didn't you leave a jade box with me that day? I think it's best if you give that to Ji-Man. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened. He took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao naturally didn't know what was inside the jade box, but how could he not know what Xiao Hua meant? After receiving it, he handed it to Ji-Man without even looking at it, and said, That's right, this is something I obtained in my early years. Today, I'll give it to you. Xiao Mao's words were very proper, but he didn't mention what was inside and what it was used for. Ji-Man was a little dazed, but she had to thank Xiao Mao for his gift, no matter what it was. Seeing her receive it with both hands, she said gratefully, Thank you for your gift, my lord. My lord saved the entire bird nest stronghold, and you still remember me. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry. Xiao Mao waved his hand. Today, we were able to escape from the beetle's attack because of everyone's strength. I'm just standing on everyone's shoulders. Then Xiao Mao frowned slightly, looked at Elder Wu and said, Today's matter can only be temporary. If we can't find the reason for the beetle's attack, in the future, bird nest stronghold will still be in trouble. Xiao Mao naturally wanted to ask Elder Wu about the specific reason for the beetle's attack, but Xiao Hua was a little depressed. It was rare for him to be so generous and give something out, but who knew that although the other party was respectful, they didn't even look at it. How could he not be anxious? Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then looked at Li Zongbao and the others in the distance, and smiled apologetically. Right now, I'm going to discuss with my lord. However, this is a secret of Meng Mountain, and we can't let outsiders know. My lord, please. Elder Wu. Xiao Mao's expression changed, and he said coldly, Outsiders can naturally not know, but I've already said it. This is my big brother, and to him, I don't have any secrets. Besides, you've also seen that his divine ability is not to be underestimated. I'm not afraid to tell you that the yellow talisman was made by my big brother, and it has nothing to do with me. Elder Wu and Ji-Man naturally didn't see Xiao Hua's action of passing the yellow talisman to Xiao Mao. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, they were shocked. After exchanging glances, Elder Wu nodded and said, If that's the case, I'm willing to explain this matter to my lord and the elders. However, the others definitely can't. Elders? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. It seems that other than Xiao Mao's position as the lord, I've also gotten the title of an elder. Good, this elder title is good. Xiao Mao clapped his hands. Big brother is my Wu Stockade's elder. I'll arrange for the rest of the guests to rest. Ji-Man forced a smile and said, I can't accompany my lord anymore. You can go. Xiao Mao looked at Ji-Man and nodded. Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and sent a message to Fairy Hongxia, asking them to rest first. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, Ji-Man, who had walked about 10 feet away, exclaimed, Then she hurriedly turned her head, leaving the female spirit warrior who was supporting her, and staggered to Xiao Mao. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to say anything, she threw herself on the ground and cried, my lord, I'm not worthy of the treasure that my lord has bestowed. I beg my lord to take back this item is of great use to my lord." And in her hand was the jade box that had been cracked open. The shock on Xiao Mao's face disappeared in a flash. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's face changed into a proud smile. "Get up," Xiao Mao said in a low voice. "This is something that you deserve. Even if this item is of great use to me, but now you're the hero of Meng Mountain, only you are worthy of this item." My lord, Ji Man was sobbing. She was so grateful to Xiao Mao's actions that she was in a mess. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao, who had a smile on his face, still didn't know what was inside the jade box. However, he could only be sure that this item was definitely not as precious as Ji Man said. Perhaps Xiao Hua had a lot of this item in his storage pouch. Elder Wu also seemed to be shocked and advised in a low voice, "Ji Man, since this is a gift from my lord, you should keep it. After all, you've done a lot for the Bai Lu Stockade." Ji Man raised her head and muttered a few words, but the content was not something that Xiao Hua could understand. Sure enough, Elder Wu was shocked again and quickly said, "My lord, this item is indeed, say no more." Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, "I've already bestowed this item. How can I take it back? Elder Wu, you've done a lot for me today. After a while, I'll also reward you." "Many thanks, my lord." Elder Wu was overjoyed and knelt down again. Sigh. Everyone says that these millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are uncivilized. Xiao Hua was happy to see this and secretly laughed, but their etiquette is not any less than our Dao sect. Not to mention that Elder Wu and Ji Man's speech and behavior are similar to cultivators. It's just that the etiquette of kneeling down is too thorough. Immediately, Ji Man and Elder Wu stood up. Ji Man led Fairy Xianxia and the rest to rest, while Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao followed Elder Wu out of the square and went straight to the back of the wooden house. "Big brother, what exactly did you give him?" At this moment, Xiao Mao asked Xiao Hua via voice transmission, "Did you take enough?" "Hee, it's just a kind of spirit tea." Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and replied, "As for whether it's a lot or not, you can guess." "Hee, of course I can't guess what kind of spirit tea it is." Xiao Mao laughed, "But the amount of this spirit tea is definitely not small." "Hee." Xiao Hua laughed but didn't answer. Chapter 28-21. The two followed Elder Wu out of the plaza and passed through the reveling crowd. Everyone, regardless of whether they were natives or soul warriors, made way for them. Many natives even threw themselves on the ground. That kind of fanaticism made even Xiao Hua envious. After passing through the crowd with great difficulty, they arrived at the back of the plaza. There were a dozen or so soul warriors and soul beasts guarding the gate. Seeing Xiao Mao come over, these soul warriors respectfully saluted. Even the soul beasts respectfully lowered their heads. Elder Wu asked a few questions and received some answers. Only then did he nod and lead the way for Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao to enter the huge wooden gate. Behind the huge wooden door, there were also some rough wooden houses. Old Wu slowly led the way in front, and Xiao Hua had already impatiently released his Buddhist sense. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see anything special. Elder Wu had clearly sensed Xiao Hua's position in Xiao Mao's heart. He even sensed the strangeness of the item Xiao Mao bestowed upon him. From time to time, he would turn around and address Xiao Hua as elder and say some casual words. Xiao Hua also answered indifferently. After passing through a large group of wooden houses, they also met some soul warriors who weren't on patrol. The three of them arrived in front of a slope. "Gee!" a bird's cry rang out. A blue witch feather flew down from the sky and landed right in front of Xiao Mao. The snake-like head now docilely crouched down in front of Xiao Mao's feet. Its tongue also stretched out and licked Xiao Mao's feet. "This is that old blue witch feather." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. So this thing is here. This should be the secret of the shaman stronghold. Sure enough, Elder Wu said with a smile, Master, this is that old and useless blue witch feather. This lowly one sent them to Grain Garden and had them guard this place. Immediately, Elder Wu waved his hand and took out the bone staff again. A faint green light fell from between his eyebrows. The skeleton on the bone staff caught it. Immediately, a green light like a tide sprayed out from the skeleton's mouth and rushed to the rows of withered trees on the slope in front of them. The withered trees repeatedly emitted green light, but it disappeared in a short moment. However, after the green light, the scene in front of him didn't change at all, and there wasn't any unusual movement. Xiao Mao frowned as he found it strange. Grandmaster Wu quickly explained, Master, the soul formation of Meng Mountains is different from the Daoist sex formation. It does not have any dazzling brilliance, nor does it have any camouflage technique. If you are not from Meng Mountains, you will never be able to see through the soul formation. Of course, perhaps the soul formation of Meng Mountains does not have the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering power of the Daoist sex formation, but, in terms of power, it might not be weaker than the Daoist sex formation. Xiao Mao nodded. He still looked at the slope in confusion. There were no wooden huts at the bottom of the slope, nor were there any natives. Other than some sparse branches and small trees, there was nothing else. Noticing that Xiao Mao was a little distracted, Elder Wu misunderstood and hurriedly explained, But my lord, the soul cultivation divine ability of Meng Mountain is far from what my lord heard in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. The almighty experts of Meng Mountain are the same as the cultivators of Daoist sect. They have the ability to turn the world upside down, and... How did you know that I was in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Xiao Mao turned his head and asked coldly. This... Elder Wu was flabbergasted. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, My lord, please don't ask about this matter. This lowly one only heard some rumors. If this lowly one reports it to my lord, it will only make my lord even more confused. Then, Elder Wu pointed at the blue sorcerer feather at his feet and said, Just in time, my lord. We will take this opportunity to enter Su Garden. When my lord sees the situation in Su Garden, he will know. Alright. Seeing that Elder Wu insisted on not saying anything, Xiao Mao knew that this matter must involve a lot of people. Although the other party was willing to swear loyalty, he did not dare to meddle too much. Xiao Mao did not force him and floated onto the blue sorcerer feather. The soul beast was originally 10 feet long, and its back was spacious. It was more than enough for Xiao Hua and the other 2 to stand on. The soul beast let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and flew down the slope. Beyond the slope should be the back mountain of Bai and Stronghold. Just like the front mountain, it was extremely large. Moreover, at the edge of the slope, they could vaguely see the shadows of some wooden houses. Under the full moon, they looked like monsters that were sticking their heads out. Another few clear cries rang out. Several blue sorcerer feather also swept across the sky. There were patrolling soul warriors passing by on them. However, after flying for nearly 10,000 feet and arriving at another slope, Xiao Mao was somewhat stunned when he did not see anything strange. He had released his divine sense and had been carefully inspecting. Moreover, under the full moon, the slope and even the bottom of the valley were clearly visible. Apart from some vegetation commonly seen in Meng Mountains, some dense stems that were more than a foot tall, and even some beetles, he really did not know what was here that was coveted by the beetles. As for Xiao Hua, he looked pensive. The blue sorcerer feather flapped its wings and landed on a natural platform on the slope. After the 3 of them jumped down, the blue sorcerer feather let out another cry and soared into the sky. Master, please take a look. Since they were already here, Old Wu did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He pointed at the stems near the platform and said, This is the root cause of the beetles' attack on Bai and Stronghold. Moreover, this is also the reason why all the shaman strongholds in Meng Mountains were attacked by the beetles. Well, what is this? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. Old Wu was not surprised. It seemed that it was normal for Xiao Mao not to understand. He squatted down, looked at the 1-foot-long stem and sighed, This is the millet. The millet that the people of Meng Mountains eat daily. Millet garden, this must be the millet. Xiao Mao was enlightened. Yes, this millet is similar to the rice that the people of the three kingdoms of cultivation often eat. Old Wu nodded. Xiao Mao also squatted down and looked at the millet carefully. The millet looked very similar to rice. However, millet grew on the soft soil of Meng Mountains and did not need to be planted in the paddy field. Moreover, on the 1-foot-long stem, there were 3 to 5 thin branches that looked like caterpillars. On the thin branches, there were grains of millet that were not much bigger than gravel. Old Wu looked at Xiao Mao, who was squatting opposite him, then raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua did not walk over as he expected. Instead, he walked slowly to the edge of the platform, bent down, and looked at the millet growing there. After looking at it, he even walked down the platform and looked to the side. Old Wu did not care about Xiao Hua's behavior. It was best that Xiao Hua was not next to him. Master, Old Wu said in a low voice, do you see anything? What can I see if I take it? Xiao Mao said honestly, I have already abstained from eating for a long time. I don't know how many years it has been since I tasted the food of the mortal world. Master's cultivation has improved. This humble one is also happy in my heart. Old Wu said with a smile, this matter has to start from 50 to 60 years ago. Oh, maybe it's even earlier than that. However, as for the specific date of the change, even this humble one can't say it clearly. Big brother. Xiao Mao saw that Old Wu was beginning to explain and hurriedly wanted to call Xiao Hua. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua raised his voice from afar, let me leave for a while. I can take a look at the millet here. This thing, I seem to have seen it before. Okay. Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua did not want to make things difficult for him, so he did not say anything. Old Wu continued, this millet is the food of the people of Meng Mountains. It is because of this millet and our bloodline that we are different from the people outside of Meng Mountains. Therefore, other than the bloodline, this millet is the foundation of Meng Mountains. Of course, this millet only grows in Meng Mountains. Even if someone brought this millet to the outside world to cultivate, they would not succeed. It seems like. At this point, Xiao Mao was somewhat enlightened. When I was young, Master must have also grown up eating millet when he was young. There is no doubt about this. Old Wu said with a smile, only when you grew up and cultivated the magic of the Dao sect did you stop eating millet. Of course, if Master does not eat millet, then you will not be able to use the witchcraft of Meng Mountains. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Because of this strange and ordinary appearance of millet, although the people of Meng Mountains rely on it, they have never paid attention to it. 100 years ago, this millet grew everywhere in the mountains, so we did not have to worry about it. Also, the beetles and the soul beasts of Meng Mountains all feed on this millet. In fact, the beetles are even more special. When they grow into grass, they often grow together with millet. Their reproduction and growth are also related to millet. However, I don't know when it started, but the weather of Meng Mountains changed. Originally, there was rain for 8 to 10 days, but gradually, it became 7 days, 6 days, and finally, until now, there is no rain for 100 days. Drought. Xiao Mao nodded. This is not the most important thing. Old Wu nodded. The most important thing is that the millet produced by this millet has been decreasing year by year, until now it has gradually stopped producing millet. Even the millet itself can no longer survive. Ah? Is that so? Xiao Mao exclaimed. Then what do you all eat? When Old Wu and G-Man from the other strongholds found out about this, they immediately reported it to their respective strongholds. In the end, at this point, Old Wu glanced at Xiao Mao. In the end, they reported it to the main stronghold of Shebi. However, Shebi stronghold has always been a little chaotic, so they did not come up with a solution in time. By the time we came up with a solution, it was already a little too late. As Old Wu spoke, he walked to the valley and said, that year, after a discussion with G-Man, I personally went to the country of Shi to take a look at their secular people's farming. I even invited over 100 old farmers to help me. All the millets behind this mountain were sown here by those farmers' suggestions before they went extinct outside the stronghold. Sigh, fortunately, I humbly listened to those farmers' suggestions and planted millets here. Although it is not enough to ensure the survival of all the people in the stronghold, but, at a critical moment, these millets can still play a certain role. Chapter 28-22. Over the years, other than hunting some wild beasts, the people of the village have also thought of many ways to fill their stomachs. Old Wu continued, unfortunately, the people of Meng Mountains can't leave these millet fields. Every once in a while, I will harvest some millet and distribute it to everyone according to the population of the village. But this is just a temporary measure. At this moment, all struggles are useless against the weather. Although the millets in this millet field are carefully taken care of, their condition is deteriorating. I'm afraid that in another year or so, these millets won't produce any more millet. When that time comes, it will be the day of the destruction of the people of Meng Mountains. Old Wu sighed. Yes, because these millets are necessary for the beetles, they always attack Shibai village because they want to use these millets. Xiao Mao understood. Yes, if these beetles fall, not only will they kill all the people of Shibai village, even if they sweep away all the millets, how long can Shibai village last? At this point, Old Wu lowered his voice and said, actually, it's already good that Shibai village can hold on until now. The other villages have already passed their limits. I'm sure you've already seen it when you came to Meng Mountains. For the sake of survival, the people of Meng Mountains have already killed their way into the sword domain. They want to find a way to survive in the sword domain and the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. Old Wu's voice was very soft. It seemed like he was guarding against Xiao Hua, revealing this great secret. However, he didn't use the language of Meng Mountains, so no one knew what he was thinking. Ah? So that's why. Xiao Mao always thought that it was a battle between soul warriors and swordsmen, and that it was a provocation by the swordsmen. However, he didn't expect that the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains had no choice but to expand for their own survival. But aren't the people of Meng Mountains only allowed to live in Meng Mountains? Even if they go to Hung Country, what can they do? Xiao Mao was confused again. Hee, my lord, didn't you grow up in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators? If you didn't come to Meng Mountains, wouldn't you still have a good life? Old Wu laughed. Besides, for so many years, countless cultivators and swordsmen have come to Meng Mountains, and countless soul warriors of Meng Mountains have gone to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators and the sword domain. Aren't they all living well? But whether the native people of Meng Mountains can survive or not is still unknown. Of course, instead of waiting for death, why don't we charge out and take a look? Elder Wu added. Sigh. Xiao Mao stood up. He already understood the reason behind it, but what could he do? Master, this is a great opportunity for you. Elder Wu hesitated. Master is the descendant of great god Shibai. Your bloodline is extremely pure. When Elder Wu spoke up to this point, Xiaohua raised his voice and said, Elder Wu, let me ask you. If the millet in Meng Mountains is restored to its original state, do you still want to enter the 3 kingdoms of cultivators and the Huan kingdom? Elder. Venerable Wu didn't find it strange that Xiaohua could hear his words. With a wry smile, he said, Meng Mountains is the place where the descendants of the 12 great gods rest and recuperate. I've been living in this and stronghold since I was born, and I've never thought of living outside of Meng Mountains. If it weren't for such a calamity, who would be willing to leave their home? Sigh, your Dao sect has always called my Meng Mountains as Million Meng Mountains, but how is my Meng Mountains only 1,000,000 li big? To be honest, my people of Meng Mountains have never thought of coveting your Dao sect's territory because we simply don't care about the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. You've always considered yourselves as the Orthodox Dao sect, but how can you compare to the Orthodox Dao sect's 12 great gods of Meng Mountains? You say we're uncivilized people, but the uncivilized ones are your Dao sect. Hee, Elder Wu, you talk too much. Xiaohua didn't argue with him, and said with a smile, I just want to ask you. I can solve this problem, what will you do? What? How is that possible? Elder Wu had already understood Xiaohua's meaning, and thought he was just asking. But when he heard that Xiaohua could really solve this problem, he couldn't help but be shocked. You? How will you solve it? Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't answer his question, and instead turned to Xiao Mao and said, "Come with me." After saying that, Xiaohua flew into the air and flew towards the depths of the valley. Xiao Mao didn't dare to delay and hurriedly flew over. Elder Wu stood on the platform, and his face was filled with surprise and joy, and even a little anxiety. But Xiaohua didn't call him, and he didn't dare to go over. He was really worried about his gains and losses. "Big brother." Xiao Mao was naturally anxious and asked in a low voice, "Can you really solve such a huge problem?" Xiaohua shrugged and shook his head slightly. "Such a huge problem. How can Big Brother be sure? But if there's even a sliver of hope, we'll have to try. After all, it's the lives of countless Meng Mountains natives, and the lives of my Dao sect and Sword Region swordsmen." "Yes, that's right." Xiao Mao nodded. Million Meng Mountains is really mysterious. If they come out in full force, my Dao sect won't be their match, and the sword cultivators of Huan country won't be able to either. If they really fight, the land will be filled with whales. In addition, what Elder Wu said is also extremely correct. Since you're born in Million Meng Mountains in the future, I'm afraid you'll be involved in Million Meng Mountains as well. If you can make the first move, that's the best. This merit can definitely help you to do what you want to do. Xiaohua thought for a while and slowly said, "According to what Big Brother knows, the changes in the millet and the weather are related to the changes in the natural energy, and it involves the entire Meng Mountains. That's a distance of millions of miles, much larger than the 3 cultivation countries. It's far beyond our imagination. If you can control such a huge place, it'll be much more useful than Xuanyan School. Think about it. Is it possible for you to be the sect leader of Xuanyan School? But within Million Meng Mountains, with your bloodline and background, it'll be easy for you to get it. Of course, the scope of this matter is too big. You alone can't completely control it. In Big Brother's opinion, it's better to borrow the help of Elder Wu and G-Man of Bai and Stronghold, and even the natives and soul warriors in the Stronghold. Let them, who are your people, work for you first. It won't be too late for you to stand out when there's a clear picture of the development of this matter. To tell you the truth, Big Brother is the same as you. I also have some difficulties that I can't speak of. Right now, I can't tell anyone." Xiaohua thought for a while and then said, "Unless Big Brother has absolute confidence, you can only endure it." "Big Brother? You? With your current cultivation level, you can't do it?" Xiao Mao was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard Xiaohua talk about his own secret. "That's right, that's exactly it." Xiaohua didn't say much, although your opponents, the ones who harmed your parents and expelled them from Million Meng Mountains, may not have a high cultivation level, but for you, they're much stronger than Big Brother's opponents. Not only are they hiding in the dark, they also have many subordinates. You're all alone. You're definitely not their match. So, your current plan is to use this opportunity to gather people's hearts and maximize your advantage. Turn all the descendants of great god Shi Bai into your people. Only then can you have your revenge. But, this is Big Brother's merit. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. "Little brother, hee, what's mine is yours." Xiaohua laughed. "How can a generation's merit, cultivation level, and spirit stones compare to having a family member like you in this world? If it were you, think about it, even if a spirit stone mine was placed here, and it could be exchanged for your parents' lives, you would definitely not take a second look at it." Xiao Mao's heart was burning, and he didn't know what to say. This kind of concern, this kind of giving, was indeed more generous than a blood brother. After a while, Xiao Mao nodded firmly. "Yes, little brother understands. Little brother will listen to Big Brother." "Good, that's good." Xiaohua laughed, and then looked left and right. "Let's go, we'll walk around and see the situation of Su Garden." Xiao Mao originally thought that Xiaohua would immediately tell him the method to save Meng Mountains, but who knew that Xiaohua actually wanted to fly for a while, so he could only nod and agree. Su Garden was actually a part of Bai Lu's stronghold, and it was no different from what Xiao Mao and the others saw at the beginning, but this time, millet was planted on the mountain, and not those withered branches and thorns. After flying for a while, Xiao Mao's heart was moved and he whispered, "Big brother, little brother remembers, when G-Man was injured, what did you give her? It actually made her so grateful?" Hee, it really was some spirit tea. Xiao Hua thought for a while, then took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Xiao Mao. "Take this, I reckon you'll have a use for it in the future." Oh, Xiao Mao took it naturally and used his divine sense to check it. There was indeed a lot of spirit tea inside, and each of them was abnormally emerald green. What's the use of this? Why was G-Man so excited? Xiao Mao asked curiously. How would I know this? Xiao Hua waved his hand. That day, at a secret auction in Sky Patrol City, someone was selling it, saying that it could be used by soul cultivators, but no one bid, and in the end, the price was ridiculously cheap. Big Brother loves to take advantage of others, and he didn't even think about it, so he got a lot of it, but who knew that when he just took out a piece, it actually made her like this? I thought she was interested in that jade box. Oh, if you want to know, you can ask Elder Wu, he definitely knows the origin. You can also tell me while you're at it. Alright, little brother will go over now, big brother, let's walk for a while more. Xiao Mao smiled. I want to take a closer look. You tell Elder Wu before dawn. I'm afraid I can't tell him the specific method. I know. Xiao Mao smiled and flew back to the platform. Seeing Xiao Mao coming back from afar, Elder Wu hurriedly went over and asked, Master, what did the elder say? Big brother said, he can't make a decision before dawn. He needs to think carefully. Xiao Mao said with a smile. However, my big brother has always been very mysterious. Unless he's not confident, he will definitely not say it. Chapter 28-23. All right. Although Elder Wu said so, he still looked up at the pitch-black valley. How could he be at ease if he didn't get a real answer? This was a matter of life and death for the shaman village. Elder Wu, what is this? Xiao Mao said as he took out a twilight moon. But Master has this. Elder Wu was shocked and said hurriedly, this is a secret shaman item from Hutu village. It's called. At this point, Elder Wu said a strange word and then explained. In the past, there was a Daoist cultivator who called it the Twilight Moon. It lives up to its name. Twilight Moon? This is a secret item from Hutu village? Xiao Mao was puzzled. Master has obtained this item, but you don't know where it came from? Elder Wu was surprised. G-Man, and I thought you knew. All right, I'll give this to you. Xiao Mao handed the Twilight Moon to Elder Wu and said, you just need to tell me the secret of the Twilight Moon. Elder Wu hurriedly refused. This item is very important for the bloodline awakening of the descendants of the 12 great gods. It's exactly what you need. Giving it to me is a waste. Are you not going to listen to me? Xiao Mao said calmly. Elder Wu hesitated and fell to the ground, crying, Master has treated me with great kindness. I can't repay it even if I die 1,000 times. I swear in the name of great God Shibai that I will be loyal to you from now on. If I have any other thoughts, please let the divine snake bite my heart and die. Then, Elder Wu mumbled a few more words. Get up. Xiao Mao smiled. I know that I've returned to Meng Mountains alone and that I'll have to rely on Elder Wu and G-Man for everything in the future. However, I can also swear in the name of great God Shibai that as long as you are loyal to me, I'll give you all the benefits. Master, please don't swear. I can't let you do that. Elder Wu hurriedly stopped him. To be able to serve you is my honor and duty. Master is my master, you don't have to do that. Xiao Mao wouldn't stop. He mumbled a few more words, which made Elder Wu panic and hit his head on the ground. Get up. Xiao Mao helped Elder Wu up. I still need to discuss with you. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, I understand. Elder Wu hastily replied. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone off topic again, so he hastily replied, all right, this lowly one knows. This Twilight Moon is a shaman item cultivated by the descendants of the Hutu stronghold's great gods. Most importantly, it has a miraculous effect on the bloodlines of the 12 great gods' descendants. However, we lowly people didn't know that it was used like this. Secondly, this item could nurture soul awareness, making it a holy item for cultivating soul techniques. Of course, the soul power that we've lost can also be quickly recovered under the nourishment of this holy item. In fact, I can even use this sacred object to improve my soul technique. Xiao Mao nodded. But, Old Wu continued, this item has always been kept in the Huda village, and it has never been given to anyone else. Besides, ever since the change of the weather in Meng Mountains, this item has also been affected. I heard that it's almost extinct. As such, both G-Man and I were greatly shocked when we saw His Highness take out this item. All right, Lord, no matter how many of this item you have, you must hide it well. Don't let others know about it, or else it will cause others to covet it. And I understand. Xiao Mao nodded. This item can also be used as a reward. That's true. Elder Wu had no objection to this. As the descendants of the great gods and even the 12 great gods, they all want to obtain this holy item. It would be most appropriate for our Lord to reward them with this item. Elder Wu, what's the situation in Meng Mountains? I didn't grow up in Meng Mountains since I was young, so I really don't know much about it. Since our Lord has asked, this lowly one can't keep quiet. However, I hope that our Lord can be a little more cautious in these matters. At this point, Elder Wu no longer used the language of the Daoist sect, and began to whisper to Xiao Mao. This conversation went on for several hours, and only when the sky turned bright did Elder Wu stop. He raised his head and looked at the valley where Xiaohua's shadow was nowhere to be seen. My lord, this lowly one doesn't have any vigilance against Elder Wu, but after all, he's not from Meng Mountains and doesn't know how powerful the 12 great gods are, so he might not be loyal to Meng Mountains. This lowly one understands the trust that our Lord has for Elder Wu and the brotherly affection between our Lord and Elder Wu, but our Lord is the descendant of the great gods, and is destined to have an extraordinary life. Don't say any more. Big brother can't hear you. Xiao Mao waved his hand lightly. Can you actually measure his tolerance? However, I really do know what you mean. I will tell Big Brother about it, and with his personality he won't listen to it, so don't worry. Yes, this lowly one understands. Elder Wu seemed to be relieved, but when he looked at the sky, he was a little anxious. Wait a moment. I'll go find Big Brother now. Xiao Mao released his divine sense, looked around, and flew down the platform. He saw Xiaohua meditating with his eyes closed far away. When he saw Xiao Mao coming over, he opened his eyes and said, "How is it? Did you get the information?" More than that. Xiao Mao smiled and told him about the matter of Daybreak Moon and then said, Elder Wu also mentioned a lot of things about Meng Mountains. Don't say any more, that old ghost won't let you say it. Xiaohua waved his hand, as if his ears were following Xiao Mao, and said with an indifferent expression, if it involves your background, you can talk about it, but other things, Big Brother isn't interested. Sigh. This Elder Wu's mouth is very tight. Although he swore loyalty, he obviously doesn't want to get involved. He didn't say anything. Xiao Mao said helplessly. Damn it, he swore loyalty and he still dares to hide it. Xiaohua was a little angry. It seems, it's not that simple. Xiao Mao smiled and said, it must be this little brother's family matter. Elder Wu, as an outsider, it's not good to offend anyone. Isn't this just going with the wind and staying out of it? What is loyalty? Xiaohua smiled. Xiao Mao shook his head. This loyalty is probably different from what we think. The one they should be loyal to is great god Shibai, and not this little brother, right? Forget it, it's your business. Xiaohua waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to give that old ghost an answer. Big brother, wait. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand, took out 3 bone boxes, and handed them to Xiaohua. Big brother gave this little brother so many good things, and this little brother just happens to have 3 treasures that Ji Manjin gave this little brother. This little brother has no use for them, so I might as well give them to you. These are treasures that were given to Shibai village. They are definitely extraordinary. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. This little brother will get more of these treasures in the future. Xiao Mao smiled. Moreover, Big Brother came to Meng Mountain, how can you go back empty-handed? Instead of waiting for Big Brother to have more treasures in the future, you should take advantage of the time when Big Brother has nothing to give. Don't you think so? Ha, good. Xiaohua did not hold back, took the bone boxes, and sent them into his space without even looking at them. He smiled and said, "You are also some emperor, so there will be more things to show filial piety to you in the future. Big Brother has no one to show filial piety to, so it's a waste not to take your things." Hee, others show filial piety to little brother, so little brother will show filial piety to Big Brother. Isn't it the same as others showing filial piety to Big Brother? Xiao Mao smiled. "Stop flattering me." Xiaohua smiled. "Do you think Big Brother doesn't know that you are still thinking about your people? Big Brother is wise." Xiao Mao did not deny it. Then the two flew towards the platform. Over there, Elder Wu had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Seeing the smile on Xiao Mao's face, not the slightest bit embarrassed, far from what he was worried about, Elder Wu could not help but feel relieved. He hurriedly went up to greet him, and actually used the etiquette of the three kingdoms to salute. "Master, does Elder have a countermeasure? Elder, how should we cast the spell?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao's words shocked Elder Wu. "Of course I do, but I haven't asked yet." His words were brimming with trust. "Elder." Old Wu looked at Xiaohua. He was really impatient, as if he didn't feel that calling Xiaohua elder was so demanding. "It's actually very simple," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This Xiao naturally cannot change the astronomical phenomenon of the million Meng Mountains. I believe that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, there is absolutely no one who can change it." Hearing this, Elder Wu could not help but refute. "Elder, you are wrong. Although you cannot change it now, but if Master can control the bloodline power of great god Shibai, it might not be impossible." Seeing that Elder Wu actually interrupted him to clarify the name of great god Shibai's bloodline, Xiaohua could not help but smile, and asked with interest, "Why is that?" Actually, Elder Wu regretted his words as soon as he spoke. Now that he heard Xiaohua's question, he knew that if he did not answer, Xiaohua would not continue to speak, so he could only explain, "Great god Shibai is a great god who can control the weather. If Master can control the bloodline power, he can definitely affect the astronomical phenomenon." "Oh? Is that so? Then what about the other 11 great gods? What do they control?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Immediately, Elder Wu understood that Xiaohua was dissatisfied that he did not let Xiao Mao tell him about the secrets of Meng Mountains. Left with no other choice, Venerable Wu forced a smile and said, "Elder, this is the foundation of Meng Mountains. It's not a secret. If Elder likes it, please tell us in detail. Elder, please tell us how to help our Bai and stronghold survive this calamity." "Ha, Big Brother, you should tell us." Xiao Mao also laughed. "Hee, Elder Wu, you are wrong. Not only your Bai and stronghold, but the entire Meng Mountains." Xiaohua smiled. "This is all thanks to Xiao Mao." At this moment, although Elder Wu was shocked, he kept his mouth shut, determined not to say a single word. Since we can't affect the astronomical phenomenon, then we can only change the grain. But Elder Wu could not help but say 2 words, and then he closed his mouth again. "Yes, that's right. Elder Wu must have tried your best, but to no avail. Look at this grain garden. It is also Elder Wu's years of hard work." Xiaohua smiled, waved his hand and said, "Last night, I took a look around the grain garden. Elder Wu's merit is not to be ignored." Elder Wu still did not say a word. Seeing Elder Wu being obedient, Xiaohua said again, "Actually, I observed the grain garden for an entire night. Not only did I want to see how the grain garden looked like, the most important thing was, I wanted to know if this grain garden is the same as the grain garden that I obtained in the Kuai Sea." Kuai Sea? Hearing Xiaohua point at the Kuai Sea that was miles away from millions of Meng Mountains, Elder Wu and Xiao Mao were stunned. "How is that possible?" Elder Wu could not help but shout, "How can the Kuai Sea have the grain garden that Meng Mountains use?" Hee, Elder Wu, how would you know if you don't try?" Xiaohua smiled. "Besides, I obtained a lot of grain garden seeds there. I'm afraid it's enough for millions of Meng mountains to use. As he said that, Xiaohua touched his chest and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiao Mao and said, "Big brother, take out this little bit first and see if it works. If it works, it won't be too late to take out the rest." "All right, thank you, big brother." Although Xiao Mao had some doubts in his heart, he was very confident in Xiaohua. Just as he was about to take it, he heard Xiaohua raise his head and sneer. "Is it? Xiaoxia? How long have you been hiding here? Is there something you don't dare to see?" Chapter 28-24. Suddenly, in the sky far away from Su Garden, following Xiaohua's voice, a ripple of light flickered. Xiaoxia's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he appeared. He still called out, You are Daoist Master Xiao? How is this possible? How is this possible?" A strange expression flashed across Xiaohua's face. He understood that he did not discover Xiaoxia's whereabouts early on. When he took out the storage bag, Xiaoxia must have discovered the truth that he was Daoist Xiao. She must have revealed her aura in her astonishment and was discovered by him. However, he did not know that as a high-level disciple of a large Dao sect, how could Xiaoxia know Daoist Xiao's name? This was really strange. What Daoist Xiao? How come I don't know?" Xiaohua laughed. "But with such beautiful scenery, why did little sister Xiaoxia come here instead of accompanying your sister and taking a walk in the countryside?" Brother-in-law." After the astonishment flashed across Xiaoxia's face, she seemed to have understood something and regained her calmness. She smiled and said, "Do you know what is the most beautiful thing in this world?" "Spirit stones," Xiaohua said without hesitation. "TSK, brother-in-law is really a miser," Xiaoxia said angrily. "Actually, in little sister's opinion, the most beautiful thing in this world is a confusing secret. All the secrets are hidden behind countless false appearances. Finding the truth from these fragmented clues is the most beautiful thing." "Don't." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "These are too profound. I can't even find the direction, so why bother with these? It's better for me to guard my spirit stones." Immediately, Xiaohua's expression changed again, and he said indifferently, "Xiaoxia, I know you are not an ordinary person. Why did you come all the way from the Three Kingdoms to find Xiao Mao? At this time, you followed behind him and came here. Presumably, you have already spied on many of the secrets of millions of Meng mountains. I am not talented. I can ignore the matters of millions of Meng mountains, but Xiao Mao's matter. I must take care of it. Little sister Xiaoxia, please explain the matter clearly." "Actually, Miss Xiaoxia, these days, we have been getting along very well." Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "If I can help, I will definitely help. You being so mysterious is really not good for our relationship." Xiaoxia laughed. She was like the sparkling dew at dawn, extremely beautiful. Even people like Elder Wu fell into a daze. "I originally asked Xiaohua for help, but later I realized that I was wrong. I should have asked Xiao Mao for help, but today I realized that I was still wrong. I should ask Daoist Master Xiao for help." Xiaoxia laughed and said, "But since I've already discovered Daoist Master Xiao's whereabouts, and I've also discovered it, I don't need to ask for Daoist Master Xiao's help at all." Xiaoxia laughed loudly and flew into the air. She bowed and said, "Brother-in-law, I've asked for your help and you've already helped me. Little sister is extremely grateful to you. But I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be bidding farewell to you. Fate has brought us together. Let's meet again in the future." As she spoke, Xiaoxia's figure transformed into a rainbow and shot out of Su Garden. "You want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. "Even if you want to leave, you still have to explain the reason clearly." As he spoke, Xiaohua's body trembled with the sound of thunder. His figure flashed and he chased after Xiaoxia. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiao Mao looked at the two people disappearing at an extremely fast speed and was somewhat baffled. Although Xiaoxia's figure flew extremely fast, Xiaohua was not slow either. The two of them left Guanlu's stronghold in an instant and flew straight out of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, was very puzzled. This Jiuxia was really mysterious. Her appearance was strange, and her disappearance was even more strange. The time she spent with everyone in between was even more baffling. Xiaohua chased after Jiuxia, not because he wanted to make her stay, but because it was really as he said. If you want to come, and if you want to leave, then leave. There had to be an explanation. Moreover, he was really confused. He really wanted to figure it out. Looking at Jiuxia's fleeing light again, it seemed like she was not really trying to escape. She did not seem to be dodging at all, and just flew straight and slowly. Sometimes, she even seemed to be afraid that Xiaohua would get lost, and would stop for a moment. As a result, Xiaohua's anger grew even more. Seeing that they were about to cross Drifting Cloud Lake and enter the territory of Huan country, Jiuxia stopped in midair. She turned around and looked at Xiaohua with a smile, saying, "Io, brother-in-law, could it be that you really don't want your little sister to leave? You chased after her for so long, aren't you afraid that big sister will think too much?" The lightning on Xiaohua's body receded. He said indifferently, "This Xiao has always been open and above board, unlike some people who hide their heads and tails. Why would I be afraid of others pointing fingers at me and casually overthinking things?" "Hee, brother-in-law, aren't you talking about me?" Jiuxia did not hide it. She was as innocent as a real little sister and said with a smile, "Actually, little sister has something to say to you alone. I was afraid that big sister would be unhappy, so I led you here." You knew that I was going to chase after you?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Hee, brother-in-law, do you think that little sister would not know that you were going to chase after me?" Jiuxia said with a smile, "If I did not want brother-in-law to come, would little sister reveal my tracks? Forget it even if you deliberately let me come." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You have called me brother-in-law for so many days, you should at least let me know the origin of this little sister of yours." "Hee, let's not talk about little sister's origin first." Jiuxia was still smiling happily, as if there was no more worry in her heart. She said, "Little sister will first ask brother-in-law, have little sister and brother-in-law ever threatened big sister or brother-in-law in these few years?" Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Your cultivation is deep, and your divine abilities are unfathomable, far above me. If you have any disloyalty towards us, we will not have any power to fight back. Moreover, you really did not do anything to us." "Excellent." Jiuxia clapped her hands. "If brother-in-law says so, little sister's heart will be at ease. Actually, little sister also feels that it is strange. Little sister has never met a cultivator like brother-in-law, who does not seem to be on guard against anyone. Even towards a stranger like little sister, you treat her with sincerity. Fine. Don't flatter me." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I admit that I am not your opponent, so what's the use of taking so many precautions? Brother-in-law is wrong." Jiuxia shook her head. "This is a matter of character. It is not a matter of attitude. Some cultivators, even if their cultivation is shallow, and they know that they are inferior to others, they will still use every possible means to scheme against others, hoping to obtain benefits from them. If it is someone else, they might scheme against little sister halfway, wanting to take little sister for themselves and snatch little sister's divine abilities. You think I don't want to?" Xiaohua curled his lips. "Your big sister is next to me, so I have to dare." "Hee, brother-in-law, big sister is not here, you do it?" Jiuxia shrugged her shoulders, and the two buds on her chest slightly stuck out. Xiaohua sweated profusely, unable to resist Jiuxia's charm. He turned his head and said, "Jiuxia, if you want to say it, then say it. If not, I am leaving." "Don't go." Jiuxia laughed. "Little sister actually likes you from the bottom of her heart. I am leaving." Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning. I am not going to say it," Jiuxia hurriedly said. "Little sister will tell brother-in-law the whole story. These two people, one ran and one chased. After catching up, one stopped chasing, and the other wanted to let go. And quickly say it." Xiaohua frowned, but he did not dare to look into Jiuxia's eyes. Actually, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help in Million Meng Mountains. Xianxia slightly restrained herself and said in a low voice. I know. You are the leader of the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. I am not an idiot, how can I not see it? Xiaohua interrupted Xianxia and said, but you clearly want to ask Xiaomao for help, how did it become me? Brother-in-law, listen to little sister's explanation. Xianxia said sweetly, the matter that little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help is very big. Little sister also does not know what exactly brother-in-law needs to help with. This is also what little sister said earlier. I believe brother-in-law does not believe it at all, right? Of course. Xiaohua patiently listened and answered. Because the matter is very big, it can be said that it is not something that little sister or brother-in-law can do with your cultivation level. Therefore, little sister does not dare to directly tell brother-in-law. Xianxia said again, I do not know where to start, so I asked brother-in-law and the others to go to the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. Sigh, can you explain it more clearly? Xiaohua sighed. I am still confused after hearing this. Actually, it is very simple. Xianxia thought for a while and said decisively, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law to stop the war between Million Meng Mountains and Sword Domain. How is this possible? Xiaohua was shocked, not to mention that I am powerless to stop it, even if I can stop it, what does this have to do with me? This is also what little sister was thinking when I saw you that day. Xianxia also had an innocent look on her face, as if she was a little female cultivator who had lost her spirit stone. I spent a lot of effort in divination before I was able to predict that at that time in the Sword Domain, I would be able to meet someone who could stop the war. But I did not expect that it would be brother-in-law, the famous terrifying phoenix. You really think too highly of me. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I can kill a few illusory swords, but how can I stop the war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators? When you saw this Xiao was being chased by an old woman at the first grade of the sword transformation stage. If it was not for the old woman chasing you, how could you see little sister? Xianxia said with a smile. However, brother-in-law does not need to be troubled, because Xiaohua is unable to do it, but Daoist Xiao can definitely do it. Chapter 28-25. Oh! Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded. You're right. The million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain attacked Huan Country with the purpose of leaving Meng Mountain and going to Huan Country, Lian Country, Meng Country, and Shi Country to find a way out for the soul cultivators. If the spirit seed I obtained by chance was effective, their crisis could be solved smoothly, and they wouldn't have to invade Huan Country again. This war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators wouldn't have to happen again. That's right, brother-in-law. If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to solve the matter I asked of you? Xianxia looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and said, could you watch the millions of God's children starve to death in Meng Mountain? Could you watch the sword cultivators and cultivators get killed by the soul cultivators one by one? Blessed. I'm afraid I wouldn't. Xiaohua sighed and said, but even if I didn't meet you, I'm afraid I would still do the same. You don't have to thank me. Brother-in-law, if I didn't go, would you be able to reach Sword Edge Mountain in time? Would you be able to save my sister? If she didn't recover, would you be able to go to Meng Mountain? Xianxia said with a smile, everything happened because I asked brother-in-law for your help. That's why brother-in-law could go to Meng Mountain and help me. I'm very clear about this. Yes, that's true. Xiaohua already had some understanding of the hand of karma. Hearing Xianxia's words, many profound understandings suddenly became clear, and he said indifferently. Seeing Xiaohua's indifference, Xianxia's eyes flashed with astonishment. She rolled her eyes and said, but after thinking for a long time, I could only guess the result. I never thought it would be such a way to solve it. I also didn't expect brother-in-law to be Daoist Xiao. That's just a title the secular people of the three countries gave me. Seeing Xianxia mention Daoist Xiao so early, Xiaohua didn't hide it anymore. Other people might not know the weight of the three words Daoist Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "But because of the matter of Meng Mountain, I tried my best to send many people to Xiaoyu continent to look for people. As for the matter of Meng Mountain, I personally went there. But little sister is only Xianxia. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to find the spirit seed in Kuei Sea, and he wouldn't have been able to solve the disaster in Meng Mountains. However, Daoist Master Xiao dealt with it the moment he made a move." Xianxia sighs and says, "The situation in the Dawn Rain continent has changed greatly. Daoist Xiao is a person favored by the heavenly Dao. It's not that serious." Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and didn't really approve of it. "This Xiao obtained a large area of strange breed in QC. I didn't expect that it would actually be able to solve the disaster of Dawn Rain continent. Alas, that's right. Why is it spiritual master Xiao and not Xianxia?" Xianxia sighed. "That's the difference. Although little sister racked her brains to solve this problem, how could it compare to brother-in-law's random opportunity? This was the unfathomable heavenly Tao. This is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Perhaps." Xiao Huan naturally couldn't point out the strangeness of the situation, so he gave an ambiguous answer. But when he saw the helpless look in Xianxia's eyes, he chuckled and said, "Now that things have come to this, perhaps you can explain to me why you want to stop the battle between the soul cultivators and the swordsmen. Could it be that you're not a cultivator from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation?" "Yes, I'm not a cultivator from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation." Xianxia's eyes were slightly clear as she forced a smile and said, "If you insist on saying that I have a background, then I'm from the sword domain." "You're actually from the sword domain? But you don't have the slightest sword essence of a swordsman." Xiao Hua frowned. "Hee, brother-in-law, you're also a cultivator from the Dao sect. Why do you have sword essence all over your body? Little sister is from the sword domain, so why can't I have sword essence?" Xianxia smiled. "Nothing in this world is absolute. Even if you see the truth, that is also the truth that you want to see. It might not necessarily be the real truth. Before the mystery is revealed, all the truth that you see is nothing. Since you're from the sword domain, it's understandable that you want to stop this battle." Xiao Hua was somewhat confused, but what about those transformed swords, spirit swords and divine swords? They naturally have their uses. Xianxia smiled and said, "Their cultivation is indeed there, but do you think that they can stop this battle?" Thinking about the millions of Meng mountains that even the demon generals of the demon realm couldn't pass through, Xiao Hua knew that there must be extremely powerful existences inside. Divine swords, in fact, they might not even put this battle in their eyes. Perhaps they only have eyes for swords? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked. He looked at Xianxia with an inconceivable gaze and stammered, What about me?" Xianxia smiled. Her smile was like a little girl who was caught doing something bad. "Could it be you're the commander of the battle between the soul warriors and the swordsmen?" Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said, "Do I not look like it?" Xianxia puffed out her chest again. "That's not right." Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, and another thought flashed through his mind like thunder. "You're not only the commander of the battle between the swordsmen and soul warriors, you are also the commander of the battle between the Dao sword domain. Otherwise, how could you know that I have innate jellyfish and innate gold mother?" Hee, brother-in-law. You finally understand." Xianxia jumped up in midair and said with a smile, "You, the Dao sect cultivator who played with that Lu girl until she hovered between life and death, actually only understood now. If Lass Lu finds out about this, she's going to bang her head against the wall." "Played until she hovered between life and death?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Is there anyone who speaks like you?" Immediately, Xiao Hua looked into the distance, took a deep breath, and said, "My Dao sect cultivators have always felt that Lu Ruochang's plan was inconceivable, but I didn't expect that after Lu Ruochang, there would be someone like you who knows everything. To actually encounter an opponent like you, it would be strange if my Dao sect cultivators could win." "That might not be the case. Among your Dao sect cultivators, there are also many who are good at strategizing, so you might not lose this battle." Xianxia shook her head and said, "Of course, the battle between the gold core cultivators is already over. The result was both beyond my expectations and also within my expectations. As for the result of the battle between the nascent soul cultivators, I'm already powerless to divine, so I don't know what the result is." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. In terms of the battle between the gold core cultivators, what was unexpected was that your Dao sect cultivators actually only sent out intermediate gold core cultivators. There wasn't even a late gold core cultivator, and there wasn't even a single disciple who knew how to strategize, so how could they not lose? Xianxia explained, "But if that's really the case, the swordsmen of the sword domain will definitely be able to achieve a great victory, which is different from the Oi sword cultivators' tragic victory that I divined. That day, I already told that Lu girl that she should follow the will of the heavens and stop while she's ahead. She just had to have an extreme temper, and insisted on killing the cultivators one by one. Who would have thought that a nameless nascent soul cultivator like you would appear and wipe out her painstaking efforts, causing her to fall into a situation where she failed on the verge of success? This war." Xiaohua naturally knew what Xianxia was talking about, and also knew his role in this war. He sighed and turned to look in the direction of Mount Million Meng, saying, "The war actually originated from Mount Million Meng. Because the Soul Warriors wanted to leave Mount Million Meng to find a way out, they invaded Huan Country, and Huan Country couldn't win against the Soul Warriors, so they had no choice but to attack the 3 countries of cultivation. However, because they couldn't attract the attention of the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect for no reason, they used the matter of Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong as a reason to start the war. The cultivators of the Dao sect thought it was just an ordinary war, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the war went on, they gradually fell into your scheme. In fact, your goal was to occupy Lian Country before the soul cultivators invaded Huan Country. At the very beginning, you fainted at the cultivation families of Lian Country and Shi Country. Then, you captured the spirit veins, thinking that it was because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, you occupied the territory of Shi Country, making people think that you were from a cultivation family there. Then, you retreated in defeat, and most of your forces were sent to Lian Country. After 10 years of war, you finally took Lian Country's territory in your hands. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you really played everyone in the palm of your hand." Hee. Most of what brother-in-law said is right. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "However, the reason why Mount Million Meng invaded Sword Domain at the very beginning wasn't because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but because they were looking for a person. But later, because some of the Soul Warriors invaded Sword Domain, the Soul Warriors of the Wu village woke up and started to have designs on Sword Domain. If it was as you said, Sword Domain would have fallen into the hands of the Soul Warriors long ago. The swordsmen of Sword Domain wouldn't be able to calmly set up so many formations in front of cultivators." "Looking for someone? Looking for who?" Xiaohua was stunned. They weren't looking for someone in Mount Million Meng, but in Huan Country. Who knows? They were looking for someone called Zhang Xiaohua. Xianxia shrugged her shoulders in an extremely cute manner. At first, the Sword Domain's sword masters didn't know. Later, they were attacked by the Soul Warriors and became anxious, so they sent people to Mount Million Meng to inquire. Only then did they understand, brother-in-law? Hearing the name Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua's entire body quivered, and his mind buzzed. He didn't see Xianxia's extremely cute shrug at all. When Xianxia noticed that Xiaohua was in a daze, she hurriedly asked, "Could it be that brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua?" "I don't know her." Xiaohua woke up and shook his head slightly. "This name sounds very familiar, but it seems that this Xiao has never known her before." Hee, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, isn't Xiaohua the same as Xiaohua?" Xianxia pursed her lips and laughed. "Unfortunately, even if brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua, it's too late now. Soul Warriors need to survive now, not look for someone. Sai, in this war, do you know how many cultivators and swordsmen died?" Xiaohua looked at Xianxia, throwing the distracting thoughts in his mind to one side, and sighed. Chapter 28-26. "Oh, brother-in-law, don't tell this to me," Xianxia hurriedly says with a smile. "Although the great war of Dao and sword was planned by me, it was actually the idea of those swords. I only gave them advice because I couldn't refuse. Besides, I don't know any other cultivators apart from brother-in-law, big sister, and a few other cultivators. How many cultivators die has nothing to do with me." Maybe Xiaohua doesn't know whether he should blame Xianxia or not, so he says, "Maybe the danger of Million Meng Mountains has been solved, the soul cultivators have retreated, and the war between sword cultivators and cultivators is about to end. Hee, how could it be so simple? Brother-in-law." Xianxia shakes her head. "Brother-in-law, although the spirit seed is a method to eliminate the roots, it still takes time. During this period of time, the soul cultivators can't retreat, and the war can't end. Moreover, the soul cultivators are still fine. If they weren't forced, they wouldn't have left Million Meng Mountains. But the swords of the sword domain, their ambition isn't something you can imagine. How about this? Brother-in-law, because of the blood oath, I can't reveal too much to you. I just want to remind you that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and the safest place? It's also the most dangerous place." What do you mean?" Xiaohua is stunned. "I can only say this much. Whether or not brother-in-law can remember is not something I can control." Xianxia says slyly. "The most complete? The most dangerous?" Xiaohua mutters to himself. After a while, he suddenly shakes and exclaims, "Could it be? Brother-in-law, since you know, don't say any more." Xianxia hurriedly stops him. "Think about how you got the innate item, maybe you'll know more." Xianxia. Xiaohua sighs. "How can I say it? No one could have thought of it." "Brother-in-law is wrong." Xianxia shakes her head. "Someone must have thought of it. But they just had to guess that they would also set up there. But in the end, that's not right." Xianxia. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly realizes something. You shouldn't be from Huan country, right? You don't have any reason to tell me this, right?" Hee, brother-in-law is so charming. Little sister will change sides, all right?" Xianxia giggled. "If it weren't for the fact that big sister treated me so well, I would have snatched you away. No, this Xiao doesn't think that I'm that popular, so don't have any ideas about this Xiao." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. But Xianxia's expression was faint as he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you're wrong. I came to Sword Domain for you, and I acknowledged Kai Hongxia as my elder sister for you. You are the person I have been looking for in this lifetime. You are the most desirable person in my heart. I'm leaving." Xiaohua's heart jumped, lightning once again lingered around him. "You can leave. Don't wait for me to finish speaking. If you leave, I will chase after you." Xianxia's face was filled with hidden bitterness, as if he was really looking for Xiaohua in this life. "Great aunt, hurry up and say it." Xiaohua was really helpless. He was really afraid that Xianxia would stick to his side. "Xiaohua, don't misunderstand. I won't treat a man I've only known for a few years as my lover." Xianxia looked at Xiaohua and said solemnly, "And if I want to treat you as my lover, even if Kai Hongxia is by my side, I will definitely not pay attention to her. Because she can't compare to me at all." As she spoke, a 5-colored brilliance flashed around Xianxia's body. An indescribably beautiful, indescribably graceful, indescribably lovable woman appeared in the air. This woman's beauty could no longer be described with words, and it was a beauty that Xiaohua had never imagined. If it was said that she was a beauty that could topple the world, it would be normal. Xiaohua was stunned. He was truly stunned. This kind of beauty was something that no man could resist. An uncontrollable impulse was born from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. But at this moment, a brilliance flashed around Xianxia's body, and she returned to her original appearance. Then she pointed her hand, and a cold light seemed to be born from her finger, and pointed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Hiss! At this moment, Xiaohua came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua. At this moment, a slight blush appeared on Xianxia's face, and she said faintly, are the first man to see my true appearance." Xiaohua was also speechless. That kind of beauty was truly peerless. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it had already been engraved in Xiaohua's mind. When he heard Jiuxia's words, it clearly had other meanings, so how could he dare to casually reply? "You don't have to be afraid," Jiuxia said softly. "I won't pester you, and I don't need you to be my lover. I only need to find a position between acquaintances and lovers." "Ai, Jiuxia." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, not daring to let her continue, and said, "You also know my character. If you have anything that you need my help with, just say it. You doing this is really making things difficult for me." "Xiaohua," Jiuxia also smiled bitterly, "I naturally know your character, and I also believe in your character. However, what I want Xiaohua to do is really too difficult. I don't dare to believe in a person's character, don't dare to believe in the vicissitudes of life, and even more don't dare to believe in the passage of time. After 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, you can still remember me. I have no choice but to use this method. If Xiaohua is disgusted by my actions, then I can only allow Xiaohua to be disgusted." "What? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He knew that what Jiuxia said was an extremely difficult matter, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. She sent him to 100,000 years later, and actually wanted him to use 100,000 years to do it. "Xiaohua, don't be impatient." Jiuxia pursed her lips and smiled. Although her smile was still the same as before, how could this smile not make Xiaohua think of that indescribable beauty from before? Just as Xiaohua thought, "I'm not from Sword Region, and I'm also not from Dawn Rain Continent." Jiuxia stared at Xiaohua and said calmly, "I hid here, and when I came here, I already knew through divination that the person I'm looking for is here. However, this divination is also illusory, making it difficult for me to find any trace of him. But, because of the matter of million years in Meng Mountain, I knew about it, so I have to believe in the divination, and I don't necessarily have to believe it completely. Just now, I already sense that Xiaohua is the reason why I came to Dawn Rain Continent, and he's the person I'm looking for." What do you want me to do?" Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at himself, then shook his head and said, "Xiaohua, remember, you're definitely not an ordinary cultivator." Jiuxia smiled and said, "You're Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua might not be able to help me, but Daoist Xiao is definitely the person I'm looking for." "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Not to mention Xiaohua or Daoist Xiao, what do you want me to do?" "Hehe, Xiaohua, don't be impatient." Jiuxia smiled and said, "It's 100,000 years, and it's still a long time. I don't want you to make any promises, and I don't want you to have any burdens. Wait until you have the ability to help me, then I'll definitely come to find you. If you really can't help me, then I definitely won't blame you or anything." After saying this, Jiuxia clapped her hands and took out 2 odd-shaped jade pendants, saying, "Xiaohua, your current cultivation level is too low, so knowing too much is useless. It's better for you to cultivate first. I have 2 secret techniques from my clan. One is the divination technique that I've been talking about, and the other is a technique to strengthen the primordial spirit. Naturally, you won't be able to use this divination technique. Moreover, you must not look at it for the time being. However, this is a gift from me to you, to let you know that I'm not talking nonsense, but am extremely sincere. As for the second one, it's different from the primordial spirit strengthening technique of your Dawn Rain Continent. Although I can see that you have the strength of a nascent soul, you don't have the pressure of a nascent soul. If you fight with a nascent soul who has transformed into a sword, you'll be at an extreme disadvantage. This secret technique is precisely to help you make up for this deficiency. You can take them both." Xiaohua looked at the 2 jade pendants in front of him. He knew that the technique inside was mystical, but he also knew that if he took them, the matter that Jiuxia said would take 100,000 years to complete would truly be placed on his shoulders. "Take, or not?" Xiaohua hesitated slightly. However, when he raised his head to look at Jiuxia, he saw her slightly red face and clear eyes, as if she had a card up her sleeve. He couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, "Do you think I should take them or not?" "I've never used divination on my family," Xianxia said indifferently, "unless my family has met with a disaster." Not take? Not take? Xiaohua really couldn't make a decision. However, when he saw the smile on Xiaoxia's lips again, he suddenly understood and laughed loudly, saying, "The karma has already been planted, and I'm still hesitating here. It's really unwise." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the 2 jade pendants fell into his hand. "Good. Xiaohua is indeed a good person." Xiaoxia smiled. "I knew Xiaohua would take pity on me." "Hee, you're wrong," Xiaohua said with a smile. "You are indeed peerless in your generation, and there is no one else in this world who can compare to you. However, Xianxia is my Xianxia, and no one can replace her. Even you can't. Therefore, there has never been anything like comparing or not comparing. For your own plans, you can reveal your own beauty, and this beauty is already one of your methods. How can it compare to my Xia's pure beauty?" When Xiaoxia heard this, her face couldn't help but turn pale, and she seemed to have lost her soul. She almost didn't dare to believe it, saying, How is it possible? How can there be someone in this world who won't be charmed by my beautiful dreams? Didn't you say it already? There is nothing absolute in this world. Xiaohua smiled, then clapped his hands and took out a communication talisman. He wrote something inside and handed it to Xiaoxia, saying, "If you want me to help you, that's fine. Today, you have to help me first." "What is it?" Xiaoxia still hadn't recovered from her disappointment and couldn't help but ask. "Take this communication talisman to Qian Di Heng of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Sky Patrol City. I have something to tell him about the great battle," Xiaohua said without hiding anything. Chapter 28-27. How can this work? Xiaoxia asked in astonishment. "Whether I tell you or not is my business, but whether you go or not, it is your business." Xiaohua smiled. Lightning flickered around his body. This time he was really going to leave. His voice echoed in the air, "I will help you with the first thing. Oh right, there is also this." As he spoke, another storage pouch flew over from the distance. It landed in front of Xiaoxia. When Xiaohua flew far away, the despondent look on Xiaoxia's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a smile. "Daoist Xiao, oh Daoist Xiao. Haven't you heard of the phrase, strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Do you think I don't know that you are struggling? If you could really resist me, why would I make such a big sacrifice for you? I hope the biggest bet of my life won't be lost." However, when she received the storage pouch in front of her and opened it to take a look, an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on her face. Naturally, this storage pouch contained many improved rice seeds. Clearly, Xiaohua had asked Xiaoxia to bring the improved rice seeds to the secular people of Huan country. Well, since it is Daoist Zhao's order, I will naturally do it. However, there will be a lot of problems if we do that. Xiaoxia kept the storage bag and looked at the communication amulet in his hand. He smiled bitterly and put it away like it was a treasure. Then he turned into a streak of light and headed in the direction of Lian country. Xiaohua's body was wreathed in bolts of lightning as he sped into the Million Meng Mountains. Then he slowed down. By now, he knew that it wasn't impossible to use flight techniques within the Million Meng Mountains. Perhaps everything that happened just now was just a trick put up by Xiaoxia. His goal was to let them come into contact with the natives and soul cultivators of the Million Meng Mountains, instead of going straight to the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan. Thinking of Xiaoxia, Xiaohua felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He didn't have many feelings for Xiaoxia, but Xiaoxia's beauty was too soul-stirring. It could be said that it was carved into his bones. Xiaohua had never dreamed that there could be such beauty in this world. It seems that this kind of beauty can only be found innately and not in the mortal world. Xiaohua thought to himself. Moreover, Xiaoxia's serene expression and her words, "Only you have seen my true appearance," had always lingered in Xiaohua's heart. An indescribable joy was self-evident. For any man, these words and this beauty were extremely lethal spells. Sigh, women are born with the innate ability to kill men. What else could Xiaohua think? He could only find an excuse for himself. This Wuxia? Who exactly is he? Where did she come from? Xiaohua frowned. The thing that she wants this young master to do, what is it? Other than the Devil Realm, the only place that could be connected to the Dawn Rain continent was the Thousand Demon Realm. No matter how he looked at it, Wuxia couldn't possibly be someone from the Devil Realm. Could it be that she was also from the Demon Realm? Why did the people of the 10,000 Demon Realm gather at the Dawn Rain continent? Then bring me along too. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Of course. Maybe Wuxia knows this young master, so she chased after me from the Thousand Demon Realm. But seeing that my memories were all restored, she didn't make it clear and gave me a deadline of 100,000 years to recover my memories? But thinking of his memories, Xiaohua muttered, Zhang Xiaohua. Why does it sound so familiar? Who is looking for Zhang Xiaohua? When he returned to the Bai and stronghold, Xiao Mao and the rest were waiting in the air. Upon seeing Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia's face showed an inexplicable expression and smiled. Wuxia left? He still couldn't catch up in the end. Xiaohua's face burned for no reason. Although he had a clear conscience, he didn't know why Wuxia's beauty suddenly surged into his heart. Damn it, this girl is really harmful. Xiaohua scolded in his heart. But how could he dare to show any expression on his face? He hurriedly pretended to be angry and said anxiously, Of course I can catch up with her. But even if I catch up with her and ask her clearly, what can I do? She has concealed herself too deeply, and her cultivation far surpasses ours. Furthermore, her scheming mind is much more profound than ours. Senior brother, do you know who she is? Oh, who is Wuxia? Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia were indeed deceived by Xiaohua and asked. Sigh, you won't believe me even if I tell you. Xiaohua pretended to be mysterious. Why don't you guess first? Not a swordsman, not a soul warrior, she can only be a cultivator. Xiao Mao thought for a moment and said, Moreover, she has been with us for more than a year, and I don't see any bad intentions. Even if she is a little mysterious, she can't be considered a bad person. Maybe she is the daughter of a famous sect master of our Dao sect? Li Zongbao muttered. Or a direct disciple of a spirit-severing stage senior? Maybe she is the female head of a mysterious cultivation family. Fairy Hongxia made an even bolder guess. Sigh, it's all wrong. Xiaohua saw that he had successfully diverted everyone's attention and did not plan to keep it a secret anymore. He looked to his left and said, This Wuxia is the plan for the great Dao sword battle. Ah. As expected, the three of them were incomparably shocked. They clearly did not expect this. All the arrangements for the great Dao sword battle were made by her. Xiaohua explained that Lu Ru, she called her Lu Lass, she was the one who taught her. Li Zongbao muttered to himself for a moment and smiled bitterly. If it was really her arrangement, then my Dao sect disciple's defeat was not unjust. This Wuxia is really too smart. Nothing seems to be able to escape from her hands. Sigh, that's right. In front of her, I feel like I have nothing to hide. Fairy Hongxia also sighed, but then asked curiously, My dear Xiao, why did she tell you all this? Where is Elder Wu? Xiaohua glanced and asked. In Su Garden. Xiao Mao smiled. The seed has already been given to him. He is currently arranging for people to plant it in Su Garden. But don't worry, big brother. I have already told him that this is Daoist Zhao's immortal seed. It was I who personally requested it. Oh, all right. When Xiaohua heard this, he knew that Xiao Mao did not want to swallow his own merits, so he used Daoist Zhao's name. The so-called immortal seed was just like the rice of the cultivation world. Let's talk about it after we go to Su Garden, Xiaohua said. Xiao Mao brought everyone to Su Garden. At this time, Su Garden was bustling with noise and excitement. From the bottom of the hill, many natives were holding a small cloth bag in their hands. bending over and holding small bone objects similar to hoes to farm. When the vigilant spirit warriors saw Xiao Mao and the others, they respectfully stepped aside, as if they already knew something. Senior brother, Xiao Hua pointed at Elder Wu, who was instructing the natives on planting, and said in a low voice, "Actually, the reason is like this." Then, Xiao Hua explained everything in detail and finally said, "When I caught up with Jiuxia, she seemed to be afraid that I would leave this matter alone, so she told me the truth. In the end, she said that as long as my seed is effective, the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain will definitely withdraw their troops. Without the pressure of soul cultivators, Huan country will most likely withdraw their troops too. Of course, if Hua Sword does not withdraw their troops, she can't do anything. After all, she is only the one who planned it, not the one who instigated it. All the power is in the hands of Hua Sword. It's difficult." Li Zongbao obviously saw further than Xiao Hua, and sighed. Who would send back the territory of Lian country that was exchanged with the lives of swordsmen? Unless they are fools. At this point, Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua again and asked, "With your benevolent heart, I'm afraid you didn't ask about the sword cultivator's plan in the Battle of Hua Sword, right?" Xiao Hua blushed and said with a smile, "Jiuxia said that she made a blood oath and could not reveal it. However, she also said that the sword cultivator's goal is not Lian country, but a place that our Dao sect cultivators think is the safest." Almost in unison, Fairy Hong Xia, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao all cried out, Sky Patrol City?" "Yes, I also think it's Sky Patrol City." Xiao Hua nodded. Immortal Shuiyu is guarding Sky Patrol City, and the nascent soul cultivators in the meeting hall are there. In addition to the Sky Patrol City's great formation, it should be the safest place in this battle. "Oh no." Li Zongbao slapped his forehead and said, "We have indeed fallen into Jiuxia's trap. I heard from my master that because the swordsmen occupied Lian country, it was very inconvenient for the nascent soul cultivators to command the battle in Sky Patrol City, so they wanted to move the meeting hall to Lian country. This way, it's not good." "Yes," Xiao Hua nodded, and Jiuxia vaguely mentioned that, "Oh, of course, I guessed it." The sword cultivators of Huan country seem to want to use a sword formation to deal with Immortal Shuiyu. The sword formation should be related to innate gold qi and innate primordial water. "Jiuxia, oh Jiuxia." Li Zongbao only now realized and clapped his hands. So, at the beginning of the Battle of Sword Tao, she had already begun to plot. "Do you still remember the cultivator family that was first destroyed, the Zhao family of Emochin Cave? At that time, I had not yet come to Sky Patrol City. After I learned about it, I was puzzled until today. Emochin Cave seemed to have a strong innate earth qi, which should be related to the innate earth qi that the swordsmen were after. As for Foul Crow Mountain, I don't need to say more. Junior brother Xiao should know that it has something to do with innate gold qi and Yinyang Twin Spring Mountain." Xiao Hua said again, "It's the place where I saved Xiao Mao, and it has something to do with innate primordial water. As for the other places related to innate fire and innate wood, I still don't know. With these 5 innate items, they should be able to set up an extremely powerful sword formation, right? They also have the courage to deal with Immortal Shuiyu and Sky Patrol City's formation." Li Zongbao's eyes were wide open, as if he could really see the result of the battle. "Quick, let's go back to Sky Patrol City." Li Zongbao was a little anxious. "This matter is very important. We have to inform all the masters." Chapter 28. Hee, don't worry about that, senior brother. Xiao Hua said proudly, "How could I not know? I've already sent out the message." "But who is it?" Xiao Mao asked curiously. "If that person is unreliable, I'll ask the million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain to go." Hee, of course, it's Jiuxia. Fairy Hong Xia knew Xiao Hua best. She smiled. "My dear Xiao, if you smile, then Jiuxia will listen to you obediently." Hong Xia is right. Xiao Hua felt a little guilty, but he still smiled. "But this is not my charm. I only said that if she doesn't send the message, I won't care about the million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. I'll let the soul cultivators kill the swordsman. Her purpose here is to stop the war between the soul cultivators and the sword cultivators. When she heard this, she will naturally send the message to the disciples of Daoist sect. Big Brother is really amazing. Xiao Mao gave a thumbs up. With Jiao Xia's magnanimity, as long as she agrees, she will send the message faster and safer than us. Not bad, my dear Xiao is finally enlightened, Fairy Hong Xia said with a smile. Li Zongbao thought about it and knew that Jiao Xia's message was indeed much more convenient for them, so he didn't miss her too much. Master, the three of them talked for a long time. Finally, Elder Wu came to the left and bowed respectfully. Most of Daoist Zhao's immortal seeds have been sown, but we can't know the results in a short time. Also, there are too few immortal seeds, not enough to satisfy my humble buy and stronghold. If other shaman strongholds found them, I wouldn't be willing to give them out. Elder Wu spoke respectfully to Xiao Mao, but he couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled. Elder Wu, I still have a lot of millet seeds, but I can't give them to you for now. Take a look first. If they germinate, I'll give you more. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? All right. Elder Wu was helpless. He knew that these millet seeds were more important than the life of the million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua couldn't give them to him, so he nodded. Elder Wu. At this moment, G-Man's voice came from afar. His voice was filled with surprise. Moreover, G-Man's figure seemed to be very strong as he dashed over. He did not look like he was heavily injured yesterday. Greetings, my lord. When G-Man saw Xiao Mao, he hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, I've heard that Master has Daoist Zhao's immortal seed and can save the people of Meng Mountain. I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart. Hee G-Man, this matter has just begun. Whether or not we can't know yet. Let's wait and see. Xiao Mao nodded in agreement. G-Man looked past the crowd and saw the natives all over the mountains and plains. He knew that they were busy, so he smiled and said, Master is in my Bai Lu stockade, who cares how long it will take? When the millet sprouts, let all the people of the shaman village come to my Bai and village and kneel before our Lord. Well, G-Man's words reminded Xiao Mao that they did not come to Meng Mountains just to save soul warriors. They still had other things to do. Big Brother, let's go and rest first. Xiao Mao thought for a moment and said, There's no need for us here. Let's discuss what to do next. Alright. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia and nodded. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning of this day, the rising sun sprinkled its warm golden light onto the millet garden of Bai and village, and the millet sprouts were already showing. In the air, 2 green shaman feathers were flapping their wings. The one in front was the old green shaman feather that had intruded into the wooden house. On its back stood Xie Qi, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao. The one behind was naturally the younger one. On its back stood Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia. In front of the wooden house below the green shaman feather, the natives and soul warriors of Bai and village who had woken up early were all kneeling on the ground, respectfully sending off the descendant of great god Shi Bai, their future master. Watching the 2 soul beasts fly further and further away, old Wu climbed up from the ground. His eyes were still staring into the distance as he whispered to G-Man, Master is finally leaving. I hope that after a few months, when the millet sprouts have grown, Master will be able to return safely. He will. Since great god Shi Bai sent Master back, he will definitely be able to protect Master's safety. G-Man was very confident. Shi Bai in village. Perhaps Master has his own plans for leaving this place? Old Wu looked in another direction with some worry. Just as Old Wu predicted, after Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua discussed, Xiao Mao felt that if he stayed here and waited for the millet sprouts to grow, not only would it be useless, there would also be unpredictable dangers. While the millet sprouts were growing, Xiao Mao had enough time to accompany Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia to the ancestral hall of the Kai family. As for Xiao Hua, in order to leave enough millet seeds for the Bai and stronghold, he had no choice but to stay for 10 days. Just as they were about to leave, Elder Wu and G-Man urged them to stay. However, Xiao Mao knew that although his own matters were important, Fairy Hongxia's matters could not be delayed. He insisted on leaving, and the two had no choice but to let him go. Furthermore, they even had to send the spirit warriors in the stronghold to send them off. How could Xiao Mao let a soul warrior know where he was going? He refused to agree no matter what. But what old Wu said was reasonable. In the millions of Meng mountains, without a soul warrior leading the way, there was no way for Dao sect cultivators to survive. Furthermore, without a soul beast, Dao sect cultivators would not be able to fly far. Even if Xiao Hua and the others were resourceful, why wouldn't they use the convenient conditions? After thinking about it, Xiao Mao finally compromised. However, he only asked for a native to lead the way, not a soul warrior. As for this native, Xie Xiu was the best choice, and also the only choice. As for the soul beasts, the two Qing Wu feathers that were quite fated with Xiao Mao were naturally chosen by everyone. Needless to say, when Xie Xiu heard that he was going to serve the master who saved his life, tears fell from his eyes. He was extremely excited. As the smaller Qing Wu feather was going to be offered to Xiao Mao, it had already been separated from its soul warrior. Now, it flew away with the others without any difficulty. Therefore, the five of them took the token given by old Wu of Guanyin village and rode their soul beasts into the depths of the millions of Meng mountains. Li Zongbao's worry was normal, but if he wanted to cross the Huan country to return to the Shi country and find the Dao sect's meeting hall, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that he could not cross the battlefield between soul cultivators and sword cultivators. Even if he entered the Huan country, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down by sword cultivators. Although it seemed easy to enter the millions of Meng mountains from the Huan country, it was under the leadership of Jiu Xia who cleverly bypassed the battlefield of the Great Battle. They almost did not encounter any killing. Xiao Hua could pass through the Huan country and return to the Shi country, but he could only find the Sky Patrol City. As for the other places, he could not even think about it. This was an impossible task for Xiao Hua. But what about the Sky Patrol City? He could not enter, so how could he find the nascent soul masters in the meeting hall? Not to mention that the meeting hall had been moved out of the Sky Patrol City. As for where it went, perhaps only Xueyu Daoist would know. Could Xiao Hua ask Xueyu Daoist? That was absolutely impossible. But where on earth was the meeting hall? In the northern part of the Lian country, there was an undulating snowy mountain range. There was a peak protruding from the mountain range. It was covered in a light green color, like duckweed floating in the snow. On the peak of the mountain, there were continuous palaces. In the towering hall at the top of the mountain sat several Taoist cultivators of different ages. Ha! Arrogant laughter rang out from the hall, shaking the fine snow in the air into nothingness. The mountain was Duckweed Mountain, the ridge was Zihua Ridge, and the hall was Skyscraper Hall. The cultivator who laughed was Huozhishan, a nascent soul cultivator from the blazing Fire Mountain. Fellow Taoist Hua. A slightly old voice rang out. It was Taoist He Ping of the Utopia faction. You just fought a few swordsmen from the Huan country a few times. You don't have to be so happy, do you? Ha! Huozhishan still could not hold back his laughter. Taoist He Ping, don't you think the names Wang Liuxi and Zhang Sanpin from the Lujian sect are particularly pleasant to the ears? Hearing this, a slight smile flashed across Taoist He Ping's face. He said, these names are just a mark. It's nothing. Taoist He Ping, you don't know. Huopai Kong laughed. Big Brother fought with this Zhang Sanpin during the last Taoist sword war. Because he mocked his name, he was chased for thousands of miles by him. Today, the three of us besieged the Lujian sect's 2 first-grade swordsmen and the Shuoyang sword sect's 2nd-grade swordsman, Jiaojia. We defeated them one by one. It really boosted the morale of our Taoist sect. That's why Big Brother is so happy. Third brother. Huozhishan stopped laughing and glared at Huopai Kong. Is that what I think? Don't make wild guesses. Besides, how could the three of us say that it boosted the morale of our Taoist sect? That's something that needs to be praised by others. Ha, that's right. This old man was going to praise the three of you. The smiling Sun Yunzi from the Sunflower sect said, The three of you have become increasingly profound in your cultivation. You've already reached the threshold of the mid-nascent soul stage. After a few more battles with the Taoist sword war, I'm afraid you'll be able to step into that stage. Congratulations. That's right. Fellow Sun Yunzi is right. Taoist He Ping was also happy. We've been in a stalemate with the Huan Kingdom swordsmen for more than 2 years. We've tested each other countless times, but neither side has achieved much. Aside from a few old faces at the floating Duckweed Mountains defensive line, there are a few new faces. The cultivation of these first-grade swordsmen is not easy to figure out. Now, 3 fellow Daoists who besieged 3 sword transformation realm cultivators, one of whom was even a second-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. They forced them out of floating Duckweed Mountain and took back Tsuehua Ridge, which had fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Chapter 28-29. Hee, I'm even happier with the praise of spiritual master He Ping. Huozhishan grinned and laughed. According to the decision of the meeting hall, we attacked from the direction of floating Duckweed Mountain and forced the sword cultivators to retreat to Huan country. The other cultivators broke through from Pingmu Prefecture, Shilong Tomb, Green Lake, and Lumeng Sect. Now it seems that we are the ones who got the most credit. Sun Yunzi looked very happy. After all, he was one of the cultivators with the highest cultivation in the Taoist sect. Being able to lead many nascent soul and early-stage cultivators to take down floating Duckweed Mountain first was naturally a great honor for him. However, after everyone was happy, Sun Yunzi glanced at everyone in the main hall and asked a nascent soul early-stage cultivator with a smile, "By Kongzi, this battle is over. Although the Blazing Fire Mountain has made a contribution, your Su Yen school has also made a contribution in setting up the formation. This old man has noted it down. What should we do next? Should we continue to pursue? Or should we stabilize the front?" Bai Kongzi was a handsome young man. He was even a little short. However, when everyone was talking and laughing, he always kept a smile on his face. When he heard Sun Yunzi's question, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "My Su Yen school has the ability to plan, but all the attacks have to rely on your disciples. This credit belongs to everyone. My Su Yen school doesn't dare to monopolize it." He will sit. Sun Yunzi clapped his hands and said, "Our Taoist sect cultivators should be united and cooperate like this. We can't swarm like mosquitoes just because of a little credit." Bai Kongzi still had a smile on his face and said, "However, as for the next step, I don't dare to say blindly. Let's ask our disciples to come in and give us advice." That's right. Fire Void also slammed the table and shouted, "Quick, call that kid over. His provocation is really effective. I only mocked Wang Liushi in front of the battle, and the entire Lu Jian sect is angry. Even if Jiaojia doesn't want to go, she has to go. Otherwise, we may not be able to take down floating Duckweed Mountain." "Yes, I will call him over now." With that, Bai Kongzi whispered a few words to the disciple of Su Yen school next to him. That disciple's face was also flushed, and he walked out quickly as if he was extremely proud in front of the crowd of practitioners. A faint cold snort sounded from the corner. Sun Yunzi glanced over and unconsciously frowned. This voice belonged to none other than an early-stage nascent soul cultivator with an arrogant look on his face and a nose that was almost pointing to the sky. Not only did Sun Yunzi frown, but his eyes were also filled with disgust. He even wanted to reach out and pinch this cultivator's nose off and stuff the thing back into his mouth. Although this cultivator was only at the early nascent soul stage, his tone was extremely arrogant. Even Sun Yunzi, who was at the late nascent soul stage, didn't seem to care about him. If it weren't for the fact that they were both cultivators from the state of Shi, Sun Yunzi would have taught him a lesson. Wasn't this cultivator Quangtian of the Imperial Thunder sect? Sun Yunzi had long heard of this Quangtian. When Quangtian was still in Gantian Mountain, Sun Yunzi had heard of his domineering deeds of bullying the weak more than once. However, Sun Yunzi had never taken it seriously. After all, to him, Gantian was just a little kid. But now, this little kid was actually at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, even when he was talking to the late nascent soul stage sect leader of Xianxia sect, His attitude didn't seem to be very respectful. Of course, this disrespect was just Sun Yunzi's own thoughts. Huang Tian didn't directly do anything disrespectful to Sun Yunzi. In fact, when he spoke to Sun Yunzi, he was abnormally respectful. However, no matter how Sun Yunzi looked at Huang Tian, he didn't like him. Besides, Huang Tian was arrogant and didn't bully others for no reason. It was just that he didn't leave any leeway in his words and even fought with others during many discussions. However, at this time, the meeting hall had been divided into several parts. Before Sun Yunzi set off, he had already said that any nascent soul cultivator, no matter how high or low their cultivation, could express their own opinions. After all, it was good to gather ideas. Sun Yunzi originally thought that with his prestige, no one would talk nonsense about him. However, he really didn't expect to meet Huang Tian. No matter what, this guy would express his opinion, no matter whether it was right or wrong, no matter how big or small. For example, now, this cold snort was very inappropriate. Not to mention by Kongzi, even Sun Yunzi knew that Huang Tian was going to express his opinion again. What's so great about this? It's just a trick to provoke him. Huang Tian's slender eyes slightly raised, and he was extremely disdainful. Only a sword cultivator from the Huan country can be so petty. He actually got angry over such a small matter. In fact, when you think about it, his name has been ridiculed by many people since he was young. Last time, fellow Daoist had a fight with him. How can he avoid it this time? Fellow Daoist Huang Tian? Bai Kongzi glanced at Sun Yunzi's somewhat green face and said lightly, "In that case, why didn't you give any good suggestions that day?" Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi? Weren't you there that day? Huang Tian was stunned. I seem to have made no less than 3 suggestions that day, right? I remember. Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi quarreled with me. In the end, you didn't seem to accept my suggestions. I think that if you had used my strategy, the victory would have been more fruitful than now. Fine, fine. Bai Kongzi said contemptuously. Fellow Daoist Huang Tian's 2 tricks are really low level. They were seen through by the sword cultivator at a glance. Damn it, my tricks are low level, but your family's provocation is even worse. Huang Tian shouted, just calling someone's name a few times? Is it high level? Huang Tian. Sun Yunzi frowned and said, watch your words. Senior brother Sun Yunzi. Huang Tian immediately became obedient and hurriedly said respectfully, I just feel that the sword cultivator's obvious defeat under such a clumsy provocation is really strange. Therefore, I have no choice but to take the risk of making senior brother unhappy by saying it. Clumsy. Obvious. Strange. Every word was incompatible with the victory that Sun Yunzi and the others had said just now. Sun Yunzi was helpless. He waved his hand and squeezed out a smile, saying, say it. We're all brainstorming for the victory of the Dao sect. There's no harm in saying it. I always felt that the sword cultivator had other motives for retreating from the Duckweed Mountain so easily. Huang Tian said with a very serious face. Moreover, when I saw that Wang Lin got angry after hearing fellow Daoist Hua Pekong ridiculing his name, he couldn't help but fall into the trap and join forces with Zhang Sanpin and Jiao Jie to fight the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Who doesn't know that the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain are used to working together? Now that they've obtained an opportunity, they're about to step into the middle nascent soul stage. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there's another first-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, they may not be a match for the 3 elders. How could they be so brainless as to join forces? Huang Tian, Bai Kongzi sneered. So you're saying that the Jindan disciples, Foundation Establishment disciples, and even Qi refining disciples of my sect fought in vain? So many sword-nurturing, bright sword, and illusory sword disciples died in vain? If these disciples didn't fight to the death and they saw that the situation was irreversible, would they have proposed a bet? If it was as you said, do you think it would have such an effect? Could they have achieved such a result? I'm just raising an objection. Things that didn't happen, who knows? Everything is possible. Huang Tian shrugged his shoulders. Moreover, I feel that there's something fishy about their retreat. This might even be a diversion tactic that sword cultivators often use. Good. Bai Kongzi sneered. You're talking about diversion, right? Then which direction do you think the sword cultivators attacked? And which direction did the sword cultivators attack? Bai Kongzi. Kuang Tian's face also turned cold. I'm just guessing. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not a roundworm in the stomach of the sword cultivators. How can I know what they're thinking? If I knew, why would I still need your Jindan disciple? You obviously saw that my Su Yen school's new military exploits overshadowed your Imperial Thunder sect's limelight, so you were jealous. That's why you tried your best to erase the contributions of my Su Yen school and the other sects, and wanted to expand the contributions of your Imperial Thunder sect. Bai Kongzi was obviously a little anxious. But before Bai Kongzi could finish speaking, Reverend Miyu, who was next to Kuang Yin, coldly interrupted him. Bai Kongzi, you can eat pills indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense about this. My Imperial Thunder sect fought for 10 years in the Great War of Dao and Sword, and the military exploits we achieved were piled up with blood and flesh. No one can erase this. Although my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples achieved the most military exploits, and Junior Martial Brother Wu Ming saved more than 100,000 of my Dao sect's disciples, when did my Imperial Thunder sect ever mention this? The blood spilled by the various sects is not much less than that of my Imperial Thunder sect. When my Imperial Thunder sect mentions military exploits, it only talks about the other sects, and never flaunts itself. On the contrary, fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi seems to have mentioned this several times, right? Are you not satisfied with the fact that my Junior Martial Brother Wu Ming saved more than 100,000 disciples? That's right. The Imperial Thunder sect's brilliance in the Great War of Dao and Sword of Dao in the Jindan stage was really dazzling, and the military exploits they achieved were beyond the reach of the other sections. Although Kuang Tian never mentioned it, his words were always insinuating it, so how could the cultivators of the other sects not complain in their hearts? On the other hand, Su Yen School gradually emerged in the second stage of the Great War of Dao and Sword. Bai Kongzi vaguely wanted to compare himself with the Imperial Thunder sect, and occasionally mentioned it, but how could he mention it several times like Reverend Miyu? Bai Kongzi was also angry. When did this old man always mention it? On the contrary, isn't there something wrong with your Imperial Thunder sect's contribution? This Wu Ming, where is he? You have to let this old man see him, right? Let this old man see who the #1 hero of the Great War of Dao and Sword is. Right? Chapter 2830. Sun Yunzi saw that Bai Kongzi, who was originally reasonable, had lost his sense of propriety under the joint efforts of Spiritual Master Miyu and Spiritual Master Kuang Tian, and even spoke rudely. He wanted to cough a few times to remind him, but when he heard that Bai Kongzi's words were related to Nameless, he immediately stopped. Yes, John Doe of the thunder-controlling sect was really mysterious. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, he appeared for a brief moment and then disappeared without a trace. Until now, the thunder-controlling sect still hid John Doe and did not let anyone know who he was. How could this make Sun Yunzi feel at ease? Haha, this is an internal affair of the Imperial Thunder sect. Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi, you don't have to worry about it. Spiritual Master Miyu smiled proudly. You only need to know that it was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect who saved hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Dao sect and scared away the sword cultivators. Who knows if it was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect or not? I haven't even seen this Nameless until now. Bai Kongzi sneered, but he immediately regretted it after saying that. Sure enough, Spiritual Master Kuang Tian opened his mouth and laughed wildly, shaking the entire hall. Ha! Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi's words are really funny. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, which other sect's disciple knows the Thunder Escape technique? If he was a disciple of the Su Yen faction, how could he wear the battle robe of the Imperial Thunder sect? What right does he have to give all the credit to my Imperial Thunder sect? Cough, cough. Sun Yunzi seized the opportunity to cough and reminded, Kuang Tian, we're talking about your plan. Why is it related to Nameless? Why is it related to the Battle of the Sword Catacomb? That's all in the past. Why are you still talking about it? Moreover, no one can erase the contributions of the Imperial Thunder sect. You can't always remember the past. Instead, you should look ahead and see what the sword cultivators are planning to do now, and then make new contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect. How could spiritual master Kuang Tian have a plan? But he was very thoughtful, so after a slight thought, he smiled and said, Senior brother Sun Yunzi is right. I have no reason to lower myself to the same level as others. I should listen to senior brother's teachings and give more advice to the cultivators of the Dao sect. Junior brother Kuang Tian. After talking for so long, what are your thoughts? You should say them now. Other than Reverend He Ping of the Utopia faction of the Lian Kingdom, who had been laughing without saying anything, Reverend Yun Mingzi and Reverend Jing Yu of the Changbai faction of the Meng Kingdom were also laughing. Senior brother Jing Ru. Little brother really has some ideas. Seeing Daoist Jing Ru speak, Crazy Heaven smiled and said, however, this little brother's idea is still not mature. Senior brother Jing Ru, please speak first. Don't I boast that I only know some refining techniques, but I've always been lacking in strategizing. I won't embarrass myself. It's better to listen to the wise opinions of the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect and learn from them. Daoist Jing Su said faintly. Strange, why does Jing Ru have such a problem with my Imperial Thunder sect? Crazy Heaven was a little surprised. Although they are all cultivation sects of the Meng Kingdom, I've never heard of the Changbai faction and the Su Yan faction being close. However, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Crazy Heaven had to bite the bullet. Anyway, he usually talked nonsense, so he was not afraid to say more. I came to the Sky Patrol City. At this point, Crazy Heaven was delighted, as if he had thought of something. His speech became fluent and he said, I carefully checked the situation of the battle between the Golden Core and the Illusory Sword. Sure enough, hard work pays off. This old man saw a habit of the sword cultivators in the formation. Actually, I don't know if any of you have noticed, but when the sword cultivators killed Clear Cave, where were they? At the north of the Sky Patrol City? Reverend Jing Ru was slightly stunned and replied. Yes, but when my Dao sect disciples went to Clear Cave, where was the target of the sword cultivators? Crazy Heaven asked again. It seems to be at Quanjin Mountain? Reverend Jing Ru was a little uncertain. It was at Chicken Crow Mountain. Crazy Heaven corrected him. It was under the circumstances where we disciples were not paying attention that they launched a surprise attack on Chicken Crow Mountain. Yes, Reverend Jing Ru actually did not understand what Crazy Heaven was talking about and could only nod blankly. But when my Dao sect disciples went to Chicken Crow Mountain, Reverend Jing Ru, do you know where the sword cultivators went? Quanjin Mountain? Reverend Jing Ru probed again. Reverend Jing Ru, this Quanjin Mountain is quite famous, but before that, the sword cultivators harassed a few cultivation sects in the country of Xi. Of course, they only harassed and did not attack. What they really attacked were the strongholds of my Dao sect disciples. Crazy Heaven laughed. Crazy Heaven, if you have something to say, just say it. Sun Yunzi was a little impatient and reminded him. Yes, senior brother Sun Yunzi. Crazy Heaven had always been respectful to Sun Yunzi. What I want to say is that the sword cultivators, who have never had any long-term strategies, suddenly grew up after this battle and actually tried to scheme against my Dao sect. However, this scheme is really short-sighted. It's just a diversion tactic. Tisk, without waiting for Crazy Heaven to finish speaking, Bai Kongzi sneered and said, Reverend Crazy Heaven seems to have said this more than once today. Who do you think doesn't know? I thought you didn't know, that's why I mentioned it again and again. Crazy Heaven said with a serious face, well, senior brother Sun Yunzi said it, so I said it clearly. Reverend Jade Sky, please don't interrupt me. Bai Kongzi was speechless. Say it. Sun Yunzi really wanted to beat the two of them up. Let me tell you, senior brother Xuanyun. I've noticed that when sword cultivators really attack a place, they always like to make a feint. They first attack another place, then attack the real target. And this real target is actually not what they want to attack. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood, a mixture of truth and falsehood. They only reveal their ferocity at the last moment. Wasn't this large territory of the Lian country finally seized after many false and real attacks? Even the extremely powerful four directions sword formation of the sword tomb was only a feint in the end. Junior brother Wu Ming of the Imperial Thunder Sect had no choice but to let Lu Ruochang and the others go. After all, killing them at that time wouldn't have helped at all. Then, what about now? What does it have to do with us taking back the floating duckweed mountain? Daoist Jing Si said with interest. At this moment, the disciple of the Su Yen school who went out to send the message returned. Behind him was an intermediate gold core stage disciple. Who else could it be other than Zhu Qinghe? When Zhu Qinghe entered the hall, he was about to bow and salute, but Sun Yunzi and the others were looking at Kuang Tian. He hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly to everyone and walked to Bai Kongzi's side. Bai Kongzi looked at him and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Kuang Tian. Zhu Qinghe didn't dare to be negligent. After saluting respectfully, he stood behind Bai Kongzi, raised his head, and quietly listened to Daoist Crazy Heaven. Daoist Crazy Heaven naturally saw Zhu Qinghe come in, but he was disdainful. When he heard Daoist Jing Si's question, he asked curiously, "Senior brother Jing Si, I have been talking for so long. Don't you understand?" "I understand. Who doesn't know that it's a feint?" Daoist Jing Si smiled faintly. "This old man is not a 3-year-old child. How can I not understand? But the problem is, what kind of feint did the sword cultivator make in the floating duckweed mountain to do? Senior brother Jing Si, think about it. We are now in the Lian country. If the sword cultivator made a feint, he would definitely be in the Shi country, right? The Shi country is where our Dao sect's disciples are weaker. Wouldn't we fall into their trap?" Daoist Crazy Heaven gave a rare explanation. "Haven't you thought about it? Would the sword cultivator make a feint in the Lian country and directly kill his way to the Sky Patrol City? What if he chased Daoist Master Shuiyu away from the Sky Patrol City?" "Sky Patrol City?" Daoist Jing Si was stunned. "You said the sword cultivator wants to attack the Sky Patrol City? You're not joking, are you?" "Yes. This is the plan I have been thinking about for a long time." Daoist Crazy Heaven raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "The sword cultivator made such a big move in the Lian country. Isn't it to hide their intentions? Aren't they going to attack the Sky Patrol City? It's such a simple and obvious thing. Senior brother Jing Si, how can you not see it? In my opinion, senior brother should read more records of the war and experience the art of war." "Ha!" Daoist Jing Si laughed and pointed his finger. Crazy Heaven, this old man just wanted to see what you were going to say. I wanted to see how you were going to spout nonsense." But this old man really didn't expect that you would drag the Sky Patrol City into this. You didn't think about it. The Sky Patrol City is one of the top 10 cities in the Shi country. Over the years, there have been countless Dao sword wars. When has the sword cultivator ever plotted against the Sky Patrol City? So many sword cultivators in the past didn't dare to do it. Do the sword cultivators of today dare to do it? Do you think the sword cultivators of today are all muddle-headed and want to touch the walls of the Sky Patrol City? That's strange. Daoist Crazy Heaven sneered. Senior brother Jing Si, I've analyzed the situation of the war with the other senior brothers. You're saying that I'm wrong based on the fact that I didn't do it before. This doesn't seem appropriate. I just feel that the Sky Patrol City is very dangerous. It's because sword cultivators have always liked to use the diversion tactic. Tell me, what's your reason? What's your reason for saying that the Sky Patrol City is not dangerous? This old man has already said it. This old man only knows how to refine weapons and strategize. I'm not good at war. It's better for Marshal Nephew Zhu and the others to worry about such things. Daoist Jing Si pursed his lips and did not argue with Daoist Crazy Heaven. He turned to Zhu Qinghe and said, Marshal Nephew Zhu, come and explain it to your Marshal Uncle Crazy Heaven in detail. Zhu Qinghe bowed slightly and looked at Sun Yunzi and the others. He only smiled and did not speak. Chapter 2831. Sun Yunzi was very satisfied with Zhu Qinghe's respect. He nodded and said, "Nephew Zhu, you're our think tank. Since the beginning of the war, you've been giving advice. Tell me, is your martial uncle Quangtian right?" Zhu Qinghe took a step forward, bowed and said, "Martial uncles and martial uncles, Martial Uncle Quangtian's worries are indeed reasonable. Moreover, we have already carefully analyzed and discussed this matter when we were at the battlefield." How is it? I've already said that I didn't waste my efforts to analyze the war situation for several days. Quangtian was overjoyed and shouted unceremoniously, "I'm much better than those people who sit in their positions without doing any work." Quangtian's sitting in their positions without doing any work offended many people. Not only by Kongzi, who had some conflict with him before, but even Immortal Jingxi and the others were a little unhappy. Unfortunately, Quangtian was looking at the sky and didn't look at them at all. His face was full of pride, and he didn't seem to care at all. "It's just that." Zhu Qinghe changed the topic and said with a smile, "After thinking about it, although we can't rule out the possibility of an attack on the Sky Patrol City, it's not realistic to say that the Sky Patrol City is the purpose of this war." But Immortal Quangtian raised his eyebrows and asked impatiently. Looking at Sun Yunzi and the others, they smiled. The people Zhu Qinghe mentioned were 4 gold core stage cultivators. In addition to Zhu Qinghe himself, there was Pan Dongmin, a middle stage gold core stage cultivator from the Blue Li sect of the Shi country, Gu Yun, a late stage gold core stage cultivator from the Kunlun sect of the Lian country, and another gold core stage disciple from the Nanming sect of the Lian country. However, this disciple was only at the early stage of the gold core stage, and her name was Jiang Fian. Although these 4 people came from the 3 countries of cultivation and were from different sects, they had the same experience. They either participated in the last Taoist sword war, or participated in the Taoist demon war, or were good at planning in their sections. These 4 people were the think tanks of the Taoist sect cultivators in the Sword Tao War. All the initial plans in the Taoist Sword War were discussed by these 4 people, and then they were sent to the nascent Soul Stage Master for discussion in the conference hall. The conference hall would issue instructions. Since Zhu Qinghe mentioned the matter about the Sky Patrol City and the 4 people had had a discussion, Sun Yunzi naturally knew that they had a plan, and was pleased. Martial Uncle Quangtian and uncles, Zhu Qinghe was still very respectful. "Before I came to the Sky Patrol City, I also read all the war's reports, and I also found the sword cultivators often misused the diversion tactic S's. When I learned that the sword often misused the diversion tactic often used a diversion tactics S's. When I heard If it was before the disappearance of the sword tomb, I would agree with Uncle Master Quangtian's worries. The Sky Patrol City is really important. Once a sword cultivator occupies a Sky Patrol City, they control the entire situation from the Sky Patrol City to the Sword Tomb. The Sky Patrol City is like a sharp sword that pierces into the territory of our Dao sect cultivators. But now, the Sword Tomb's disappearance. Compared to before, the Huan countries, through the Sword Tombs, the Shi countries. Instead of attacking the Sky Patrol City, the sword cultivators might as well occupy the Lian country's territory. The Lian countries is bigger than the Sky Patrol cities, right? Oh! Immortal Quangtian raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "If the sword tombs hadn't disappeared, the Sky Patrol cities would have been the sword cultivators' place. Even a wise man can make mistakes, and I've neglected the sword tombs matter." Bai Kongzi sneered and looked at Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe was not surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "Martial Uncle Quangtian is right. Maybe the sword cultivators originally wanted to occupy the Sky Patrol City, but their plan could not keep up with the changes. The sword tombs disappeared, so they had no choice but to change their target again." That's right. These bastard sword cultivators are very cunning now. Immortal Quangtian laughed. However, before Immortal Quangtian could finish laughing, Zhu Qinghe changed the topic and said, "However, this is just a possibility. I've inferred from several aspects that the Sky Patrol cities can't be the sword cultivators' target. Is that so? Immortal Quangtian's face instantly turned cold. He looked at Bai Kongzi, who was beside him, and said faintly, "Tell me, why can't the Sky Patrol cities target?" Firstly, the Sky Patrol cities is one of the top 10 cities in the Shi country. The Sky Patrol city's city lord has been in charge of the Sky Patrol city for hundreds of thousands of years. Its foundation is not inferior to any cultivation sects. After so many years of repair and reinforcement, the Snow and Ice Waves Great Formation's Ice Waves formation not only did not fail due to the loss of the formation, but it's even stronger. Therefore, although Immortal Shuiyu's cultivation is only at the early nascent soul stage, he relies on the Sky Patrol city's strength is comparable to the middle nascent soul stage. Any transformation swordsman, even a third-grade transformation swordsman, can't gain any advantage when attacking the Sky Patrol city. Moreover, those transformation swordsmen are in danger of dying. Would a sword cultivator take the risk to attack such a dangerous place that doesn't have much strategic value? Secondly, without waiting for Immortal Quangtian to speak, Zhu Qinghe continued, "I'm afraid Immortal Quangtian has forgotten about the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol city. As long as there's a teleportation formation, Immortal Shuiyu and the disciples of the Sky Patrol city can freely enter and exit the Sky Patrol city and surprise the sword cultivators around the Sky Patrol city. Or, they can send the Sky Patrol city's battle report to the nascent soul stage masters at any time. Do you think the Sky Patrol city can be easily defeated? Is there a third point?" Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "The teleportation formation is nothing, but the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol city and Immortal Shuiyu are very difficult to deal with. I think it's very troublesome, let alone transformation swordsmen." The third point, Zhu Qinghe said with some embarrassment, "Compared to the teleportation formation, it's not worth mentioning." "Say it, I'm listening." Immortal Quangtian said coldly. "Yes." Zhu Qinghe pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Actually, I think that if the sword cultivators really set their target on the Sky Patrol city, they should have besieged the city at the beginning of the battle. They didn't have to wait until now. At that time, it was still a battle between the Golden Core disciples and the Illusory Sword disciples. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators surrounded the Sky Patrol city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Immortal Shuiyu might not be able to make a move. If he were to make a move, transformation swordsmen would naturally make a move. Why go through so much trouble?" "Ah, not bad, not bad." Sun Yunzi clapped his hands and said, "Nephew Zhu is right. I'm suddenly enlightened. No wonder the sword cultivators framed Nephew Zhu back then, but your Azure Sky sect master defended it. He said that it must be the sword cultivators' plan to sow discord. If our Dao sect really did something to Nephew Zhu back then, how could there be such a far-sighted person to assist us nascent soul stage cultivators today? It's all Immortal Quangtian's praise. I don't dare to accept it. I've spent a lot of my mind on this, and I'm really not good at cultivation." Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. Cultivation is nothing. You're a middle golden core stage cultivator, and you're comparable to several nascent soul stage cultivators. After this battle, the four of you will all have battle merits. Not only will your respective sects reward you, the entire Dao sect will also give you some benefits for your cultivation. However, it's just pregnancy, so it's nothing." Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. "Thank you, Immortal Quangtian. I'll definitely come up with a plan for our Dao sect and exhaust my mind. I'll learn from Immortal Quangtian and other seniors." Zhu Qinghe bowed to express his gratitude. Immortal Quangtian pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but Zhu Qinghe's analysis was really comprehensive. All the assumptions were reasonable, and it was indeed the result of Zhu Qinghe and the others' long discussion. It was almost impeccable. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the hall again, and the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Then, at the entrance of the hall, another heavenly maniac appeared. However, everyone just raised their heads slightly, glanced at him, and ignored him. This heavenly maniac, was naturally Qian Diheng of the Imperial Thunder sect. Not only did Qian Diheng look similar to Heavenly Maniac, but his behavior was also extremely similar. At this time in the skyscraping hall, there were only nascent soul stage cultivators, and only Zhu Qinghe was a golden core stage cultivator. Moreover, this golden core stage cultivator was sent in by Kongzi. However, Qian Diheng was now only a middle foundation establishment stage disciple, but he swaggered in and out of the skyscraping hall as if he was not restricted at all. Moreover, looking at the several late foundation establishment stage disciples guarding the entrance, they actually nodded slightly when they saw Qian Diheng, which was rare, and did not stop him. They seemed to be very familiar with Qian Diheng. After Qian Diheng entered the skyscraping hall, he immediately restrained himself like Zhu Qinghe. He walked quickly to Sun Yunzi and the others, bowed and said, "Junior Qian Diheng greets the ancestors." "Well, get up." Sun Yunzi's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience as he said lightly. Heavenly Maniac said with a smile, "You have worked hard in the fierce battle just now. Why don't you take a rest later? You are only a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although you have the spirit of sacrificing yourself for our Dao sect, your body is also important." Tisk, Bai Kongzi was naturally not as arrogant as Heavenly Maniac, but he still snorted coldly. Yes, Qian Diheng had not spoken yet, but Heavenly Maniac had already praised him so much, as if the whole Dao sect had to take Qian Diheng as a role model. However, Qian Diheng was only a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. How much strength could he have? How much strength could he contribute to the Dao sect? "I will let you know, ancestor." Qian Diheng said with a smile, "Boy's cultivation is not high, but boy has the world in his heart. He will definitely do his best to defeat the sword cultivators of our Dao sect and drive those trashy sword cultivators out of the Lian country." "Good." Heavenly Maniac clapped his hands and said, "Our Dao sect's cultivators are all as heroic as you. Why should we worry about not accomplishing great things?" Chapter 28-32. Sun Yunzi felt a headache coming on. He missed the time when he was with Chen Lazy. He really couldn't figure out when the thunder-controlling sect, which had always considered itself a big sect, had so many thick-skinned disciples. However, this boy came here today because he has extremely important news to report to Ancestor. Qian Diheng changed the topic and said proudly, "This news is extremely important to our sect. It can be said that it has an immeasurable effect on the war situation." "Ah? Is that so?" Master Guangzi was overjoyed. His face, which had just been slapped, was now glowing. He hurriedly shouted, say it, ha ancestor, ancestor." Qian Diheng said with a smile, "Sword cultivators have worked so hard to attack the territory of the country of Xi and the country of Lian. They even controlled several cultivation sects and families in the country of Lian and occupied many territories of our sect. Ancestor, do you know the true purpose of sword cultivators? Also, why are they in such a hurry to start this war of swords?" Hearing this, Zhu Qinghe was slightly stunned and turned to look at Bai Kongzi. Bai Kongzi's face was also somewhat unsightly. Instead, Immortal Jing Ru looked at Sun Yunzi and the others and said with a smile, "Qian Diheng, you seem to have said it too late. If you had come earlier, you would have known that after our discussion, we have confirmed it. The purpose of sword cultivators' war this time is Sentry City." "Ah?" Qian Diheng was stunned and stammered. "How did you know?" "Ha ha ha." Sun Yunzi, Bai Kongzi and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Immortal He Ping, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Zhu Qinghe didn't laugh, it was obvious that he couldn't help laughing. Immortal Guangtian didn't laugh, but coldly glanced at the crowd. Immortal Miyu's face was a little red, and she stared hard at Qian Diheng. "Of course we know." Immortal Jing Ru added fuel to the fire. "Sword cultivators are obviously creating a diversion. Which cultivator doesn't know?" "You also received Xiaohua's." "Oh no, it's the first task force of the conference hall's message?" Qian Diheng was stunned at first, but when he looked at Immortal He Ping, he immediately realized it. What? Xiaohua? The first special task force of the meeting hall? When Crazy Heaven heard this, his eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly asked, Quickly take out the message. Old ancestor, don't you already have one? Qian Diheng asked in a daze. Don't listen to their nonsense. Crazy Heaven said coldly, only Xiaohua of my Imperial Thunder sect can deliver such important news. Then he glanced at Zhenren He Ping and added, only the first task force in the conference hall can send it here. Immortal He Ping's face lit up and his eyes fell on Qian Diheng. As for Daoist calm consideration and Zhu Qing, the joy in their eyes was even stronger than the others. Yes, although Qian Diheng was somewhat confused, he still hurriedly took out the message talisman that Xiaohua asked Jiuxia to send over and respectfully handed it over to Daoist Quangtian. Crazy Heaven took the message talisman, but he didn't check it. Instead, he turned around and handed it to Reverend Miyu, saying, Senior brother, this is a message from my Imperial Thunder sect's disciple who risked his life to send. Please make a decision. Reverend Miyu nodded slightly, took the message talisman, and checked it with her divine sense. Her face lit up with joy, and she handed the message talisman to Sun Yunzi, saying with a smile, Senior brother Sun Yunzi, this is a message from my Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua. It's the most secretive news of this sword battle. Of course, although Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, he's also a member of the first special task force of the meeting hall. His message is naturally a message from the first special task force. Hearing this, Reverend He Ping nodded slightly and asked, Where did Zongbao and the others go? I heard from Hangyu that they seem to want to make a new contribution, so they went to the sword tomb. All right, Senior brother He Ping, you know. Reverend Miyu smiled. Although the message talisman didn't mention Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and the others, since Xiaohua went to Mount Meng and discovered the secret of sword cultivators, then Li Zongbao and the others must be there. What? Mount Meng? Reverend Jingyu was stunned, and even Zhu Qinghe was a little dumbfounded. However, it was only for a moment, and Zhu Qinghe's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Sun Yunzi took the message talisman and looked at it. His face revealed a look of astonishment, but then he was a little puzzled. He looked at everyone and said, Martial nephew Zhu, take a look first. As for the other junior brothers, listen to Qian Diheng's report. Yes, this disciple understands. Zhu Qinghe looked at the message talisman flying toward him and reached out to catch it. However, he was not in a hurry to read it. Instead, he looked at the message talisman over and over again, frowning and pondering for a moment. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into it. Just as Zhu Qinghe was reading it, Qian Diheng respectfully told him everything that Xiaohua knew. In the end, he said, Honorable Masters, Xiaohua is only a disciple around the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation base is even lower than mine, but he was willing to take a great risk and break through the sword tomb. He even crossed the Huan country and went deep into the mysterious Mount Meng to find out such hidden information. This kind of contribution, even my honorable master Wu Ming of the Imperial Thunder sect can't compare. This disciple is not talented, but I must ask for a reward for junior brother Xiao. That's right. Xiaohua's talent can be seen by heaven and earth. Xiaohua's heart shines like the sun and moon. My Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua, a foundation establishment disciple, is comparable to a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Quang Tian was also overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, This old man admits that, not to mention the past, even now, I don't have this kind of courage and this kind of wit. Hearing this, Reverend Miyu smiled. Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if Quang Tian said that he was not as good as Xiaohua, he wouldn't care. However, Quang Tian directly used Sun Yunzi's words and said that dozens of nascent soul cultivators were not as good as Xiaohua. Sun Yunzi, Reverend He Ping, and the others were naturally included in the list. Reverend He Ping was considered cultured, but Sun Yunzi was already unhappy. Quang Tian. Sun Yunzi said lightly, Although the first task force led by Li Zongbao is praiseworthy, not only did they kill sword cultivator Qin Jian in the first stage of the battle, but they also saved the disciples of other sects many times. However, in the second stage of the battle, we didn't agree to let them go deep into the Huan country. They are just foundation establishment disciples. How could they have the strength to enter and exit the sword tomb? To put it nicely, they are lone heroes. To put it bluntly, they are people who like to achieve great things. Fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, Reverend He Ping said lightly, although the disciples don't have the strength, it is already very good that they have such a heroic heart. Hee, junior brother He Ping, Sun Yunzi said with a smile, I don't mean to blame them. I just think they're too arrogant. Alas, forget it. I won't say anything more. Let's listen to junior nephew Zhu's opinion first. At this time, Zhu Qinghe had already read Xiao Hua's messaging charm. He bowed and handed it to Kuang Tian. He stood there with a smile, quietly listening to Sun Yunzi and the others. Seeing that Sun Yunzi asked him, he bowed and said, I have already read the messaging charm. Martial uncles and martial uncles already know what is inside. I just want to ask martial nephew Qian a few questions. Of course, ask quickly. Reverend Kuang Tian's divine sense entered the messaging charm and carefully checked it, but he said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhu, please ask. Qian Diheng bowed and replied, This messaging charm. How did you receive it? Which sect's disciple sent it? Or did you directly fly in from outside Suihua mountain range? Zhu Qinghe asked. Naturally. Qian Diheng said curiously, but before he could finish, his face changed greatly. Yes, when he received the messaging charm and saw that it was from Xiaohua, he was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, when he looked at the news inside, he was even more shocked. He didn't think carefully and hurriedly ran to report it. Now that Zhu Qinghe asked, he understood. If Xiaohua came back by himself, then he must have come back by himself. Why would he send a messaging charm? But if Xiaohua didn't come back by himself, then who sent it? If it was a Dao sect disciple, how did they come back from Huan country? Why didn't they meet Qian Diheng? One had to know that the message in the message talisman was too important. But since it wasn't him, then, who sent it? Qian Diheng regretted his recklessness. If he could wait half a day and wait for Reverend Kuang Tian and Reverend Miyu to return, wouldn't it be better for him to report alone? However, the expression on Qian Diheng's face changed slightly and he immediately said with a smile, Naturally, it was a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect who sent it. Then, Qian Diheng looked at Reverend Kuang Tian and said, Old ancestor, that disciple called Quan Jin received a messaging charm from another disciple near the sword tomb and didn't dare to neglect it. He hurriedly sent it to the front. Oh yes, this Quan Jin is very useful. Reverend Kuang Tian nodded slightly. If he is still in Suihua mountain range, this old man will reward him heavily in a while. Quan Jin has already returned to the sword tomb. There are still many reports to be analyzed and transmitted. How can he stay here for long? Qian Diheng replied without leaving a trace. The Imperial Thunder Sect's transmission is so good, this Zhu really admires it. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, then said to Sun Yunzi, since this messaging charm didn't fly in from outside, but was sent by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect through his own channels, then this messaging charm should belong to martial nephew Xiaohua without a doubt. This messaging charm originally belonged to Xiaohua. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes at Zhu Qinghe, as if he didn't treat him as a golden core martial uncle. Since we can rule out this messaging charm from a sword cultivator, I would like to ask martial nephew Qian, is there only Xiaohua's messaging charm? Why is there no messaging charm for Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, or Kai Hongxia? If your Imperial Thunder Sect's communication channels are so good, shouldn't their messaging charms also be sent? Chapter 28-33. They naturally have their own channels. Why use my Imperial Thunder Sects? Qian Diheng didn't back down and replied, Uncle Master He Ping, can the Utopia faction send the message talisman from millions of Meng mountains? Zhu Qinghe turned and asked Reverend He Ping. The immortal He Ping shook his head slightly. The Utopia faction is not as far-sighted as the Imperial Thunder faction. We don't have such a plan. Well, since the Utopia faction doesn't have it, then Li Zongbao's message charm should be sent here with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction, right? Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, even if Martial Nephew Li Zongbao doesn't want to write a messaging talisman, shouldn't Martial Nephew Li Zongbao's messaging talisman have left a message? They should have even mentioned Martial Nephew Li Zongbao, right? But why did Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Kai Hongxian not mention a single word in this message talisman? How would I know? Qian Diheng said unhappily, I didn't write this messaging talisman. Then Martial Nephew Qian, I'll ask you another question. Zhu Qinghe didn't force him and asked again. Do you think that Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, Kai Hongxia, and Xiao Hua, these 4 Foundation establishment disciples, can easily break through the Sword Cultivator's blockade? Would they be able to safely pass through the encirclement of the Huan Kingdom swordsmen? Would they be able to avoid the battle between the Soul Cultivators and the Sword Cultivators? To be able to easily explain the situation of the battle between the Soul Cultivators and the Sword Cultivators, and to find out the source of the battle? Putting aside everything else, do you think Xiao Hua and the others can understand the uncivilized language of millions of Meng Mountains? This, Qian Diheng stuttered, how would I know? Left and right, Xiao Hua and the others have already rushed past the Sword Catacomb, passed through the Huan Kingdom, and arrived at Mount Meng. Martial Nephew Qian, how could you not know? Your sect's disciple was able to send the messaging talisman all the way from Huan State to the Sword Tomb, and then through the Sword Tomb to the Chui Hua mountain range. How could you not know how Xiao Hua got there? That's right, when Xiao Hua and the others went, I hadn't come yet. How do I know how they passed through the Sword Tomb with my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples? Qian Diheng's words were somewhat unreasonable. Martial Nephew Qian, if this message talisman was sent by your sect's martial Uncle Wu, then it would be quite valuable. Zhu Qinghe shook his head slightly and said earnestly, but it just so happened that it was sent by a middle-stage Foundation establishment disciple. This message talisman has no value at all. If you really want to give it a price, then it's beneficial to the Sword Cultivators. It's the Sword Cultivators' plan to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, their plan to lure the enemy. As a matter of fact, even without Zhu Qinghe saying the last sentence, Sun Yunzi and the others had already come to a conclusion. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Hua, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple, was unlikely to be able to pass through the Sword Tomb and find out the secret that even nascent soul cultivators could not find out, Qian Diheng could not explain how the communication talisman was sent back from the millions of Meng Mountains, and none of them could believe it. How is this possible? Qian Diheng retorted. If it was a sword cultivator's scheme, how could it have so many flaws? They can do as they please. What flaw? Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, I never said there was a flaw. I'm only saying that if it has any value, then it's a sword cultivator's trick. Or, do you also think that this communication talisman is a sword cultivator's trap? Although Qian Diheng was arrogant and witty, he was still speechless in front of people like Zhu Qinghe. He opened his mouth, but there was no way he could refute. Of course, if you can answer my questions just now, I'd rather believe that this communication talisman was sent by the real Xiao Hua. This is Xiao Hua's communication talisman. Kuang Tianren sneered. Actually, Zhu Qinghe pondered for a while, then said calmly, I know that all the martial uncles and martial uncles are still a little skeptical about this matter. And you all value Xiao Hua's communication talisman very much. How about this, I won't hide it anymore, and I'll reveal it to all the seniors. Even if this message talisman is real, this message is useless. Everything has already been taken into consideration when the juniors were discussing. In other words, I really hope that this news is true, and that the sword cultivator's target is Sky Patrol City, and not anywhere else. Oh? You've said it all. Just now, I said that Sky Patrol City is the sword cultivator's target, and you said that it's absolutely not. Now that Xiao Hua's communication talisman is here, you're saying that this is all within your calculations? Kwang Tianren exclaimed exaggeratedly. It's like this, Marshal Uncle Kwang Tian. Zhu Qinghe said faintly, when we withdrew from Sky Patrol City, we went to the city governor's mansion to see Marshal Uncle Shuiyu and explain the matter clearly to him. If the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City, he would immediately use the transmission formation and send a disciple of the late-stage Gold Core realm to send a message. He just needs to hold on for a while, and the disciples of our True Path sect will come back to help. While? Kwang Tianren sneered, can you return to Sky Patrol City in a while? Marshal Uncle Kwang Tianren, this is just 1,000 miles away from Sky Patrol City. There are a few martial uncles. Zhu Qinghe smiled and stopped talking. Good. When Sun Yunzi heard this, his face lit up and he almost stood up. He clapped his hands and said, I see, no wonder there are a few Daoists who have been missing for a long time. It turns out that they are here. What if the transmission formation is also destroyed by the sword cultivators? Kwang Tianren seemed to be unwilling to give up and was determined to get to the bottom of this. Zhu Qinghe had obviously thought about it and said with a smile, there are two types of transmission formations in Sky Patrol City. One is fixed and the other is not fixed. If the sword cultivators want to besiege the city, they must be very close to it. Although the transmission formation with a fixed location can only transport a few people, the distance is long and the sword cultivators can't detect it. Kwang Tianren, look. Marshal Nephew Zhu and the others have thought it through. Even if this communication talisman is real, the sword cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. The news from Sky Patrol City has spread, and a few of our True Path sect's nascent soul realm cultivators have entered Sky Patrol City to assist Marshal Uncle Shuiyu. Or they can attack from the inside and outside with Marshal Uncle Shuiyu, and we can surround them. This war will be over? Sun Yunzi said with a smile. That's right, junior brother Kwang Ging. Zhenren Jingru echoed, even if the sword cultivators capture Sky Patrol City. Our True Path sect's nascent soul realm cultivators gather outside Sky Patrol City, won't they be surrounded? Won't that be like catching a turtle in a jar? That's right. Bai Kongzi said with a bright smile. Zhenren Kwang Tianren looked embarrassed. When it came to troop deployment, he was not as good as Zhu Qinghe and the others. However, he still did not forget to say, no matter what, this is a message from the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, there are also disciples of Utopia Faction, Xuanyan School and Huanhua Sect. We can't ignore their contributions. That's right, Zhu Qinghe nodded and cupped his hands at Sun Yunzi. Uncle Sun Yunzi, Xiaohua and the others have made great contributions. This has already been recorded in the merit book. Moreover, this message talisman has alerted me. If what Xiaohua said is true and the soul cultivators and sword cultivators are fighting, where did the swordsmen of Huan country get their appetite from? Is there a great change in their Huan country? Uncle Sun Yunzi, please send some capable disciples to Huan country and even Million Mountains to take a look. Sun Yunzi was a little impatient when he heard that Xiaohua and the others had to record their contributions. However, when he heard that they still had to send disciples to Huan country and Million Mountains, Sun Yunzi frowned even more and said, now that the sword tomb is open, it's extremely difficult for us True Path sect disciples to pass through. Ordinary disciples will only be courting death. Moreover, it's even more difficult to cross Huan country. Even if we found out that the soul cultivators and sword cultivators are fighting, then wouldn't we know it now? Junior still wants to know the reason. This is very important for this battle. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, if there's really a great change in Huan country, our 3 cultivation kingdoms won't need to force them too much. The sword cultivators will retreat without fighting. Alright. Sun Yunzi nodded. We'll do as nephew says. At this point, Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and looked at Kwangtian Daoist. Uncle Kwangtian. Speaking of battle achievements, this junior has something to ask you. Speak. Kwangtian Daoist answered casually. Yes, Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, I presume that Uncle Kwangtian and Uncle Mi you don't have any objections that this jade slip was sent by your noble sex Xiaohua, right? Of course. Kwangtian Daoist nodded without hesitation. Good. Since it's news from your noble sect's disciple, then this news has to be of some value. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. When we were discussing that day, we felt that, well, Uncle Quangqian seemed to have mentioned it just now, it's not safe enough to ambush a few uncle masters outside the city. Junior actually wanted to quietly ambush a few nascent soul masters inside the city. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable teacher. Now that Xiao Hua from your sect has sent the message, and your sect fully believes in this matter, then, can I invite the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to go to the Sky Patrol City and resist the siege of the sword cultivators with the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? When Quangtian Daoist heard this, his expression changed greatly and he unconsciously looked at Miyu. Oh, Martial Uncle Miyu, this is a great contribution. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. If the sword cultivators really want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then the Sky Patrol City will be a bait to lure the sword cultivators there. The masters will resist the attack of the sword cultivators there and cooperate with the masters to defeat the sword cultivators outside the Sky Patrol City. This is a story that will last for eternity. But if the sword cultivators really want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then they must have full confidence. We're just a few nascent soul cultivators. Quangtian Daoist said coldly. Uncle Quangtian, if you don't go, won't Senior Shui you be even lonelier? Since Senior thinks that the sword cultivators want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then all the more reason to fight with the sword cultivators in the Sky Patrol City. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, of course, if Uncle Master thinks that this news is not from Xiao Hua, but a trick of the sword cultivators, then going to the Sky Patrol City would be a waste of time, then just pretend that I never said this. Zhu Qinghe's words were really harsh and immediately pushed Quangtian Daoist into a dilemma. Chapter 2834. Crazy Heaven Taoist thought for a moment and was about to answer, but Immortal Miyu shook her head and said, I don't think it's appropriate, so? Fellow Miyu also found out that this messaging charm is fake? Sun Yunzi said with a smile. Immortal Miyu's expression changed slightly, but at this time, Crazy Heaven Taoist transmitted a few words to her. Immortal Miyu hesitated for a moment and reluctantly said, this messaging charm is naturally real. How about this? Imperial Thunder Sect is willing to go to Sky Patrol City to support Immortal Shuiyu, but we still need 2 sects to go with us. Zhu Qinghe refused without hesitation. Uncle, if 2 sects are not enough, at most, I'll discuss with others and send another sect. Because we don't think that Sky Patrol City will be the target, so we can't invest too much power. But Immortal Miyu bit her lips and nodded hesitantly. Sun Yunzi did not understand Zhu Qinghe's thoughts, but since the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were sent to Sky Patrol City, they would not have any military achievements in the second stage, so he was a little happy. By the way, Qinghe, I haven't asked you before. Thinking of this, Bai Kongzi glanced at Immortal Maniac proudly and said to Zhu Qinghe, after listening to you for half a day, my martial uncles and uncles are all a bit confused. Tell me, what is the real goal of sword cultivators? A few old rivals from the last Taoist sword war, such as Cheng Minghua from Bright Sword Sect and Chong Taishu from Void Heaven Sword School, have all disappeared? Zhu Qinghe nodded confidently and said, actually, we don't know where the real goal of the sword cultivators is. However, according to our speculation, if the goal of the sword cultivators here is not the Spirit Stone Vein, then it should be one of the Qiming Ridge, Xuanyu Mountain, and Qihong River Basin of Lian Country. Qiming Ridge, Xuanyu Mountain, and Qihong River? Not only Sun Yunzi, but even Bai Kongzi was stunned. Everyone was silent for a moment before asking tentatively, These 3 places are all in the northeast of the Lian country. After the war started, the sword cultivators have never attacked them. Moreover, from Huan country to these places, there are natural barriers. Even if one transformed into a sword, it would not be easy to pass through. Why did they occupy those places? Spiritual Master He Ping frowned slightly and said in surprise, I remember, the place Martial Nephew Zhu mentioned has an extremely cold climate. Moreover, there are some spirit stone veins there. However, those spirit stone veins are extremely small. Even the sects in the state of Shi don't care about them. Only a few small cultivation families are there. Zhu Qinghe continued, actually, we're more inclined towards the sword cultivator's goal. In terms of spirit stone veins, floating Duckweed Mountain has only been occupied by sword cultivators for a few days. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, floating Duckweed Mountain is as clean as a dog's lick. All the spirit stones, medicinal pills, and spirit herbs were gone. Not a single one was left. It could be seen how much sword cultivators yearned for these things. However, if we really take a step back and settle for the second best, the three places I mentioned are quite similar to Huan country in terms of climate, spirit stones, and territory. If sword cultivators want to occupy them, it must be one of them. There's one more thing, which is what the martial uncles and martial uncles have said before. Sword cultivators are the best at creating a diversion. They've been bluffing back and forth between the Lian country and the Shi country so that we'll focus our attention on them and ignore the bitter cold. This way, they will have a chance to take advantage of it. Then what should we do? Bai Kongzi was a little anxious. We wait, don't worry, sect master. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, we're attacking floating Duckweed Mountain, but there are already disciples patrolling the vicinity of these three places. Moreover, there are also senior brothers in the late stage of Gold Core guarding them. While Zhu Qinghe was talking, a Foundation establishment disciple hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. He held up a message talisman and said, reporting to Grandmaster Sun Yunzi, there's an urgent message from Nanming sect. Give it to me. Sun Yunzi grabbed, and the message talisman flew into his hand. When Sun Yunzi checked it with his divine sense, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zhu Qinghe in disbelief and said, Martial nephew Zhu, you are really amazing. This is a message from Nanming sect. They received a message from a patrolling disciple that they found traces of a large number of swordsmen in Yu Mountain. I'm afraid those old swordsmen that fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi mentioned are there. Good, Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, since we found traces of them, it's easy to handle. We've already discussed this matter. We just need to act according to the previous arrangement. Then, Zhu Qinghe began to mobilize the troops. Beside him, spiritual master Quangqian looked at Qian Diheng and asked in a low voice, where did you get this message talisman? Alas, old ancestor, it's almost the same as old Zhu's guess. It flew in from outside. Qian Diheng naturally wouldn't hide it from spiritual master Quangqian and said, but this message talisman is definitely Xiaohua's. Alas, Xiaohua is in danger. Spiritual master Quangqian sighed, I wanted to come to the battlefield to protect him, but I haven't seen him yet. Qian Diheng's face was also gloomy. He had been looking for Xiaohua since he came to Sky Patrol City. Who knew that Xiaohua was even more mysterious than he imagined? Almost no one in Thunder Controlling Sect had seen him before. He was even more mysterious than the mysterious terrifying phoenix and nascent soul Wu Ming. It was a pity that Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, and Qian Diheng had never seen Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body. Otherwise, he would have placed the terrifying phoenix and nascent soul Wu Ming on Xiaohua. In the past, no news was the best news because Qian Diheng thought that Xiaohua was still alive in this world. But now, there was news and it was bad news. Almost everyone in the hall was certain that Xiaohua must have fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Otherwise, his message talisman would not have been sent back. On the contrary, because there was no news about Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia, everyone felt that they were safe. Xiaohua did not expect such a self-defeating plan. As for Jiao Xia, she did think of it, but Xiaohua did not tell her too much. She only needed to send the message talisman. How many Dao sect cultivators died? Would Jiao Xia care? Since this message talisman is fake. Qian Diheng's eyes turned slightly, looking at the expressions of Zhu Qinghe and the others, and said to spiritual master Quangqian, how can we go to Sky Patrol City? Wouldn't we fall into the sword cultivator's trap? Why not? Spiritual master Quangqian laughed. The sword cultivator's trick has been seen through by us. so they naturally won't pay attention to Sky Patrol City. The most dangerous place is also the safest. My thunder-controlling sect disciples will be safe there, hee. Qian Diheng also laughed, but there was a different meaning in the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hua, who had been silently mourned by Qian Diheng, was sitting on the back of the green witch feather, accompanying Fairy Xianxia. He released his divine sense, looking at the withered yellow all over the mountains, and was deep in thought. The back of the green witch feather was quite spacious, and it was very stable. Sitting cross-legged in the usual posture of a cultivator, it was very comfortable. However, even Fairy Xianxia, who was accompanying Xiao Hua, had a trace of worry on her face. Yes, the millions of Meng Mountains were really in an abyss of suffering. Previously, Xiao Hua and the others did not feel it, and only felt that what they saw in Nianlu Stockade was shocking enough. However, after flying for more than 10 days on the back of the green witch feather, they had passed many barren places, past many barren wastelands, seen in the desolate night wind, starving aborigines, white bones everywhere, and even scenes of cannibalism. Only now did they understand that Nianlu Stockade was really insignificant compared to these places. It was no wonder that old Wu said proudly that Nianlu Stockade was much better than other places under his precautionary measures. In Xiao Hua's dimension, all the puppets were planting millet seeds. Batches of millet seeds were being produced continuously, but Xiao Hua did not dare to spread these millet seeds out easily. On one hand, these millet seeds were the key to Xiao Mao's control of the millions of Meng Mountains in the future and to gain the recognition of the aborigines. Xiao Hua could not release these millet seeds at will, as it would ruin Xiao Mao's future. On the other hand, Xiao Hua was not sure if these millet seeds would take root and germinate, and they would grow into longevity millet seeds. Instead of wasting them so easily, he would rather give them to Nianlu Stockade and let them grow millet seeds. Xiao Hua, the millions of Meng Mountains, are really pitiful. Fairy Xianxia could not help but sigh, and her tone of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind was very similar to Xue Xue's. Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. Xiao Hua looked under the soul beast, and saw a few skinny corpses that had died of starvation. It was unclear whether they were children or adults. He sighed and said, "You haven't seen the famine in Meng country and other places, it's similar to here. The millions of aborigines of Meng Mountains, although they look pitiful, but they are still different from us. The secular people of the 3 cultivation countries are the same as us. If you see them, you will be even more heartbroken." "Daoist Xiao, what's going on?" Fairy Xianxia finally asked after hesitating for dozens of days. "It's all because of those secular people." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Your husband gave them some fine seeds that I picked up, and they thought that your husband was a deity, and directly called me Daoist Xiao. Your husband couldn't explain it, so I just didn't explain it. But I didn't expect that. Xiao Mao, that bastard, would not want such a great merit, and insist on dragging your husband into it. Xiao Mao doesn't want the millions of people of Meng Mountains to forget your grace." Fairy Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "In the future, he should be able to become a commander, and the grace of these people will be indispensable. Sharing some with you is nothing. Besides, these seeds were originally picked up by you." Fairy Xia's elbow naturally turned to Xiao Hua's side. "Let's not talk so much." Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked, "How far is this place from your Kai clan's ancestral hall? If the direction is correct, we should be able to reach it in another 10 days. Fairy Xianxia said, "After all, the millions of Meng Mountains have undergone a great change, and the records in the Jade Amulet are no longer valid. If not for Xie Qi, that aborigine, leading the way, and letting him go down and ask, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for us to find this place." Chapter 28:35. That's right. This is your good luck. Xie Qi's good luck? Xiao Mao's good luck. Xiao Hua was very familiar with the way of karma. After saying a few words, he closed his eyes and said, "Your husband has always been unfamiliar with this path. I can't even bear to witness the miserable state of my body. It's better for your husband to cultivate." After saying that, Xiaohua took out the reward that Xianxia gave him in advance from the space. Xianxia clearly stated that one was the method to strengthen the primordial spirit, which was different from the cultivation methods of the three kingdoms. The other was the divination technique that she was good at. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before choosing the method to strengthen the primordial spirit. The forging of pressure had always been a sore point in his heart. He urgently needed a secret technique to make up for this shortcoming. As for the divination technique, although Xiaohua was very curious and wanted to know if this divination technique was related to his karma hand, he also understood that this secret technique was definitely not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. He could only wait for his primordial spirit to be free in the space before he could comprehend it. After immersing his divine sense into the jade pendant, Xiaohua was stunned. The front of the jade pendant wasn't filled with ordinary characters. Instead, it was filled with characters that were similar to green seal characters. These characters actually took up the majority of the jade pendant. Only a small portion at the back was filled with characters that he was familiar with. Moreover, from the green seal text, it could be seen that the words inside were also incomplete. However, Xiaohua looked at the last part of the chant, then looked at the words in front of it, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This was because he recognized the characters on the jade pendant. It was the same as the characters on the jade pendant that he won from Yan Xiefeng in Thunder Mountain Range. However, that jade pendant recorded the unknown divine flame technique, while this one was the incomplete sun shrouding technique. Sun shrouding technique? Interesting. Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The primordial spirit is like a candle. This secret technique actually claims to be able to forge the primordial spirit to the point of covering the sun. This is really a bit exaggerated. Xiaohua didn't directly look at the final chant, but instead looked at the true record of the jade pendant. As Xiaohua slowly comprehended it, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. A kind of unimaginable feeling filled his mind. This cultivation technique is truly miraculous. It can actually use such an unimaginable method to temper the primordial spirit. What Reverend Brightsword's divine sense splitting technique, what Li Xiaobai's primordial spirit strengthening technique, compared to this sun shrouding art, they all pale in comparison. No, they can't even be mentioned in the same breath. They are simply not on the same level. Xianxia, who are you? Where did you come from? If an ordinary primordial spirit strengthening technique is already so rare, then what about divination? The more precious the sun shrouding art was, the more Xiaohua understood that Xiaoxia's origins were extraordinary. He also knew that Xiaoxia definitely didn't want to obtain anything from him. What Xiaoxia said was all true. Immediately, Xiaohua immersed himself in comprehending it. After a few days, the cultivation technique became more and more profound and couldn't be easily comprehended. Xiaohua took advantage of the time to look at the later part of the chant. The latter part of the chant was simple. It was a part of the sun shrouding art. However, the name of the chant wasn't stated. There were even many notes in the chant that others had comprehended. Xiaohua carefully looked at it and knew that Xiaoxia didn't hide anything. The explanation and translation of the chant were very consistent with the sun shrouding art. However, because the text was different, many details of the sun shrouding art couldn't be reflected in the chant. Of course, those notes could also provide a lot of comprehension and could be considered very precious. After comprehending it, Xiaohua came to a realization. Alas, such a precious thing is given to me so easily. Then what Xiaoxia wants me to do? Isn't it more difficult than stopping the war between the soul cultivators and sword cultivators? Xiaohua sighed. The jade pendant in his hand immediately became incomparably hot. In fact, he himself was also baffled that he could stop the war between the soul cultivators and sword cultivators. At this time, well, maybe he really did stop it in the end. He didn't do much. He just dug up some millet seeds from the ground, planted them in the space, and then took them out. It was about the same as taking out his own space. However, what Xiaoxia wanted to do in the future would definitely not be so simple. Why is it so hot? With Xiaohua's cultivation, He had long been immune to cold and heat. However, at this time, when his imagination was running wild, he suddenly felt that the weather was a little abnormal. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, sure enough, there was an indescribable heat wave near the green shaman feather. Although the sun had just risen, the scorching sunlight was like a fire burning in the air. Looking at the ground again, although it was dry and yellow, there was always some vegetation and even some wild animals. However, here, the faint green had long disappeared. A kind of bright yellow spread flat on the ground. Moreover, this kind of bright yellow seemed to cover the sky and the earth as far as the eye could see. Not long after, everyone landed on the mountain peak of Immortal shows the way. Fairy Xianxia took out the jade scroll again and carefully examined it for a long time. Then, she nodded affirmatively and pointed her finger. "Senior brother, look over there. There are some marks in this dried-up place. It should be a river that flowed before. Over there should be more than 10 rows of huge rocks. It looks like a fortress. Unfortunately, it has been hollowed out. Someone must have been here before." "Ha, senior sister." Xiao Mao laughed. "The world has changed too much. Even if its Immortal shows the way, mountain peak, it might disappear at any time. If your Kai family's ancestral shrine uses this as a marker, it won't be reliable in the future." Sigh. Fairy Xianxia laughed bitterly. Qin Yang's Kai family might have other ways. However, this is the only way I can get my hands on. Fortunately, my master was thoughtful and obtained the secret method to open the ancestral shrine. Otherwise, even if I found this place, I wouldn't be able to do it. This is Million Mountain Meng. The formations of Dao sect cultivators can't be revealed casually. Ordinary methods can't be used. On the contrary, the simplest and most common method is effective. Li Zongbao looked around and said calmly, "Junior sister and Xiaohua will lead the way. Senior brother and Xiao Mao will follow behind." Fairy Xianxia couldn't hide the urgency on her face. After saying a few words, she activated her flying technique and flew towards a direction. Of course, the direction she was flying towards was not the direction of Immortal shows the way. Chapter 28:36. After flying for a full hour, Fairy Xianxia came to a stop in front of a huge crater that was at least 100 li away. This is the ancestral hall of your Kai family? Where is it?" Xiaohua was very surprised. When he saw the location of this depression with his divine sense, Xiaohua felt that there was something strange. Not only did he release his divine sense, but he also released his Buddhist sense and scanned the entire depression. Not only did he not find any fluctuations of magic power, but he also did not find anything strange. "Of course it's here." Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly. "This used to be a huge lake, but now the lake water is gone. Then, can you still find the ancestral hall of the Kai family?" Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao caught up and asked worriedly. Hee, we're already at the doorstep. Of course, I have my ways." Fairy Xianxia said proudly to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, is there anything out of the ordinary around here?" Xiaohua shook his head. "There's really no one around." "That's good." Fairy Xianxia said with a smile, "Xiao Lang, please retreat a little. Watch me open the doors of the ancestral hall." "All right." Xiaohua and the rest retreated a few feet. Unexpectedly, Fairy Xianxia shook her head and said, "You still have to retreat." Xiaohua was a little flabbergasted. He retreated more than 100 feet before stopping. Just as Xiaohua and the rest stopped, they heard a crisp sound in front of them. A crystal-clear phoenix celestial body with a faint sapphire blue radiance was released from Fairy Xia's body. The moment the celestial body appeared in midair, it immediately spread its wings. Rings of light shone from its wings, like the colorful feathers of a phoenix. What was special was that when the sun shone on the celestial body, a rainbow of colors shot out from the celestial body, making it look extremely beautiful. Xiaohua had naturally seen Fairy Xianxia reconstruct her phoenix celestial body in the cave. He only felt that it was weird, but did not pay much attention to it. Now that he saw it again under the light of day, he could not help but gasp. Putting aside the power of this phoenix celestial body, just the beauty of this beautiful mobile was definitely worthy of Fairy Hongxia's beauty. Wu, the phoenix Dharma body slightly spread its wings, and a round of light flashed by like a flying shadow. An indescribable illusion immediately appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes, as if the phoenix Dharma body had rushed into his eyes. Not only is Senior Martial Sister's Ice Phoenix celestial body much more beautiful, but it's also a little smaller. Xiao Mao was also intoxicated, and only after a while did he speak in a low voice. Not bad. Xiao Hua also noticed that when the Ice Phoenix was reforged, it was still the same as before. But now, the Ice Phoenix had actually shrunk, and it was only 30 meters in size. He didn't know why. Just as Xiao Hua and the rest were watching, Fairy Hongxia's figure followed the Ice Phoenix celestial body and rushed into the deep depression. About 20 meters away from where she was previously standing, Fairy Hongxia rushed straight up into the sky again. Pooh! Fairy Hongxia paused for a moment, opened her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Her hands had already formed a seal, and she struck it. There were only a few seals, and they looked very simple. Under the seal, the essence blood spun a few times, and actually turned into an inch-long short arrow. Go! Fairy Hongxia lightly reprimanded. She pointed with both hands, and the blood-red short arrow rushed down from the sky, straight towards Fairy Hongxia's body, and shot towards the edge of the depression. With a soft sound, the short arrow landed on a flat, slanted wall. The moment the short arrow touched the slanted wall, it immediately sank in, and even left a soybean-sized hole in the slanted wall. Wang. Just a moment later, an extremely strange sound came from the slanted wall. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like the roar of a dragon. Moreover, this sound seemed to be compressed, and was extremely sharp. Along with this sound, an earth-shattering impact came from the soybean-sized hole, directly and horizontally pressing in all directions. Although Xiao Hua and the rest were dozens of meters away, they could still feel the surging force. Since Xiao Hua and the rest could feel it, Fairy Hongxia, who was close at hand, would naturally bear the brunt of it. In fact, a spiral-like shockwave engulfed Fairy Hongxia's entire body along with the impact. The Ice Phoenix celestial body let out a long cry, flapping its wings, and welcomed this inexplicable wave. The wave's penetrative power was extremely strong, and in an instant, it passed through Fairy Hongxia's physical body and celestial body. Fairy Hongxia's protective magic treasure did not have any effect at all. The wave was like a huge wave, and after passing through Fairy Hongxia, it immediately converged, and the entire thing disappeared into the small hole. Moreover, after the impact, there was no echo, and the entire hole was the same as before without any changes. Looking at Fairy Hongxia again, she could not hide the joy on her face. She kept her Ice Phoenix celestial body, retreated, and stood in mid-air outside the hole. Turning her head, she said to Xiao Hua and the rest, "Xiao Lang, senior brother, Xiao Mao, follow me into the ancestral hall." Hearing Fairy Hongxia's call, Xiao Hua and the rest hurriedly flew over. However, before they could get close to Fairy Hongxia, they heard a series of violent crackling sounds, like thunder, below Fairy Hongxia's body, which was the place where the blood arrow had flown in, and then another wave of multicolored light shot up into the sky. Fairy Hongxia was clearly caught off guard, and her entire body was swept aside by the multicolored light, flying more than 10 meters away. Woo 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 woo, as if a bugle horn had been blown, an object that looked like a scroll was revealed from the light. The light flowed rapidly on the scroll, and as the sound of the bugle horn rang, it slowly unfurled itself. The scroll was laid flat in the deep hole, and as the scroll unfolded, a beautiful scene appeared in the light. There were mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and even a few empty boats floating on the surface of the water. Rumble. When the scroll was unfurled by dozens of feet, the mountain peak that was originally flat on the scroll seemed to be pulled by a large hand. It created a loud noise and slowly rushed out from the scroll. The mountain range around the mountain peak was also continuously formed and gradually meandered. The ripples on the surface of the water also surged out, and within the ripples, multicolored fish jumped out from the water from time to time. Chirp, 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 a few crisp chirps of birds rang out, and on the big tree that had just straightened up, emerald green birds flew between the soft branches again. Even Fairy Xianxia couldn't help but open her mouth and stared blankly at the scene before her. She watched as the scroll gradually filled up the hundreds of miles deep hole, and the previously dry hole had turned into a beautiful land of fish and rice in just a few moments. Quick, Xiaohua, who was next to him, was stunned for a moment. When he saw the first open scroll begin to turn again, as if it was going to roll everything in, he hurriedly shouted, "Are we going to find the entrance to the ancestral temple in here?" Yes, I understand. Fairy Xianxia also came to her senses, and quickly pointed at the newly formed island on the surface of the water, and said, "The entrance is on the island. Previously, I thought it was in this deep hole." As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia took the lead and flew out, rushing towards the island. The millions of Meng mountains that were still in a drought just a moment ago had now arrived at a place filled with water. The air was filled with dense water vapor, and even Xiaohua had the urge to jump into the water to play. However, right behind them, the scroll had already been rolled up, and its speed was much faster than when it was unfolded. The sound of the bugle horn was getting more urgent, as if it was urging everyone to quickly fly to the island. Not good. I can't use my divine sense. Xiaohua, who had been using his divine sense to keep a lookout, suddenly felt a strong wave coming from the scroll, covering everything within 100 miles. His divine sense was immediately confined within his body, and could no longer be released. Quick, Fairy Xianxia was also a little anxious. It's not easy to open the ancestral shrine's door once. Although the jade didn't mention the interval between the second opening, but it definitely won't let us open it a second time so easily. As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia once again activated her flying technique, wanting to increase her speed. "Let me do it." Xiaohua pulled Fairy Xianxia's hand and whispered, "Don't use your magic." Okay, Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiaohua's lightning evasion was very fast, so she obediently passed her hand to Xiaohua and retracted her magic. Rumble, a burst of lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body, but just as Xiaohua was about to activate the lightning evasion technique, Li Zongbao shouted from afar, "Junior brother Xiao, you can't use the lightning evasion technique." Xiaohua was slightly taken aback as he hastily turned his head around. Sure enough, right behind him, due to the appearance of the lightning, hundreds of cracks had actually appeared on the bright and beautiful scenery. Furthermore, the cracks were growing larger and larger, as if the entire scenery was about to be torn apart. "Darling Xiao," Fairy Xianxia also hurriedly shouted, "let this concubine fly over by herself. I no need watch the Xiao." Xiaohua saw that the lightning evasion was too overbearing, and the scroll was actually unable to withstand it. He immediately activated his wind evasion, and like a breeze, he blew towards the island. The island looked very close, but when he really flew, he realized that it was extremely far away. Xiaohua flew for half the time of a meal before he reached it. "Husband, let's split up and look for it. It's a phoenix totem." Fairy Xianxia clearly did not expect that her spiritual will could not be used, and was a little flustered. The moment she landed on the island, she did not have the time to look carefully, and immediately said to Xiaohua, while she herself flew towards a direction. Okay, Xiaohua was clearly not satisfied with Fairy Xianxia's preparations, but he could not say anything. He casually agreed and was about to fly away, but when he saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance, he sighed. "These two, I should still use the flowing cloud-flying ship. Forget it, let's search first, and wait for the two of them to arrive." Chapter 2837. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao finally arrived. Just behind them, the clouds and clouds in the sky changed dramatically, and all the scenery was engulfed in it. It was like a giant mouth that wanted to swallow everything. "Quick, Senior brother, quickly find a phoenix totem. That's the entrance to the Kai family's ancestral shrine. Xiaohua had already searched nearby, but he didn't find any traces, so he flew over and urged. Okay. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao both agreed, and hurriedly flew in two different directions. While Li Zongbao was flying, he occasionally looked back, and when he saw the sky full of celestial phenomena, he was slightly stunned and whispered, This seems to be a kind of array. Xiaohua was right next to him, and he hurriedly replied, Senior brother Li, what time is it? Quickly find the entrance. If you can't find the entrance? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua was stunned again, and a kind of fear appeared on his face. He shouted, Damn it, it can't be. If we can't find the entrance, we will. Quick! Even Li Zongbao had an epiphany, and he hurriedly said, Definitely. This Kai family's ancestral shrine is so important, how can it be easy to enter? If you don't have absolute confidence, and don't have the ability to enter the ancestral shrine, this ancestral shrine, I'm afraid it's a dead end. Damn Qingyang Kai family. Xiaohua cursed, no wonder they didn't care when my wife took the jade pendant that leads to the ancestral shrine, so that's why. Li Zongbao also hurriedly flew away, and he didn't know if he noticed, but Xiaohua actually called Fairy Hong Xia wife in front of him for the first time. When he first saw the island, when it was time to find it, he felt that it was extremely difficult. How could a small phoenix totem be easy to find? Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction, searched for a long time, but he didn't have the slightest clue. At this time, the sky above the island was filled with countless remnant clouds and endless darkness. The previous scenery of the lake and mountains had now turned into wreckage floating in the air. Obviously, Scroll had reached the island, and her life was at stake. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua frowned. This young master is known as the person with the best luck in the Dawn Rain continent. How can I not have a way? Holy shit, discerning eye. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead as he came to a realization. Xiaohua didn't know what happened to his Dharma eye after the last lightning tribulation, but it gradually became blurry. Xiaohua had already forgotten about it. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma eye. Sure enough, everything in the Dharma eye was blurry, as if it was covered by a thin veil, making it difficult to see clearly. However, although it was indistinct, he could still see through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A small, slender, and long brilliance appeared extremely far away. Senior martial brother Li Xiao Mao, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hastily flew towards the location of the brilliance while shouting loudly. Big brother, Xiao Mao was the first to come over after hearing the sound. Xiaohua hurriedly said, Quickly go and find your senior sister, the totem is just ahead. Yes, Xiao Mao trusted Xiaohua the most. He didn't even ask how Xiaohua knew that she was in front. He quickly flew into the sky to look for Red Dawn Fairy. When Xiaohua arrived, he discovered that this was a low-lying area. That one zhang tall phoenix totem was actually stuck in the depths. If Xiaohua didn't see it, how could he find this place? Seeing the totem, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his Dharma eye and looked down again. It was an extremely small, thumb-sized brilliance that went straight down. This? How do I go in? Xiaohua was a little confused. Not long later, Red Dawn Fairy indeed followed Xiao Mao and flew over. Li Zongbao also rushed over. Xiaohua, it's all thanks to you. Seeing that the phoenix totem was so hard to find, Red Dawn Fairy couldn't help but rejoice that she brought Xiaohua over. Sigh, why didn't you consider this situation earlier? Xiaohua couldn't help but grumble. Red Dawn Fairy said apologetically, Xiaohua, wait a moment, I'll explain slowly. As she spoke, Red Dawn Fairy put her fair index finger in her mouth and bit it. A smear of blood flowed out from the tip of her finger. Red Dawn Fairy squatted down and smeared the blood on the eyes of the phoenix totem. Buzz buzz. When the blood from her finger landed on the eyes of the phoenix, it immediately emitted a blood-red glow. The eyes actually moved slightly, and the blood-red glow began to spread towards the totem. Phew, Red Dawn Fairy let out a sigh of relief. She looked up and saw that the wave-like dark clouds were not far away from them. She then said, Xiaohua, I've prepared a lot before coming here, but the ancestral shrine of the Kai family is very mysterious. This totem and the scroll just now were not recorded in the jade amulet. It might have been passed down orally by the patriarch. I'm not a direct descendant of the Kai family of Qingyang, so I can't know about this secret. Also, Million Mountain Meng, I've deliberately investigated it in the Sky Patrol City, but who would have thought? Million Mountain Meng actually looks like this. It's completely different from what I've imagined. Big brother, Xiao Mao laughed, I seem to have been born here. I don't even know what Million Mountain Meng looks like, let alone senior sister. Besides, if the Sky Patrol City can spy on Million Mountain Meng, doesn't that mean that everyone knows about the war between the soul cultivators and the sword cultivators? Xiao Mao then said, by the way, I wonder if Miss Jiuxia has delivered the communication talisman? The sword Dao war should be ending soon, right? How can it be so fast? Xiaohua shook his head and said, I think it'll take a while more. If the nascent soul masters receive the news and know about the sword cultivators' intentions, I'm afraid the war will really end. Our Dao sect will be able to recoup the losses of the first stage. I hope that's the case. Li Zongbao did not seem optimistic. But Xiaohua was about to ask this question. Suddenly, a rumbling sound that sounded like the collapse of a mountain was heard from above their heads. Countless hurricanes swept across the sky like a mountain pressing down on them. Hurry, hurry! The four of them could not help but shout in their hearts. When they looked at the totem again, it was already filled with blood threads and gradually began to spin. Clang! The sound of metal clanging resounded through the entire area. A clear light soared into the sky. That light spun rapidly, creating an extremely strong suction force. Xiaohua and the others couldn't resist, and were sucked into it. Even the hurricane that was already pressing down on everyone's heads was pulled in. When the hurricanes fell into the brilliance suddenly retracted. When the brilliance fell into the depression, the phoenix totem that was previously revealed had already disappeared. Moreover, the entire island was torn into pieces by the hurricanes. No trace of it could be seen anymore. Then, when he looked at the 100 miles deep depression in Mount Meng, as the scroll was rolled up, all the sceneries disappeared, and the place returned to its original barren state. It seemed that no one would know that the four cultivators of the Dao sect had been here. No one would know that there was actually a fallen ancestral temple of a cultivator clan in Million Mountain Meng. Even if Yiyu was thousands of miles away, he would not know that the Xiao Mao that he had been thinking about was actually not far away from him. Yiyu was different from before. The black clothes he was wearing were not sword armor. They were actually similar to what Xiao Mao was wearing now. The only difference was that there were fewer tassels on the black clothes and the patterns were different as well. Of course, Yiyu was not flying on his sword. Instead, he was riding on a huge spirit beast. This spirit beast had a wingspan of over 200 feet. Its head was a few feet in size and looked extremely ferocious. From its wide mouth, drops of beast saliva that were larger than a fist dripped down from its sharp teeth, emitting an unpleasant stench. Yiyu stood firmly on the head of the spirit beast. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked in a low voice, "That guy's actions, are they really so difficult to find out?" Beside Yiyu were the disciples who had flown into Million Mountain Meng with him. These disciples had also changed their attire. One of the disciples who was closer to Yiyu smiled bitterly when he heard Yiyu's question. "Master, this lowly one seems to have told you a few times, right?" Night Rain's tone was cold. That disciple's face was filled with fear, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "All right, Sect Master knows." After I received Sect Master's orders, I quietly approached Xiao. You should know that these cultivators of the Dao sect have powerful divine abilities. This lowly one is far from being a match for them. This lowly one did not dare to get too close and could only follow from afar. So far, this lowly one did not even know how far away he was. Furthermore, this lowly one did not really understand the language of Meng Mountains. It was only later, when Ah-san brought a native from Kenji village, that this lowly one was able to find out more about that person's actions. When Ah-Lu said this, he carefully looked at Yiyu's face. When he saw that Yiyu did not show any reaction, he had no choice but to continue. However, he had already said this many times, so he was not afraid of making a mistake. He looked at the flapping wings of the spirit beast under his feet and said smoothly, "That person seemed to have not gone straight to Shebi village after entering Meng Mountains. He did not even go to Shang village. Instead, he quietly headed toward a small village called Baiyan village. Furthermore, the strange thing was, that person's information disappeared from Baiyan village. It was as if he had never been there. Naturally, this lowly one did not dare to go to Baiyan village myself. I could only ask that native to help me find out." At this point, Ah-Lu rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, "Master, perhaps that person has already gone back?" This lowly one heard from that native that a few days ago, Baiyan village was attacked by beetles near Baiyan village. On top of that, there was also the sound of heavenly thunder that rushed out of Meng Mountains. Could it be that that person saw how terrifying Meng Mountains were and how they could not deal with the beetles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, so they went back with their tails between their legs? How is that possible? Yiyu turned his head and said coldly, "Why did that person come to Meng Mountains? Do you think he came here with me like you? What kind of bullshit relationship do that terrifying phoenix, Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, and the others have with Meng Mountains? If that person did not know about his origin and the secret of this place, would he travel thousands of miles to Meng Mountains? You must know, the journey from Sky Patrol City to Meng Mountains is extremely arduous. If he did not know that everything here is under his control, would he be willing to take the risk? Please forgive me if there are any mistakes." Chapter 28:38. My lord, Ah-Lu showed a flattering expression and said with a smile, "You've already taken control of Shibai village. Even if that person returns to Meng Mountains and Shibai village, what can he do? Don't you just need to say a few words for everything? How can you be afraid of him?" "What do you know?" Yiyu sneered. "This is Meng Mountains, not the sword domain. Strength doesn't determine everything. It wasn't easy for me to build such a good foundation here. How can I let that little kid ruin everything? Do you know that all mistakes start from a trace of carelessness?" Then, Yiyu shifted his gaze from the distance and looked at Ah-Lu with a smile in his eyes, asking, "What else?" "What else?" Ah-Lu was startled and quickly said with a smile, "My lord, I've already told you so many times. What's there to hide? You won't suspect that I am that person?" "Hee, of course I won't suspect you." Yiyu laughed, but then said with a deeper meaning, "However, the situation now is different from before. What I need is someone who can do things honestly. Ah-Lu, you've followed me for so long. You should know my temper. I've already given you several chances, but you don't seem to have grasped them even once." My lord, Ah-Lu's expression changed greatly. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down on the soul beast and wanted to argue. "Achi, tell him where that person is." Yiyu didn't even look at Ah-Lu and said to the disciple who had been standing there silently and looking into the distance. Yes, hearing Yiyu's order, Achi hurriedly bowed and said, "This lowly one has received orders from my lord to split up with Ah-Lu. This lowly one knows that this matter is very important to my lord, so I didn't dare to neglect it. I personally made a trip to the Jing Apple village. First, I invited a native that this lowly one knew to go to the Baiyan stronghold to inquire. In addition, this lowly one was afraid that this native wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information, so I spent some effort to invite a somewhat famous soul warrior in the Jing Apple village." At this point, Achi hesitated and glanced at Ah-Lu. "Continue." Yiyu ordered indifferently. Achi clenched his teeth and said, "I didn't get any useful information from that aborigine. It seems that those aborigines are very supportive of that person, and they all kept their mouths shut, as if that person disappeared before he even reached Baiyan village. But, from the mouth of that soul warrior, this humble one learned a completely different piece of information. See, when Lu heard this, he fell to his knees with a plop. His forehead was covered with sweat as he cried out, "My lord, this lowly one was negligent. This lowly one made a mistake. Please punish me, my lord." 7 glanced at 6, and a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. He said again, "After hearing this news, I really understand why the Lord values this matter so much, and also why the Lord wants to send me to the Bai and stronghold. If the Lord doesn't know about this, I'm afraid the Lord will be abnormally passive." Then, Qi roughly explained the situation of Xiao Mao and the others in Bai and village. Other than the incident in Su Garden, most of the information was the same. Finally, Qi said, the 5 people who entered Meng Mountains seemed to have a conflict. That extremely beautiful woman flew out of Meng Mountains, and the terrifying phoenix actually used the lightning escape technique to chase after her. My lord, you are really wise. That woman's cultivation seems to be far superior to the terrifying phoenix. If they fought at Drifting Cloud Lake, we would definitely die. When the terrifying phoenix returned, that woman didn't appear again. Clearly, she had left Meng Mountains. That person also left not long after, but that soul warrior didn't know where they went. Because when that person left, other than Elder Wu and G-Man, no one else knew. The other soul warriors only guessed because they couldn't see that person. Of course, this humble one also asked that soul warrior to make some more inquiries when he returned to Jing Apple Village. After all, that is the only way to Shibai Village. But from the information brought by the soul beast a few days ago, they didn't pass by Jing Apple Village. My lord, please punish this humble one for not being able to find out more specific movements. Lu, Yu smiled and said, "Did you hear that? What do you think is the difference between what you found out and what Qi found out?" Lu's sweat fell like rain. He was very clear in his heart that he had really made a mistake this time. Night Rain had placed too much importance on this matter. She actually sent Qi to investigate after him. She was afraid that she would reveal that person's whereabouts. And he had been too careless, only sending a native to investigate and ended the matter carelessly. Of course, from his point of view, it wasn't considered carelessness. It was just that he hadn't thought it through. My lord, it's all my fault. Lu didn't dare to argue and hurriedly said, "It's all my fault." However, if this humble one was in Qi's place, this humble one would definitely be able to do better. You're right. Yu said lightly, "If it was any other time, this lord wouldn't punish you like this. But it's different today. You've seen it yourself. That man has won the hearts of the natives. And, to tell you the truth, that man is the descendant of the great god Shibai. His bloodline is extremely pure, and he is my enemy. Once the news of his arrival in Meng Mountains is spread out, all the natives of Shibai village will have to bow their heads and listen to his orders. So, the ones we can use are only a few soul warriors. Remember, only those soul warriors who have cultivated some soul spells will have different thoughts from the natives. We can only use this. This is a moment of life and death for this lord. This lord won't allow any mistakes. Yes, everyone's heart trembled as they answered in unison. As for Lu, Yu said lightly, along the way, why would this lord ask you so many times for no reason? This lord has given you so many chances. My lord, my lord. Lu suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he quickly knelt down and begged. Too bad. You're always slacking off and you're still like this today. Yiyu's face suddenly turned ferocious. If it wasn't for Qi's probing today, this lord would still be in the dark, right? My lord. Lu shouted, my lord, please. Puff. A pale golden sword beam came out of Yiyu's mouth and pierced into Lu's forehead. Lu didn't have any chance to resist or dodge. Yiyu put away the small sword and kicked Lu's corpse off the soul beast. Then, he glanced at the others and snorted coldly, all of you have lived peacefully outside of Meng Mountains for nearly 10 years. Now, this is a moment of life and death. If this lord succeeds, then I'll settle down in Meng Mountains. But if this lord fails, all of you won't be able to live either. All of you will have to rack your brains and follow this lord to kill that man. Otherwise, all of you will end up like Alu. Yes, everyone bowed their heads and replied. As for Yiyu, he raised his head and looked in the direction outside of Meng Mountains. Then he viciously said, "Third uncle, oh third uncle. Back then, you made it very clear that bastard's everything was taken care of by you. That's why this lord was tricked into coming here. But now, that little bastard is still alive in this world. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd?" Coo 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 coo. While Yi was talking to himself, the soul beast under his feet let out an extremely strange sound. After the sound of the beast's cry faded away, the sound of the beast's cry became louder and louder. It didn't stop for a moment, and it sounded like a frog singing in a pond. Following that, several strange-looking soul beasts began to appear within 100 kilometers of the city. On the back of each soul beast stood several strangely dressed soul warriors. Of course, the clothes of these soul warriors were different from each other. 30% of the soul warriors wore clothes that were similar to Yiyu's, with only a small difference. The other 70% of the soul warriors wore clothes that were completely different from Yiyu's. These soul warriors' clothes were very neat and tidy. They were symmetrical on both sides and had very few decorations. In the middle of their smooth robes, there was even a silk ribbon that looked like a belt. Even more strange was the fact that these soul warriors had their hair tied together. Some of them had their hair tied up with hairpins, while others had their hair tied up with a cloth. Coo coo coo, the sound of a pigeon's cry could be heard again. Then, a giant soul beast with pure white feathers over its body flew over from the distance. On the back of this soul beast was a man wearing white soul armor. He held a bone fan in his hand and had a smile on his face as he flew towards Yiyu's location. Seeing this man coming over, Yiyu hurriedly put on a smile on his face. With a tap of his foot, the soul beast flapped its wings and slowly came to a stop in midair. "It's been a long time since we last met. Fu Man Ho Yen pays his respects here." The soul warrior didn't speak the strange language of Meng Mountains, but the language commonly used in Sword Domain. "Greetings, old brother Ho Yen," Yiyu said with a smile. "The last time I saw old brother was 10 years ago. I didn't think that 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye." Old brother's magnificence is still the same as before. This one is truly envious. "Hi, you're too kind." Ho Yen laughed and waved his hand. How can this little brother's stinky skin compare to Fu Man's? Who doesn't know that Fu Man of Shibai village is a brave and intelligent warrior? If Fu Man didn't have such intelligence, how could G-Man have taken a fancy to him? You flatter me, you flatter me." Yiyu laughed. "This one is only living in Shibai village. How can I compare to old brother Ho Yen, who is a direct descendant of Back Earth village? Old brother Ho Yen has found a concubine. Wouldn't your children be G-Man and Elder Wu?" Ho Yan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly looked around and said, "Fu Man, my wife isn't a concubine. Please be lenient with your words. Don't speak nonsense. If others know about this, I will have a miserable life." So what?" Yiyu laughed in a low voice. Chapter 2839. How could Ho Yen dare to let him continue? Then he quickly added, "Oh right, I have to thank Fu Man. This place is under the jurisdiction of Shibai village, and we shouldn't have gone too deep into it. But now, the battle with the sword, the sword cultivators is too intense, and I'm afraid that Shibai village can't organize too many soul warriors. That's why I've decided to send more soul warriors here. I just wanted to greet G-Man, but I didn't expect that G-Man would be willing to send Fu Man here. I'm really surprised." Ho-Tu village's reaction is Shibai village's problem, and Shibai village's problem is also Ho-Tu village's problem. Yiyu smiled and said, "I didn't expect that. The reason for the drought in Meng Mountains is because of this. Since Ho-Tu village is eradicating the evil for the people of Meng Mountains, how can Shibai village not contribute? I've just returned from Meng Mountains, and I've received G-Man's order to come here and meet you. Once this is done, you and I will both be the heroes of Meng Mountains." Let's not talk about my Fu Man, but what you think. You should be confident, right? Pa. I hope you and I can succeed. Ho Yen laughed. Also, Yi Yu's smile faded and his face turned cold. My clan was wiped out by sword cultivators. I'm the one who was born, and I've made it my life's goal to avenge my clan. Sword realm, swordsman, they have nothing to do with me. I'm just a Fu Man from Shibai village. Yes, Fu Man is right. It's all my fault. Ho Yen smiled and said, after this mission is over, I'll hold a banquet in Ho Tu village to apologize. That won't be necessary. A smile appeared on Yi Yu's face as he waved his hand and said, from now on, I'll just treat myself as a member of Meng Mountains and have no other thoughts. That's why, when you called me, I rushed here. Not only do I want to help you, but I also want to erase the evil from Meng Mountains and return Meng Mountains to its former glory. Good. Ho Yen clapped his hands and said, the more Fu Man talks, the more I feel that I'm wrong. If Fu Man needs anything in the future, please let me know. Hee, brother Ho Yen, are you serious? Ho Yan's words were perfunctory, but Yi Yu asked. When Ho Yen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Immediately, a trace of realization appeared on his face. He said with a fake smile, Fu Man, I feel that something is wrong. How could you leave the Shibai stronghold so easily? Even if it was little brother's message and that item, it was impossible for Fu Man to come here personally. So Fu Man was waiting for me here. Hee, brother, I've been searching all over Meng Mountains, but I couldn't find anyone I could entrust this task to. Then, when I saw brother's message, my eyes lit up. So, I immediately urged all the people in the village to come and help you. Yi Yu said with a smile. Then he looked around and whispered, of course, if you need my help in the future, the people of Shibai village will support you unconditionally. Ho Yen rolled his eyes and looked at Night Rain and the disciples on Night Rain's back. He smiled and said, since Fu Man is in trouble, how can I not help? Fu Man, please come over. I would like to hear what you have to say. Good. Yi Yu didn't hesitate, and with a flash of sword light, she landed on Ho Yan's soul beast. Ho Yan's soul beast spread its wings and flew away from the other spirit warriors. After Yi Yu finished speaking, Ho Yan's face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and said, Fu Man, this is your Shibai village's internal affairs. I am the heir of the Ho Tu village. How can I casually participate? I can't. Hee, brother. Night Rain seemed to have expected Ho Yan's reaction. A strange smile appeared on his face. He whispered, although this is my Shibai village's internal affair, but it's also Meng Mountain's internal affair. Xiaohua seemed to be in an even more sorry state than Xiao Mao. His head was facing Xiao Mao, and his feet were facing up. It was no different from being upside down. Moreover, the clothes that were lifted up didn't cover Xiaohua's head. Instead, it was casually spread out like a flower in full bloom. As for the voice from before, not a single word could be heard. However, Fairy Hongxia's body was shrouded in a crimson glow. The glow flickered, protecting Fairy Hongxia tightly. I see. Xiaohua understood. This blood-colored brilliance was a kind of protection. It was to protect Fairy Hongxia who had entered this space, and also to protect the descendants of the Kai family and the Ice Phoenix bloodline. As for himself and the rest, he had no relationship with the Kai family at all. Of course, he would be listed as an enemy by the Kai family's ancestral shrine. This kind of method was the best way to eliminate the enemy and screen the descendants. Whoa! A sharp sound came from Xiaohua's ears, and a faint fiery light began to appear around Xiaohua's body. It was precisely Xiaohua's protective light that was produced due to the friction with the surrounding air as it fell at an extremely fast speed. Big brother. At this time, Xiaohua also heard Xiao Mao's shout, but he saw that Xiao Mao was still following beside him with his head down. His whole body was also on fire, and Xiao Mao's clothes had already started to burn. Innate primordial water. Almost immediately, Xiao Hua thought of the innate primordial water in the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly tried to activate the Buddha Saraira. Xiao Hua thought that the Buddha Saraira would be as simple as primordial energy. Who would have thought that the Buddha Saraira would be the same as usual? It did not take much effort to activate it. The innate primordial water was like a light blue water curtain, protecting Xiao Hua and the rest. Xiao Lang, let me out quickly. Unexpectedly, Fairy Hong Xia said anxiously in just a moment. Under the innate primordial water, I can't sense the guidance of the ancestral phoenix statue. Okay. Xiao Hua knew the power of the innate primordial water. He hurriedly withdrew it from Fairy Hong Xia's side. Rumble, the vibrations grew louder, and the group's speed became faster. Under the suction force, the innate primordial water was pulled into thin strips and directly crashed into the phoenix. Big brother, big brother. Xiao Mao was extremely panicked. He whispered, the speed is getting faster, much faster than our flying speed. To crash into the phoenix like this? How strong is the force? Will our bodies be able to withstand it? Don't worry. Xiao Hua had experienced this before. He said calmly, flying speed is not a problem. The key is to protect yourself while flying. Didn't your senior sister also crash into the phoenix? She has the protection of the phoenix bloodline. If she also crashed into the phoenix, who in the Kai family would be able to enter the ancestral hall? According to Big Brother's opinion, there will be changes even before we crash into the phoenix. Why don't you take this opportunity to comprehend some of the flying speed? Oh. Okay, Xiao Mao nodded blankly. However, in his heart he was puzzled. This flying speed, what is there to comprehend? Yes, no matter how fast this flying speed was, what could be comprehended? Not to mention Xiao Mao, even Li Zongbao couldn't comprehend the mysteries of flight. Only Xiao Hua closed his eyes after speaking to Xiao Mao. He didn't release his divine sense or anything like that. He carefully experienced the changes in his body and the changes in his surroundings during this extremely fast flight. After all, in this lifetime, there were very few opportunities to fly at this speed. Even with Xiao Hua's Imperial Thunder transformation, it was impossible for him to reach this speed. Even the slightest bit of understanding would be extremely beneficial for him to step into the Imperial Lightning Shock. Wu, outside of the innate primordial water, the air was rubbing against the surface of the innate primordial water, producing an unparalleled heat. A sharp, ear-splitting sound was gradually heard. Beside the azure water light of Xiao Hua and the others, Fairy Hong Xia's blood-red light was also swaying, dragging an extremely long tail. The four of them split into two groups, rushing towards the phoenix like a large and small meteor. A phoenix cry resounded through the entire space. Suddenly, a strong light appeared from the phoenix's forehead. The misty light scattered over the surface of the phoenix, as if covering the sky. It rushed towards Xiao Hua and the others. But light escape. Xiao Hua was familiar with the sunlight on the dawn rain continent. Moreover, he had also seen the sun rise in the early morning. However, in this pitch-black space, that light had already appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was something he had never seen before. The instant he saw this light, Xiao Hua was immediately stunned. He couldn't help but roar in his heart, This is light escape. The escape technique that fuses the body with light. It's a light escape technique that can be used even in the void and darkness. As long as there's light reaching a place, it can use the light escape technique. Following Xiao Hua's groan, as the light passed through the darkness and sprinkled on everyone's bodies like thin threads, an indescribable feeling arose in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua's entire body, from his skin to his meridians, from his flesh to his bones, seemed to be filled with light. A feeling of fullness, a feeling of ascension was born. Xiao Hua couldn't help but groan. His chest was instantly filled with a surge of excitement, making him want to stretch out his neck and sing loudly, boom, there was a loud sound, as if Xiaohua's body had exploded inside, but also as if it had exploded outside of Xiaohua's body. Suddenly, everything came to a standstill, whether it was his body, his thoughts, or Xiaohua still had his eyes closed. He was unwilling to break away from the wonderful feeling just now. Although the light in his body was slowly fading away, that intense void was replacing it. Big brother. Xiao Mao called out with some hesitation. Beside him, Li Zongbao hurriedly pointed his hand and transmitted his voice, quiet. Xiao Mao was stunned and quickly shut his mouth. However, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. A thoughtful light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "It's already too late." Immediately after, Xiaohua looked around and saw that this was a space of unknown size. Outside this space, there were countless rays of light flowing, very similar to the gorgeous brilliance in the night sky of Huan country. Looking at the space, there were many specks of stars floating above. These specks of stars all had the same appearance, and they were square tokens. There were faint fluctuations coming from these tokens, and occasionally, there would be faint phoenix patterns appearing from time to time. This is the Kai family's ancestral hall? Xiaohua was really stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen an ancestral hall before. An ordinary ancestral hall, like Zhongling Mountain Village, was an ancestral hall with the tablets of the ancestors placed there. A slightly more bizarre ancestral hall, like the one in Yellow Flower Ridge, was a palace with the tablets of the previous headmasters placed there, as well as the mysterious gods that were worshipped. When he came, Xiaohua had already imagined the Kai family's ancestral hall. However, he thought that Qin Yang's Kai family was at most similar to Zhongling Mountain Village. This ancestral hall was a secret ancestral hall, or perhaps there was a rather large palace under the ancestral hall. Chapter 2841. However, Xiaohua did not expect the Kai family's ancestral shrine to be far beyond his expectations. How was this an ancestral shrine? It was even grander than the Xiankong Pavilion in Haoming City. Legacy realm? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the legacy realm of the Yu family in Falling Gold Mountain. Looking at this scene, the Qin Yang Kai family must be the descendants of the divine beast Phoenix. Their ancestral shrine already had such a scene, then what about the so-called legacy realm of the Yu family in Falling Gold Mountain? That was the legacy realm that was known as an interface. Could this be related to the legacy realm? Xiaohua's eyes turned and looked around. In addition to these ranks, there were also colorful lights. Fairy Hongxia's figure was lying in midair, and this posture was used when she was practicing the flying shadow technique. Seeing Xiaohua looking around, Li Zongbao hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Junior brother, let's go down. Don't delay junior sister's comprehension." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked a few steps in the air. There seemed to be invisible stairs in the air. Sure enough, Xiaohua also walked a few steps and was actually far away from Fairy Hongxia. Hence, the three of them simply walked a few miles before stopping. Damn it, Xiao Mao was the first to speak. This Kai family is really rich. How can their ancestral shrine be so big? When I was in Xuanyan school, I really underestimated these cultivation families. Indeed. Even someone as knowledgeable as Li Zongbao nodded and said, "If junior sister didn't bring me here, I would also think that the Kai family was just an ordinary family. Why is the Kai family's ancestral shrine in Million Mountain Meng? How can it have such a grand scene? This array, what kind of divine ability is needed to set it up?" Xiaohua asked a few questions in one breath. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at each other. Both of them had the same question in their hearts, but who could answer? "I only know that although this place is vast, its true size is no more than 50 kilometers. In fact, it's really the size of an ordinary clan's ancestral hall." Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "However, there's an array here that's similar to the Meru array, and it's shrinking us. As for this totem, even though it's only the size of a hill, in our eyes, It's comparable to the entire Dawn Rain continent. Sumeru Formation? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. He asked curiously, "What kind of formation is that?" "Your storage pouch," Li Zongbao reminded. Many things, regardless of their size, can be stored in storage bags. This storage bag has a simple Sumeru array formation. So that's how it is. Xiao Mao came to a realization and looked around. What about now? Are we inside the Phoenix Totem? It should be. Xiao Hua nodded. That kind of extremely high-speed flight from before was like a teleportation array. When it reached a certain level, it teleported us into the Phoenix Totem. I've encountered such a powerful restriction before. However, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. But that huge suction force from the totem just now was really powerful. I don't know how this restriction was formed. Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao's words stunned Xiao Hua on the spot. I'm afraid it's the totem's own suction force on us? Of course, this suction force doesn't have any fluctuations of energy. It's naturally formed. It could really be the suction force of the Phoenix Totem. A clear cry faintly rang out. In the distance, Fairy Xia's body flashed brilliantly, and the crystal-clear Phoenix celestial body was released. Instantly, even Xiao Hua and the rest could see that countless fireflies were flying in from outside the space. They were like moths to a flame, and they all fell into Fairy Xia's celestial body. The celestial body immediately emitted the same brilliance as the Phoenix Totem outside the space. This brilliance was like breathing, and it was very uniform. More fireflies flew in, enveloping Fairy Xia's physical body and celestial body. An extremely beautiful cocoon of light was born around Fairy Xia's body. The brilliance continued to flash, and the fireflies continued to pour in. Very quickly, more than 10 days passed. The cocoon of light did not expand, but it gradually solidified. Xiao Hua and the rest closed their eyes and sat quietly in the distance, waiting for Fairy Xia to emerge from the cocoon. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a sound like the rising and falling of the tide came from the cocoon of light. Cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. These cracks rapidly expanded, and it collapsed rapidly. An extremely loud phoenix cry rang out again, as if there were two sounds at the same time. One was from the Phoenix Totem outside the space, and the other was from Fairy Xia's Phoenix celestial body. Following the phoenix cry, the collapsing cocoon of light suddenly retracted, and the entire cocoon of light was hidden within Fairy Xia's physical body. At the same time, a five-colored brilliance flashed across the sky, and a firework flashed across the sky, landing right on top of the cocoon of light. Fairy Xia's body continued to flash, and all the brilliance gathered in between her eyebrows. A blood-red phoenix the size of a thumb, spreading its wings and about to fly, appeared there. Looking at the sparkling and translucent phoenix celestial body, it had returned to its original state. The five-colored phenomenon from before had disappeared, and it looked the same as before. Moreover, the celestial body had shrunk to the size of 6 feet. Hee, Fairy Xia chuckled and looked up. She opened her mouth, and the five-colored brilliance fell into her mouth. Her body did not move, but with a flap of the phoenix celestial body's wings, she immediately flew to the side of Xiao Hua and the rest at lightning speed. My goodness, senior sister flew too fast. Xiao Mao and the rest had already stood up when they heard the commotion. Xiao Mao could not help but exclaim in shock. Hee, I have obtained the phoenix legacy of my Kai family. I can move freely within the phoenix enchantment. Fairy Xia said proudly. Good. Li Zongbao clapped. Congratulations, junior sister, for not making a wasted trip. Thank you, senior brother. It's all because of your help that I can come here safely. Fairy Xia bowed and thanked him. What is the Phoenix legacy? Can every descendant of the Kai family obtain it? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Not at all, Fairy Xia chuckled. Just like junior brother Xiao Mao, if one's bloodline is not pure, how can one obtain it? Or, if one's cultivation does not reach a certain level, How can one enter the ancestral shrine? Moreover, my Kai family's phoenix legacy should be different from Junior Brothers, who is the descendant of god Shibai. This phoenix legacy can only be obtained by one person in every generation. Only when this person dies, will the inheritance divine light return to the ancestral shrine and await the arrival of the next inheritor. So, amazing! Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Mao and then at Fairy Xianxia. These two people's luck seemed to be better than his. They really had a good background. Better than anyone else. I don't know about all these. Fairy Xianxia smiled. I only wanted to come to the ancestral shrine to see if there were any opportunities. Only when I was guided by the Phoenix Legacy's divine light and merged with the Phoenix Legacy did I understand so much. Moreover, within the divine light, there are many other things which will be slowly unearthed as I cultivate. Senior sister's cultivation? Xiao Mao could not help but cast a spell. However, Fairy Xia's cultivation did not seem to have any special changes. Of course, my cultivation won't have any changes in a dozen days. Fairy Xia smiled. These 10 days are only the initial stages of merging with the divine light. When the divine light completely merges with me, my cultivation will gradually speed up. However, based on my estimation, I will definitely be able to step into the golden core stage by next year. As she spoke, Fairy Xia opened her mouth, and the 5-colored brilliance flew out and landed in her soft hands. The brilliance gradually disappeared, revealing the true form of a phoenix feather. This is my Kai family's phoenix token. Fairy Xia said happily, this is a feather that my ancestors obtained from the heavenly phoenix. Its profundity is endless. Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao said happily. Everyone's luck is different. Junior brother's fate seems to be more powerful than mine. Fairy Xia held the phoenix token and said, I thought that coming to Meng Mountains was my business, but I did not expect that Junior brother's business is more important than mine. She then looked at Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao and said embarrassedly, on the other hand, Xiao Lang and senior brother came empty-handed and returned empty-handed. As long as you have a chance encounter, wouldn't you be much stronger than me? Xiao Hua naturally understood that what he had obtained was not any less than Xiao Mao and Fairy Xia. He smiled and said, senior brother Li, on the other hand, came here for nothing. I even obtained a spirit item. Li Zongbao said. At this moment, the space began to vibrate. A repulsive force similar to the one before was produced. Don't worry, the Phoenix barrier is about to close. Fairy Xia said unhurriedly, only when my Phoenix divine light returns will the Phoenix barrier have a chance to open. We don't need to struggle, we just need to let the barrier push us out. As soon as her voice fell, everyone's figures soared into the sky, flying out at a speed even faster than Xiao Hua's imperial thundershock. Only this time, there were no sparks forming around them. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his eyes, trying to comprehend the rare speed, Gigi. After an unknown amount of time, an extremely hot aura suddenly surrounded Xiao Hua. Moreover, before Xiao Hua could open his eyes, a very familiar sound of an ape's cry came from above his head. Then, an unpleasant stench rushed into Xiao Hua's mouth and nose. This is... Xiao Hua stared blankly. Before he could open his eyes and release his divine sense, a sharp sound that seemed to tear the air apart resounded from his forehead, and a piercing pain appeared on his skin. Xiao Hua's body was naturally surrounded by a protective golden light, but he did not dare to be careless. He shrank his head and curled his body into a ball. In an extremely strange posture, he flew to the side like a spinning windmill. Chapter 2842. Rip, an ear-piercing sound of silk being torn apart rang out. An extremely sharp force slashed right at Xiao Hua's right arm. Wherever the brilliance flashed, the golden light protecting his body was actually torn apart by this force, and the brilliance surrounding Xiao Hua's body was also extinguished. Fire ape. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He immediately activated the wind escape technique, and floated several zhang away. His gaze swept across, and sure enough, he saw 100 zhang tall fire ape. This fire ape had an extremely ferocious face, and the wide mouth and fangs on its face were suffused with a kind of blood-red color. The fire ape's fur was golden yellow, and from time to time, flames would emerge from its fur, lingering around the fire ape. A tyrannical aura also enveloped the nearby area. Wasn't this the golden core stage fire ape from Flaming Forest Marsh? Why did this guy run to Million Man Mountain? Xiaohua stood in midair. He swept with his divine sense, but didn't see the figures of Li Zongbao and the others. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. His gaze once again fell on the fire ape, and he thought very strangely. Looking at the fire ape again, within its wild and untamed eyes, there was clearly astonishment, as if it was as confused as Xiaohua. However, when it clearly saw Xiaohua's appearance, a kind of joy actually appeared in its eyes. Oh, a cheerful long howl, its bloody mouth rushed into the air, and a faint flame spurted out. Immediately after, it crossed its arms and hammered its own chest, causing sparks to fly out from its fur, as if they were blooming fireworks. Sun Moon Corona, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the ancestral artifacts of Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge. Those things seemed to have a restraining effect on the fire ape, and at the same time, the fire ape seemed to be somewhat interested in the Sun Moon Corona. However, before Xiaohua could take out the Sun Moon Corona, the fire ape not far away lowered its head and stared at Xiaohua with a fierce gaze. Flames flickered under its feet, and it flew toward Xiaohua. Its huge fist streaked across the air, and flames were also produced. It was like two fireballs were held in the fire ape's hand, and it rushed toward Xiaohua. I've already met you 3 times. Xiaohua laughed loudly. As the saying goes, there's only 1 time and 2 times, but not 3 times and 4 times. But I'll let you know how powerful I am. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out several fire talismans. He urged his magic power and threw them at the fire ape. Roar! The fire ape seemed to have understood Xiaohua's words. It let out a loud roar, and a trace of disdain flashed through its eyes. Its giant hand was like a mountain as it smashed down toward Xiaohua, who was like a toy in its eyes. Rumble! The fire talisman itself didn't have much magic power fluctuation. When Xiaohua activated it, this time, it absorbed a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. One after another, huge fireballs exploded around the fire ape. That ferocious force and the fierce flames all rolled towards the fire ape. Boom, boom, boom. The fire ape was clearly somewhat surprised, but there was no panic in its eyes. The fist that was smashing towards Xiaohua changed slightly. It hammered continuously, like the beating of a drum, and hit the numerous fireballs. The fireball talismans, which even swordsmen would find difficult to dodge, were actually destroyed by the fire ape as if they were playing with fire. The last fireball was even destroyed by the fire ape's palm. Heh, it's indeed the fire ape. This fire controlling technique is innate. Ordinary people can only look up to its dust. Xiaohua sighed. He boasted that he already had some understanding of the divine fire technique, but in terms of fire controlling technique, he was clearly inferior to this fire ape. He didn't have the confidence that he could easily crush the fire talismans when they exploded. Roar! The fire ape cracked open its mouth, as if it was mocking and showing off. It waved its hands, and a series of fireballs were born from its hands. It threw them towards Xiaohua as if it was playing with fire. Xiaohua saw the mocking in the fire ape's eyes, and his heart was also stunned. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and dozens of fire talismans once again flew out. Rumble! The fire talismans exploded between Xiaohua and the fire ape. The flames soared into the sky and enveloped the surrounding area of 100 zhang. The shockwave even stirred up the dust within 100 zhang. There were even some mountain rocks that were blown away by the fireballs. The entire scene was a complete mess. Roar! This time, the fire ape was completely enraged. It used all its strength to open its bloody mouth, and its teeth made a jeju sound. With a loud roar, Its 10 zhang tall body slightly swayed and actually flashed within the flames. It quickly rushed in front of Xiaohua, and its huge fist smashed towards Xiaohua's body with the sound of the wind. Fire escape! Xiaohua was even more stunned. This was the first time the fire ape used the fire escape in front of him. Even that day in the flame forest swamp, it didn't use it when it was in a dangerous situation. It seemed that the fire ape's strength had greatly improved in these past few decades. However, when Xiaohua saw the fire ape approaching him, he was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, he took out his enormous spiked club. With a woo sound, he welcomed the fire ape's fist head-on. Suddenly seeing the huge wolf-tooth club, the fire ape was also slightly stunned. Looking at Xiaohua waving the wolf-tooth club that was bigger than itself like a baby, it was really frightened. Pung! A loud sound echoed. While the fire ape was still in a daze, the wolf-tooth club hit its fist. The fire ape's fist was shaken and the magic tool wolf-tooth club also let out a ZZ sound. The fire ape lowered its head and looked at its fist in disbelief. Soon after, it raised its head and its eyes were already scarlet red. Roar, roar! The fire ape roared 3 times and waved its arms as if it was angry. The flames around its body also suddenly rushed out and attacked Xiaohua's head. Come! How could Xiaohua be afraid of it? He roared without fear and waved his wolf-tooth club. His body flew up and fought with the fire ape. A deafening roar sounded and flames splashed around the surroundings. Not to mention the rocks, even the dust was refined by the fire ape's flames and turned into pitch-black beads that rolled around. The mess on the rocks was also the remnants of the flames. Furthermore, countless large holes were left behind by the fire ape's fists or by Xiaohua's wolf-tooth club. After fighting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest still didn't appear. Instead, the fire ape's roars became even louder. The fire ape wasn't proficient in controlling fire and its arms had a huge strength that could tear apart tigers and leopards. In this kind of close combat, other than in a group fight, it had never suffered such a big loss. Now that it saw a cultivator who was much shorter than it and was actually in a deadlock with it, it had long lost its rationality. Its eyes were abnormally scarlet red and it opened its bloody mouth that emitted a disgusting stench, as if it would only be satisfied if it ate Xiaohua alive. Pung! Xiaohua's figure was like a light wind and flew out from under the fire ape's armpit. He didn't even turn his head and casually swung his wolf-tooth club, smashing it on the fire ape's back. Although the fire ape's skin was thick and its body was protected by flames, when sparks flew, the fire ape's figure actually staggered and fell forward. However, the fire ape actually took advantage of this moment and lifted its foot, as if it wanted to stomp Xiaohua into meat paste. Go! Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand, hitting it on the fire ape's foot. Ayo! The fire ape let out a sorrowful cry, as if it was in pain. It hugged its foot and fell in midair. This fire ape is quite interesting. Xiaohua was somewhat hypocritical, however, it's too arrogant and unruly. Wu! Immediately after, the fire ape pounded its own chest and opened its mouth. A turbulent pillar of fire rushed out from its mouth and enveloped Xiaohua. Haha, you want to compete with this young master in fire techniques? Xiaohua laughed loudly. The wolf-tooth club in his hand disappeared after a pause. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a cold flame, like a fire net, to meet the fire ape's attack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two types of fire fused together. However, Xiaohua's cold flame only lasted for a moment before it was broken by many thin flames. It was as if thousands of small fire snakes were licking Xiaohua's left side. Ayo! This fire ape is really powerful. Xiaohua faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the magic bottle that contained the innate true fire. This magic bottle couldn't be considered a high-grade item and Xiaohua didn't really refine it. At this moment, he activated his magic power and a wisp of innate true fire flickered within the magic bottle. Immediately after, a suction force was produced and the fire ape's pillar of fire was sucked into it, leaving not even a drop behind. Woo woo! A trace of astonishment flashed through the fire ape's scarlet eyes. It seemed to have seen the power of the innate true fire. However, at this moment, it was already controlled by anger. It opened its bloody mouth again, and an unconcealable confinement force was produced from its mouth. Immediately after, the fire ape spat out a fiery red Niden from its mouth. The situation of this Niden was different from the first time the fire ape appeared. When the Niden was spat out in the air, the surrounding dozens of feet was enveloped by a kind of pressure. A faint confinement force was emitted from this pressure, and traces of sparks were faintly discernible within this range of dozens of feet. Woo! A strange hissing sound was produced from the Niden. An enormous force mixed with extreme heat was emitted from the Niden at the same time and smashed toward Xiaohua. "Come at me!" Xiaohua slapped his forehead and released the pressure of the gold core to contend with the might of the Niden. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out the seal of overturning the sea. However, when Xiaohua activated the seal of overturning the sea, his heart shook and the seal of overturning the sea disappeared from his hand. Xiaohua raised his hand and slapped his forehead again. Immediately, a hurricane was produced from his forehead. That hurricane was so sharp that it was like wind blades, cutting apart the confinement of the Niden within dozens of feet. Moreover, in the air, the faintly discernible wisps of fire were blown away like candles in the wind, on the verge of collapse. What's more, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within hundreds of feet of Xiaohua condensed in the direction of Xiaohua. The huge rocks and dust that were shattered by the fight between the two were all swept up by this hurricane. The hand of a nascent soul. Chapter 2843. Previously, when Xiaohua was in the Sword Tomb, he had occasionally revealed his nascent soul stage hand. However, at that time, it was not too mature. It could even be said that he only had a little bit of experience. During this period of time, although Xiaohua hadn't used it again, he had always been thinking about it in his heart. He had always been trying to comprehend it. With the heaven and earth sleeve as a foundation, although this nascent soul hand might not be pure, when he really used it now, it was quite decent. The hurricane mixed with the gravel and sand condensed into a huge palm. It was as if a real huge hand was grabbing towards the inner core. A restraining force that could compete with or even surpass the restraining force of the inner core was born from the hand. Although it hadn't really grasped the inner core, the previously ferocious golden core had now lost all its momentum under the giant hand. The previously spiraling golden core had become sluggish, and it didn't even move in the air. Oh, at this moment, the fire ape's crimson eyes became somewhat clear. A trace of panic flashed through it. It really could not understand why Xiaohua, who it had met once before, was so powerful now. The fire ape roared angrily. The crimson inner core suddenly flashed with a circle of intense brilliance. Even though Xiaohua was far away, he still felt an indescribable heat. The nascent soul stage hand that was covering the inner core was immediately burned by this heat and dissipated. Powerful, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly flung his Daoist robe, wanting to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique to stabilize the nascent soul stage hand. At this moment, the fire ape's inner core suddenly retreated and fell into the fire ape's mouth. Moreover, the fire ape did not hesitate at all. Flames flashed under its feet, and it prepared to escape into the distance. "Hee, at this time, you still want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure swayed, and lightning flashed under his feet as he chased after the fire ape. Roar! The fire ape did not expect Xiaohua's flying speed to be so fast. In a moment, he had already arrived behind it. It hurriedly roared, and that roar shook the surroundings, echoing in the mountains. Hearing the fire ape's cry and the fire ape's anxious expression, Xiaohua suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it, this fire ape is so strange. The first time I saw it in Flaming Forest Swamp, it was with the Thunder Beast. It seemed like it was the one who lured the Thunder Beast here. But today, it actually came all the way to the Meng Mountains. Could it be that there are still Thunder Beasts here? Just as he was thinking about it, a spiritual sense comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator swept over, and a hoarse voice rang out from afar. "No way!" As that divine sense swept past Xiaohua, a scorching and ferocious feeling spread out from that divine sense, causing Xiaohua's divine sense to feel a stinging pain. What kind of spirit beast is this? How can it be so powerful? When the fire ape sensed this divine thought, it let out a loud cry of joy and flew towards the source of the sound without caring about anything else. Even if another lightning beast comes, you can forget about escaping from my hands." Xiaohua knew that this fire ape had some connection with the Misty Mountain. The powerful restriction in the Sun-Moon Corona most likely needed this fire ape, and the soul seal inside had to be unsealed for Shui. How could Xiaohua release this fire ape? While thinking, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Sun-Moon Corona appeared in his hand. Oh! An extremely sorrowful cry was heard. As soon as the Sun-Moon Corona appeared, it was sensed by the fire ape. The fire ape turned its head to look at the Sun-Moon Corona, which was overflowing with brilliance, and immediately let out a cry, fleeing even more desperately. "Go!" Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the Sun-Moon Corona within the Sun-Moon Corona rotated like a sun, and the Sun-Moon Corona rotated around the Sun-Moon Corona in the opposite direction. The Sun-Moon Corona was incomparably brilliant as it chased after the fire ape. In the blink of an eye, the Sun-Moon Corona caught up with the fire ape. Woo! A powerful suction force was generated from the Sun-Moon Corona, enveloping the fire ape. "Withdraw," Xiaohua faintly smiled. The Sun-Moon Corona let out a buzzing sound, and the entire magic artifact shook. The suction force was like waves, rushing towards the fire ape's head. The fire ape raised its hand high up, covering its head. Its facial features were all distorted, and it felt extreme pain. A faintly discernible fire shadow appeared on top of the fire ape's head, gradually moving towards the Sun-Moon Corona. "See!" A hoarse cry was heard, and the divine sense in the distance became even more furious. Xiaohua felt as if the air around him was about to be ignited, and a kind of dryness that he had never experienced before gradually emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense, and raised his head to look. Right at the origin of the sound, a 3-zhang tall monster with a body full of red fur was flying towards him on a red cloud. This monster was very strange. It seemed to have the shape of a human, but the movements of its limbs were very stiff, and its arms and legs did not seem to be able to bend. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that this monster's entire body was covered in red fur. The fine fur covered the monster's entire body, and not a single bit of skin was exposed. Moreover, there was a layer of fine powdery substance on top of the red fur, and it faintly emitted a phosphorescent light. This body hair was so luxuriant that it actually completely covered the monster's face, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes could be seen through the gaps of the fur. This is a human? Or a soul beast? Xiaohua thought inwardly, but his gaze once again fell on the monster's 2 enormous breasts. Those enormous breasts were no different from an ordinary girl's breasts, but they were much bigger. Oh, when Xiaohua saw this monster, the fire ape naturally also saw it. A heart-wrenching roar came from the fire ape's mouth, and it was asking for help. See, that monster also raised its head and roared, but its voice was not as loud as the fire ape's. However, Xiaohua could still hear that soft voice. As the monster's voice entered his ears, Xiaohua's mind slightly shook, and his vision became a little blurry. Good boy, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and he hurriedly used God's guidance. A strand of coolness flowed through his mind, and the thirst of his divine sense was somewhat alleviated, but his mind was still a little shaky. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent, and he hurriedly released his soul strands to block the monster's attack. The soul strands vibrated freely, blocking the monster's attack. Looking at the fire ape again, the silhouette of the fire ape that had been sucked out earlier gradually returned to its original position, and its body that was tumbling in the air also stopped. You still want to leave at this time? Even if this young master does not take your life, I will not let you go. Xiaohua sneered, and pointed his finger. A few words of incantation came out, and the brilliance of the sun-moon corona changed again. The sun-moon corona gradually shrunk, and the sun-moon corona flattened, turning into something similar to a Dao crown. Go, Xiaohua pointed his finger again, and a wave of magic power surged. With a so sound, the Dao crown landed on the fire ape's head. The fire ape was greatly alarmed, and its two claws grabbed the sides of the Dao crown, exerting all its strength to take it away from its head. Tight, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose into a slight smile. This sun-moon corona method was something that he obtained when he was refining it. At that time, he did not know what use it had, but today, he found out that it actually had such a miraculous use. Roar, a deafening roar came out from the fire ape's mouth. The pain on the fire ape's face was even more intense than before, and its entire body fell to the ground in midair. Its two claws rapidly scratched its head, and traces of blood seeped out. It was actually the fire ape's claws that had scratched it. However, that Dao crown seemed to have taken root on its head. No matter how it struggled, even if it used its head to hit the ground, that Dao crown did not move in the slightest. Boom, a light sound rang out, and a flame flashed above Xiaohua's head. It was as if the true fire within Xiaohua's body had uncontrollably erupted. Moreover, an incomparable impatience suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart, and a kind of pressure that came from the inside out was about to explode. Xiaohua did not have time to deal with the fire ape. He raised his head to look again, and this time, he was truly stunned. Right next to the monster, hundreds and thousands of soul beasts suddenly appeared, and on the backs of these soul beasts stood soul warriors. Damn it, this fire ape is really a genius. Xiaohua could not help but praise in his heart. Previously, you were together with the incomparably powerful thunder beast in Flame Forest Swamp, and now you've come all the way to Million Miles Mountain, and even become friends with this monster and soul beasts. If this young master really killed you, it would be a waste of my talent. Xiaohua did not have the confidence to deal with this monster, and he did not want to fight against a soul warrior. His body quickly descended, and with a wave of his hand, the universe in the sleeve was unleashed, and in an instant, the fire ape was imprisoned. Under the double imprisonment of the sun-moon corona and the universe in the sleeve, the fire ape only had the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards, and the ability to control true fire. Now, like a dead animal, it was lifted up by Xiaohua. Xiaohua then took out a spirit pouch and threw the fire ape into it. After easily dealing with the fire ape, Xiaohua glanced at the monster that was still some distance away from him. That monster's limbs were stiff, and it flew rather slowly. Xiaohua might not be able to fight against this monster's strange ability, but it seemed that escaping from the monster and the soul warrior's eyes was not a difficult matter. However, seeing the numerous soul warriors flying over from all over the mountains and plains, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, oh, not good. Where are my wife and the others? Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent, and released his divine sense. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua released his divine sense, a feeling of being thrown into an oven immediately came over from his divine sense. The surroundings seemed to be filled with waves of fire, and the indescribable fire was burning. The needles forced Xiaohua to have no choice but to withdraw his divine sense. However, his Buddhist sense, which had always been useful, was also forced to withdraw by the fire. Moreover, his Buddhist sense was not as good as his divine sense, and there was actually a burning sensation. What is this monster? Xiaohua was stunned. He knew that the Million Meng Mountains were mysterious, and that it was a place that Daoist cultivators did not dare to enter. However, he still did not expect that even though they were not even in the depths of the Million Meng Mountains, and were still in the Kai family's ancestral shrine, with his strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, he was unable to deal with a monster that he had not even seen before. This won't do. Even if my cultivation is damaged, I still have to find my wife and the others' whereabouts. Xiaohua was very anxious. His figure rose into the sky, and he released his divine sense again. Chapter 2844. It was really like a naked man jumping into a lake of fire. Ever since Xiaohua started cultivating, he had suffered a lot. Lightning tribulation, body sculpting, bone tempering, 10,000 years of solitude, etc. However, it seemed that he could not avoid those sufferings. He was forced to face them. But this time was different. He could have retracted his divine sense. Perhaps everything would be fine. Perhaps he could have escaped this hellish suffering. However, Xiaohua did not dare to retract his divine sense. He understood that with his poor sense of direction, he would lose track of Fairy Xianxia and the others as soon as he flew up. He could only go further and further away, and he would never be able to find them. Xiaohua could only rely on his divine sense. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the feeling of falling into a lake of fire. Even if their hands touched the flames, they would be burned. How could ordinary people reach their hands into the flame again? Although it was possible to pull chestnuts out of the fire, the process was extremely short. How could it be compared to Xiaohua's torment of jumping into the fire? That deep pain would occasionally pierce his divine sense. It was as if thousands of sharp needles were constantly attacking Xiaohua. Roar! Xiaohua roared, as if he wanted to roar out the pain. He did not dare to stay in the air for long. Lightning flickered around his body as he flew towards the monster. Rumble! Xiaohua's hands danced in the air as if he had gone crazy. The dark clouds in the sky surged rapidly, gradually accumulating. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down like sharp swords. All the lightning bolts had only one target, and that was the flying monster. Hiss! The monster saw the change in the sky and stopped in midair. It looked at the sky with great astonishment, then looked at Xiaohua. When the lightning struck, the monster's body immediately landed on top of a hill. Strangely, the hillside was the same as the other places. Because of the changes in Meng Mountains, there was no vegetation growing on it. It looked like it was filled with rocks and dust. However, when the monster's feet stepped on the hillside, an indescribable yellow color appeared under the monster's feet and rapidly spread across the entire hillside. Cracks quickly appeared on the hard boulders, and after a lot of cracks, they turned into powder. It was as if the monster had absorbed the last bit of moisture on the hillside. Hiss! Xiaohua clearly saw this strange scene and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was immediately stunned, as if he had thought of something. Hitorigami! This is a drought demon. Xiaohua suddenly cried out in shock. Once the drought demon appears, the land will be dyed red for thousands of miles. Damn it, could this drought demon be the cause of the abnormal changes in Meng Mountains? No, that's not right. The drought demon was born because of the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Rumble! Xiaohua's cry was really effective. The pain in his divine sense actually lessened a little. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly flew toward a place, wanting to get away from this drought demon. Hiss hiss, the place where the lightning fell was precisely the standing drought demon. The threads of lightning, and the flickering lightning net all fell. However, the drought demon raised both of its hands slightly, as if it was raising fire to burn the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell on its body, causing it to fall to the ground. However, when the drought demon stood up very tenaciously, Xiaohua discovered that these heavenly lightning actually only knocked down some red hair and didn't hurt the drought demon in the slightest. Isn't this a little too powerful? Xiaohua's eyeballs were about to fall out. Although he knew that the drought demon had a head of copper and arms of iron, and that its entire body was hard, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. Wu Hanba let out a rare cry. Xiaohua's entire body made a whoosh sound, as if it was about to explode. A splitting sensation emerged from his skull. Furthermore, that divine sense that was originally already covered in burns was actually cleaved apart by a kind of sharpness that was like a fiery sword. Motherfucker, how long has it been? My divine sense was already injured by the drought demon. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He still stubbornly released his divine sense, continuing to sweep towards the distance. At this moment, the previously distant soul beasts were also flying closer. These soul beasts' bodies had some faint green brilliance. These green brilliances intertwined with each other, covering half the sky. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across some of these green brilliances, and a cool feeling entered his body. It was very pleasant. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before the green brilliance began to corrode Xiaohua's divine sense, burning even more fiercely than the fire. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily. He didn't want to get caught up in a fight with these soul warriors. His figure slightly turned, and he flew towards the side of the soul warriors. Unexpectedly, when they saw Xiaohua fly away, those soul warriors acted as if they didn't know. They continued to chase in the direction they came from, which was the direction where the drought demon fell. Moreover, because the drought demon was now flying and chasing after Xiaohua, it even waved the soul weapon in its hand, causing a sky full of green brilliance to pounce towards the drought demon. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, these millions of Meng Mountain soul cultivators are here to kill the drought demon. They're not here to help the drought demon save the fire ape. However, soon after, Xiaohua was stunned. But how can these soul cultivators kill the drought demon? But at this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense seemed to have discovered something. His face changed greatly, and a surge of anger involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. His divine sense retracted in a sorry state, and the lightning around his body flickered as he flew into the distance. It was actually the imperial lightning transformation that Xiaohua rarely used. Rumble, Xiaohua wasn't the only one flying. The dark clouds and lightning that had gathered in the sky earlier were also surging with Xiaohua into the distance. It seemed like Xiaohua's anger was soaring to the heavens. And the drought demon that was chasing after Xiaohua was also chasing after him. Because the drought demon had changed direction, it ran into the soul warriors. The green brilliance that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was like a gigantic tentacle that grabbed at the drought demon. Hiss! The drought demon's eyes that were covered by its red hair revealed a look of anger. It stretched out its hand and grabbed at the air a few times. A scorching heat comparable to the hand of a nascent soul cultivator shot up into the air. Hiss! The green brilliance of the drought demon melted in an instant, as if the green brilliance was being washed away by a flood. Roar! The dozen or so soul warriors that were closest to the drought demon waved the soul weapons in their hands. The soul beasts under their feet also spat out a green brilliance, and an obscure wave of energy enveloped the drought demon. Huff! Seemingly hit by the soul warriors, the drought demon shook its head slightly and opened its mouth to roar at the soul warriors. Ji-ji-woo! Seeing this, the soul warriors were overjoyed. They roared to each other and urged their soul beasts to gather even more soul warriors to attack. And the soul incantations in their mouths were rapidly recited, wanting to launch a fatal attack on the drought demon. Seeing so many soul warriors blocking its way, and even more so, becoming more and more difficult to deal with like flies, the drought demon lost its last bit of patience. Looking at Xiaohua's already disappearing figure, it opened its mouth to roar again and stretched out its hand to grab. Bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out. Several soul warriors that were in the middle of reciting soul incantations and urging their soul beasts to attack the drought demon inexplicably exploded. All of their flesh and blood scattered down like powder. And the soul beasts they were riding also fell from the sky. G. The remaining soul cultivators were somewhat scared. It seemed that after chasing for half a day, only now did they realize how powerful the drought demon was. Unfortunately, how could the attack of over 1,000 people be so easily stopped? The soul warriors behind these soul warriors continued to urge their soul beasts to chase after the drought demon. Soul incantations were also released. Pa 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 pa. A series of sounds rang out. It was like swatting flies. One after another, the soul warriors' flesh and blood exploded, and one after another, their soul beasts fell from the sky. Even the soul warriors who didn't notice before instinctively heard it. After all, this wasn't a fight with swordsmen. This was a one-sided massacre. These soul warriors were simply no match for the drought demon. Roar! The drought demon opened its mouth and laughed. All of the soul warriors were so scared that they urged their soul beasts to retreat. The scene was like a rising tide forcing itself to retreat. It was quite a spectacular sight. The drought demon ignored these soul warriors and continued to fly in the direction of Xiaohua. It seemed that the fire ape was very important to it. The remaining soul warriors stood in the sky for a moment. Seeing no trace of Yi Yu and Hou Yen, they looked at each other and urged their soul beasts to chase after the drought demon again. But this time, they only dared to stay far away. Activating the green defensive brilliance, no one dared to fly half a step. Where did Yi Yu and Hou Yen go? When the two of them were killing the drought demon, they naturally commanded the soul warriors to attack. However, the drought demon didn't want to fight them and they couldn't kill it. Originally, they chased after the drought demon to see if they could find any opportunities. The direction the drought demon went was naturally where the fire ape was, and this place wasn't far from the mountain peak where Xiao Mao put down Qi and the two blue witch feathers. Hundreds or even thousands of soul beasts flew past. Qi might not have known, but Qin Wuyu already knew. The two soul beasts didn't have any intelligence. They just flapped their wings and flew into the air, leaving Qi jumping and shouting on the mountain peak. Yi Yu and Hou Yen were both wise people. After seeing the power of the drought demon, they knew that this trip was a failure. However, Hou Yen couldn't just turn back. He sent his subordinates back and continued to mobilize the other soul warriors while continuing to chase after the drought demon. Yi Yu, on the other hand, had already achieved his goal. He wasn't afraid to follow behind Hou Yen. While they were quietly discussing how to deal with the drought demon, the blue witch feathers had already flown close to them. At first, Yi Yu didn't care. The blue witch feathers were just ordinary soul beasts in the millions of Meng Mountains. Who knew where these two soul beasts came from? But 7 was different. He thought about it for a while and figured it out. He knew that Xiao Mao had saved the soul beast in the Bai and stronghold. Although he didn't know that Xiao Mao had brought 2 soul beasts with him, how could 2 soul beasts suddenly appear in such a barren place? 7 hurriedly reported this to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a calculative person. Once he was reminded, he immediately understood. He was overjoyed and asked for help from Hou Yen. Chapter 2845. Hou Yen, who was still troubled, frowned even more when he heard this. In fact, he really didn't want to get involved in the matters of Shi Bai stronghold, especially such a sensitive matter. Although he agreed to help because he wanted something, there was still a sense of evasiveness in his bones. He didn't believe that in such a big Meng Mountains he would really run into Xiao Mao this time. However, things were often so coincidental. When they really ran into each other, Hou Yen couldn't refuse anymore. He could only send his disciples to continue chasing Hanba, while he led over 100 spirit warriors and followed Yi Yu's 10 trusted subordinates to change direction. After all, the green witch feather was just an ordinary soul beast. How could it be as psychic as a soul beast commanded by a spirit warrior? After circling around, they slowly returned to the mountain peak where Qi was. Qi obviously didn't know the origin of these people. When it saw so many spirit warriors coming, it quickly stood up and bowed. However, no matter how Yi Yu and Hou Yen asked, Qi didn't reveal Xiao Mao's whereabouts. Hou Yen was helpless and didn't say much, but how could Yi Yu let it go? He only nodded slightly, and Qi immediately walked out and cut off one of Qi's arms, letting the blood flow out like a fountain. When Qi saw Xiao Mao before, it had already fainted from hunger. Now that it was severely injured, it couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Its blood soaked the dried mountain rocks. Seeing that Qi still refused to speak, Qi summoned his flying sword and sliced off the flesh on Qi's other arm piece by piece. Qi, who had gritted his teeth and remained silent, couldn't help but cry out in pain. His voice was so shrill that even the 2 green witch feathers cried out in shock in midair. Qi's last arm was almost cut into bones, but Qi still didn't ask why. Under Qi's torture, Qi only had 1 breath left to struggle. Qi didn't dare to casually kill Qi without Yi Yu's orders. Even Hou Yen, who had never regarded the lives of the Aborigines as lives, frowned when he saw such cruel means. Ahem! Ho Yen coughed and said unhappily, Fu Man, although this Aborigine is a lowly person, he is still a citizen of Meng Mountain. It's fine if you killed him, but to torture him in front of your little brother, isn't that inappropriate? Night Rain was naturally angry. He didn't expect this native to be so stubborn. This native showed him the loyalty of the natives to the descendants of Shibai. Hearing Ho Yen's words, he said faintly, Brother Ho Yen, this is the internal affair of our Shibai village. The untouchables here are my people. I am the Fu Man of the Shibai stronghold. There is no reason why I can't deal with this lowly commoner, right? If that's the case, Fu Man will take care of the internal affairs here. Ho Yen waved his hand, and the soul beast landed. Ho Yen pretended to leave. Hey brother. You didn't expect that Ho Yen was already regretting his decision. He hastily shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a strong wave of energy appeared in the sky. Then a light flashed in the sky. It was as if a hurricane had blown past. 3 figures appeared from the light and flew into the distance. Ah? Yu was shocked at first, but when he saw them clearly, he was wild with joy. Yes, of the 3 people who appeared, Xiao Mao, whom he wanted to kill the most, was among them. Xiao Hua, whom he feared the most, wasn't here. Wasn't this what he wanted? Ho Yen! Yu shouted recklessly, You and I have already agreed that the 3 of them have been sent here by the Hutu goddess. Look carefully. That young cultivator is my enemy. You only need to kill him today, and everything I promised you before will still count. Ho Yen was also shocked. He didn't know how these 3 people appeared here. When he heard Yiyu's words, he was also moved. However, he was still cautious and said, It's just a few foundation establishment cultivators, why do you need to worry about them? How about this? I'll help you stall these 2 foundation establishment cultivators. As for that, you can deal with it yourself. I'll do as brother says. When Yiyu heard this, he didn't say anything else. His soul beast roared in the air and rushed toward Xiao Mao. Several of Yiyu's confidants also urged their soul beasts to chase after Xiao Mao. Ho Yen wasn't in a hurry. He looked coldly at them and waved his hand. A soul warrior came forward and gave a few orders. The 100 soul warriors shouted a few times and waved their soul armaments. Gradually, a green light appeared and rushed towards Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. Ho Yen reached out his hand and a snow-white bone staff appeared in his hand. The soul beast under his feet also flew up. The 2 blue shaman feathers didn't know what was going on. They flapped their wings and flew into the air to catch up with the other soul beasts. Although none of the soul beasts were blue shaman feathers, the 2 blue shaman feathers seemed to be very close to the other soul beasts. From time to time, they would soar up and play with the other soul beasts. The green light also wrapped around the blue shaman feathers. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain was empty except for Xie Weeping. Xie Weeping struggled painfully to get up. Almost immediately, he fell to his knees and stared at the sky. He stared at the direction where the others were going and saw Xiao Mao's tall figure. Xiao Mao and the others were just as surprised. They were originally together with Xiao Hua, so their speed was roughly the same. However, just as they were about to be teleported away, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly sped up again. He actually surpassed them by more than 30 meters, disappearing into the space ahead of them. It was truly impossible for them to catch up. However, when Xiao Mao and the others reappeared in midair, they found themselves in the millions of Meng Mountains. Sure enough, Xiao Hua was separated from them. Of course, when they realized that this was where Xiao Hua was before, they heard the cries of soul beasts behind them. With a sweep of their wills, they knew that Yu was here. Truly, enemies are bound to meet. Li Zongbao sneered. With a clap of his hand, the immortal slaughtering whip appeared in his hand. Fairy Hongxia was even calmer. She opened her mouth and the phoenix token flew out and landed in her hand. Seeing the 2 of them take out their magical treasures, Xiao Mao did not dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, The broken golden arrow called the sun-shooting arrow was taken out from his storage bag. Yiyu. Seeing Yiyu controlling his soul beast to fly over, Li Zongbao said coldly, "You really don't give up on your evil intentions. I should have killed you before we reached the Meng Mountains." "Ha Li Zongbao, I know that your name is Li Zongbao. I already knew that day at Drifting Cloud Lake. I also knew it during the Battle of the Sword Catacomb." Yiyu laughed loudly. "You, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, want to kill me? You should take a piss and look at your own shadow. If it wasn't for the terrifying phoenix by your side that day, I would have already killed all of you. How could I have kept you alive until today?" Yiyu set up a soul formation in the Sword Catacomb and helped the sword cultivators of Huan Country to fight against the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries. Fairy Xianxia waved her hand, causing the 5-colored phoenix medallion to emit a 5-colored brilliance around her. Then she said coldly, "Today, there are also soul cultivators fighting against swordsmen in Meng Mountains. Are you a swordsman? Or a soul cultivator?" Fairy Xia's voice was loud. Obviously, she wanted Ho Yen behind Yiyu to hear her. Sure enough, when he heard Yiyu setting up a soul formation for sword cultivators, Ho Yen frowned and controlled his soul beast to stop in midair. Sword cultivators are the enemies of my Meng Mountains. Aren't cultivators the enemies of my Meng Mountains as well?" Yi was not flustered at all. He laughed loudly and said, "My ancestors were sword cultivators. I have never denied this. However, my ancestors gave their all for the sake of the sword domain. Yet, when the sword cultivators won, they did not care about my ancestors' contributions and killed all of them. If not for the fact that my ancestors were not in the sword domain and were able to escape, where would I be now? Therefore, I have long stopped seeing myself as a sword cultivator. The reason why I set up a soul formation in the sword catacomb to help LV Ruochong is because I have an agreement with her. The blood souls that activate the soul formation must be the disciples of the 4 sects who killed my ancestors. I am avenging my Yi clan. Although the swordsmen are fighting against the soul cultivators of Meng Mountains, I have always had a clear conscience and have always seen myself as a member of Meng Mountains. If you want to talk about this, you are looking down on the people of Meng Mountains." Hearing this, Ho Yen was enlightened. But then he was displeased. If Yiyu had said this first, he might not have cared. Just like what Yiyu said, the life and death of cultivators had nothing to do with him. Moreover, with Yiyu's status, Ho Yen knew that Yiyu would never do anything that would harm Meng Mountains for the sake of swordsmen. However, it was Fairy Xianxia who forced Yiyu to say this. Yiyu had the intention to hide this from Ho Yen, and this made Ho Yen feel uncomfortable. Who knows what you are thinking?" Fairy Xianxia saw Ho Yan's expression and her heart tightened. She hurriedly said, "Everyone knows that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Huan Country might be one of your destinations, and these millions of Meng Mountains might also be one of your bargaining chips." Yi was embarrassed and angry, but on the surface, he laughed and waved his hand. "You little girl, who do you think you are? You're just a nameless female cultivator. If you knew my status in the village, perhaps you wouldn't say that." I naturally know that my surname is Kai and my name is Xianxia. I am the descendant of the Kai clan of Liang." Fairy Xianxia sneered, "Even if I die, my surname is still Kai. It is still better than those who forget their surname and their ancestral origins. Betray their ancestors and forget their ancestral origins, and go to other places, right? You still call yourself Shibai Village. Shibai Village is like you." At this point, Fairy Xianxia was stunned and blurted out, "Shibai Village? You're looking for?" As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia turned to look at Xiao Mao, who had also come to a realization. Chapter 2846. Well said, well said. Yi was not angry at all. Instead, he clapped his hands and pointed at Xiao Mao behind Fairy Xianxia. "If we're talking about people who have been forgotten by their ancestors, this Xiao Mao behind you should be the first. He has the bloodline of the great god Shibai and even cultivates Daoist techniques. He's a Daoist and he doesn't even know his name. I'm afraid he's worse than me. As he spoke, Yu turned to Ho Yen and said, "Little brother, I've already tolerated them for a long time. I was just afraid that you might have some grudges in your heart. Now that you've heard everything clearly, I haven't hidden anything from you. Yes, we'll do as you said." Ho Yen pointed out Yiyu's identity. "I'll kill these two Daoist cultivators." "Okay," Yiyu nodded. Opening her mouth, the small sword was about to fly out, but Yiyu hesitated for a moment. Clapping her hands together, the beast-like soul armament came out again. Muttering an incantation, the soul armament began to glow with a dark green light. "Agree." Xiao Mao and the others had a general understanding of the situation in the shaman village. When they heard Ho Yan's words, their expressions changed slightly. They understood Yiyu's intention. Xiao Mao's eyes narrowed and anger appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, he must have something to do with the death of Xiao Mao's parents. Otherwise, he would not have intercepted Xiao Mao and prevented him from going to Shibai village. When did swordsmen learn to be so cunning? You actually took over a magpie's nest in Meng Mountain. Li Zongbao waved his hand and the immortal slaying whip emitted a yellow light. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered. He said coldly, "I hate such evil deeds the most. Eat my whip." "Li Zongbao? I heard you're a famous junior cultivator in Meng country. You're known as the #1 cultivator below the golden core stage." Ho Yen stomped his foot and the spirit beast flew over and blocked Li Zongbao's path. He said calmly, "I'm Ho Yen, a citizen of Meng Mountain's Huda village. I'm here to test you and see the power of the #1 cultivator below the golden core stage." Huda village? Seeing hundreds of soul beasts gradually encircling them, making it hard for them to escape, Fairy Xianxia hurriedly said, "Hutu's stronghold has always been on good terms with Shibai stronghold, and the descendants of Shibai stronghold have not appeared in Meng Mountains for many years. Now that Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai, you people of Huta stronghold should naturally be able to distinguish between the truth and the lies. This is the ancestral land of great god Shibai. Why are you protecting others? If Elder Wu and Ji-Man find out about this, Ho Yen, do you think you can escape punishment?" "Ha! A mere foundation establishment cultivator, what qualifications do you have to discuss the internal affairs of Meng Mountains?" Ho Yen naturally knew what Fairy Xianxia was trying to do. He laughed. "The two of you are my targets. If you obediently surrender or withdraw now, I can guarantee that I will not take your lives." "Bah!" Li Zongbao lightly spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Evil creature, no matter how dignified your words are, it cannot hide the evil in your heart. I believe that you also need the help of this bullshit Fu man in Huda stronghold, or else you would not do such a thing that has been forgotten by your ancestors." "That's right." Xiao Mao flew out from behind Fairy Xianxia, pointing his finger at Xie weeping on a distant hillside, and said with grief and indignation, "To use such cruel means to deal with the people under your command, you people do not deserve to be the people of Meng Mountains." Immediately after, Xiao Mao mumbled a dozen words in the native language of Meng Mountains. When he spoke, even though Ho Yen and the others were prepared, their expressions still changed. Even the hundreds of soul warriors flying in the air showed hesitation on their faces. "Brother Ho Yen." Yiyu naturally did not allow Xiao Mao to say anything more. He waved his hand, signaling a few of his trusted subordinates to attack. At the same time, he said to Ho Yen, "If not now, then when?" "Could." Ho Yen stretched out the bone staff in his hand and ordered loudly, "My sons, these two Dao sect cultivators have broken into Meng Mountains. You all are under the orders of Hutu Great God to destroy the enemy. Kill them." When the soul warriors heard that they did not attack Xiao Mao directly, they were all overjoyed. They all roared and urged their soul beasts. The dark green brilliance was like two huge fingers, pointing at Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia. Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia naturally did not dare to fly. The two of them looked at each other, nodded slightly, and urged their transcendence energy. Li Zongbao waved his immortal slaughtering whip, and a lifelike shadow of the whip streaked across the sky, meeting the dark green brilliance head-on. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of the whip fell into the dark green brilliance. At the moment of contact, the shadow of the whip suddenly scattered, turning into hundreds of thumb-sized whip shadows. Puff, 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 puff. The immortal slaughtering whip destroyed more than half of the green brilliance that was pointing at Li Zongbao. There were even a few small green brilliants that rushed into the green brilliance and hit the soul warriors in front of them. The soul warriors were shocked. They waved the soul weapons in their hands, and the soul beasts under their feet also opened their mouths, emitting a green brilliance in an attempt to block the whip shadows. Pow, pow, pow. Several more sounds were heard. The 4 or 5 whip shadows destroyed the green brilliance, and the whip shadows disappeared. But there were still 2 whip shadows that landed on the soul warriors. Following the screams of the 2 soul warriors, the skin of the soul warriors were torn open, and their flesh was badly mangled. They fell from the soul beasts, and the soul beasts also fell with the soul warriors. Hiss! Seeing this, Ho Yen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his face showing astonishment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a foundation establishment cultivator of the Dao sect, and it wasn't that he hadn't fought with the Huan Kingdom's illusory sword. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of Li Zongbao's strength, but he didn't expect Li Zongbao to be so powerful that he could even kill a soul warrior that ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to. Looking at Fairy Xianxia, it was even more beyond his expectations. The 5-colored phoenix token in Fairy Xia's hands looked very beautiful. She gently waved it, and a 5-colored light suddenly appeared, piercing into the dark green brilliance. In an instant, the brilliance was swept away. Although the multicolored light couldn't kill a soul warrior, it was enough to scare the soul beasts under the soul warriors into retreating several meters. This is troublesome. No wonder Yu came to ask for help. Ho Yen thought to himself. After a slight hesitation, he waved his bone staff, and a faint green light appeared on his face. His mouth also muttered an incantation, and as Ho Yen chanted the witchcraft incantation, a faint layer of black gas appeared near him. At the same time, the soul warriors that Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia had repelled also raised their soul weapons. Their mouths also muttered the witchcraft incantation, and strands of black gas gradually appeared in the green light that connected them. Not good. Seeing such a strange situation, Fairy Xia's heart was alarmed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, junior brother Xiao, let's run." "Ehe, you've already come here, still want to leave?" At this time, Yu pointed his finger, and the drop of blood on the tip of his finger had already disappeared into the single eye of the palace-guarding beast. The palace-guarding beast's entire body glowed with a green light, and its body gradually expanded. "Go." Yu did not even finish his sentence, and immediately jumped up from the body of the palace-guarding beast, and landed on the back of the palace-guarding beast. He slapped his hand on the palace-guarding beast's forehead, and a green brilliance like the Milky Way poured down towards the 3 of them. Li Zongbao sneered, and the immortal slaughtering whip in his hand waved again. The golden brilliance of the immortal slaughtering whip was indeed powerful, and even Yu's soul technique could not block it. With just one whip, the green brilliance was dispersed. However, when the green brilliance flashed, Xiaomao disappeared from Li Zongbao and Fairy Xia's side. A strong sword qi in the green brilliance forced Xiaomao to move more than 10 feet away from the 2 of them. "Junior brother Xiao, don't be hasty." Fairy Xia dispelled the green brilliance and shouted, and was about to fly to Xiaomao's side, when she heard a gloomy wind blowing in all directions, followed by countless GGD sounds, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, that came from the left and right of them. Fairy Xia turned back to look, and saw that the area within 100 feet had been covered by a faint black aura. Within that black aura, countless ghost heads of various sizes were faintly discernible, baring their fangs. Those chilling sounds were all coming from these ghost heads. Fairy Xia could not help but exclaim. Compared to female cultivators who were naturally frightened, Li Zongbao was considered to be better. However, looking at the ghost heads that were as small as fists and as big as rolling balls, and the bloody remains on top of them, an inexplicable chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, These ghost heads seemed to have spiritual intelligence. Each of them opened their black mouths and bit into the green brilliance around them, as if they were swallowing it, and the sounds of crunching could be heard continuously. Not good. Suddenly, a chill rose from his side, and Li Zongbao did not hesitate to fling the immortal slaughtering whip in his hand. Pa! With a soft sound, the shadow of the whip lashed out, and a faint human figure appeared under the shadow of the whip, and this human figure flickered a few times before disappearing again. Hiss! Li Zongbao suddenly realized that other than the ghost heads that he could see, there were ghosts in the air that could not be seen with the naked eye. Junior brother and sister, be careful! Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, those ghost heads are just to attract attention, the formless ghosts are the real killers. Fairy Xianxia was really afraid of these ghosts, and hurriedly waved the phoenix token in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance suddenly appeared. Countless screams came from around her, and one by one, the human-shaped ghosts turned into green smoke under the 5-colored brilliance and disappeared. Although Ho Yen had been chanting witchcraft incantations, and the black aura on the bone staff was getting thicker, he did not manage to control the ghosts. Instead, his face was getting darker and darker. However, when he saw the power of Fairy Xia's phoenix token, he could not help but be stunned. He did not even bother to chant any witchcraft incantations, and only stared at Fairy Xia's phoenix token with a strange expression in his eyes. It seems, Ho Yen seemed to have thought of something, but he could not be sure, or perhaps he had only heard it by chance and could not remember it clearly. This expression only lasted for a moment, and was immediately replaced by greed. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he waved his bone staff, and hundreds of Hutu stronghold spirit warriors moved. Chapter 2847. Woo-woo. Hundreds and thousands of ghost heads rushed out from the green light. Under each ghost head, there was a surge of black gas. They charged towards Li Zongbao and Red Dawn Fairy ferociously. Fight! Li Zongbao did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. He knew that all spells would be ineffective. He could only activate the celestial slaying whip to defend himself. Piak piak piak, one by one, the ghost heads were destroyed by the golden light of the celestial slaying whip and turned into streaks of black gas. This black gas then gathered with the black gas of the other ghost heads and surrounded Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao was brave, there were too many ghost heads. Inadvertently, a ghost head bypassed the celestial slaying whip and rushed towards Li Zongbao's legs. It easily bit on Li Zongbao's protective light. Ka-ka, sounds came from the ghost head's mouth. After a few bites, Li Zongbao's protective light started to flicker. Li Zongbao hurriedly waved the celestial slaying whip and easily destroyed the ghost head. However, he was still a little nervous. He was not a golden core cultivator and could not have a protective golden light like Xiaohua. This protective golden light was naturally a defensive yellow talisman. Of course, as an outstanding disciple of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao also had a defensive magic item on him. However, he did not think that this protective magic item would be able to stop the ghost heads from swallowing him. Moreover, the celestial slaying whip was still an unformed spiritual weapon. Xiaohua had already said that it had to be nurtured properly until the weapon's spirit matured. Only then would it be of great use. However, since entering the Huan Kingdom, Li Zongbao had used the celestial slaying whip more than once. It was like a fetus in its mother's arms being disturbed time and time again. How could it be born in 10 months? At this moment, after using the celestial slaying whip a few times, a gust of counterforce was generated from the celestial slaying whip. It rushed straight into his meridians and blood vessels. This counterforce was different from the one from the celestial slaying whip. During the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, Li Zongbao's cultivation level and magic power were not enough to fully control the celestial slaying whip. The counterforce was mainly damaging Li Zongbao's meridians and dantian. At this moment, the damage caused by this shapeless spirit artifact was more towards one's bloodline and mind. An indescribable sense of irritation and bloodiness gradually arose in Li Zongbao's heart. Looking at Fairy Xianxia, she seemed to have lost her usual calmness. Although the phoenix token in her hand was waved from time to time, there was no pattern to it. It was as though she was dancing purely out of fear. They couldn't form a regular attack. Therefore, even though this five-colored light was very powerful and could block the ghostly heads and formless ghostly spirits better than the immortal slaughtering whip, the ghostly heads outside the light were gradually killed. However, even more ghostly heads and ghostly spirits were still pouncing on the light and devouring it. Furthermore, looking at how Fairy Xia's arm was moving slower and slower, it was obvious that her magical power was running out. Whiz! A long and thin cry rang out from about 100 feet away from Fairy Xianxia. The palace-guarding beast under Yiyu raised its slender neck and its body glowed with a green light. The green light then gathered in front of the palace-guarding beast's chest. Following that, the palace-guarding beast spat out a half-chi-long green soul sword from its mouth and flew towards Xiao Mao, who was holding the shooting sun arrows in his hands. Go! Xiao Mao had been channeling his magical power all this while. Although he had not fully accumulated his power, the soul sword was already flying towards him. He did not dare to be careless. A golden light shot out and the shooting sun arrow flew towards the green soul sword. Woo! The shooting sun arrow disappeared in a flash and reappeared in front of the soul sword. The tip of the arrow seemed to have boundless strength, as though it could split the air in half. But what was extremely strange was that the soul sword at the tip of the arrow did not seem to be there at all. It passed through the shooting sun arrow and continued flying towards Xiao Mao. Furthermore, after passing through the shooting sun arrow, the speed of the soul sword suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 5 zhang away from Xiao Mao's forehead. Oh no! Xiao Mao saw that the shooting sun arrow that he had been accumulating power for a long time had missed its target. His heart turned pale with fright. An inescapable sense of control emerged from the soul sword and covered his forehead. A feeling of being unable to escape arose spontaneously. Damn it, this Meng Mountain spirit art is too strange. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. He knew that he could no longer escape. Therefore, he decided not to evade. He channeled the shooting sun arrow and flew towards Yiyu without hesitation. He wanted to perish together with her. The sound of a beast's cry could be heard. Suddenly, a huge green shadow descended from the sky and blocked in front of Xiao Mao. It was the huge green witch feather. Yes, the green witch feather was not sentient. It had been playing with many spirit beasts. But when it saw that Xiao Mao was in danger, how could the green witch feather not give up its life? However, this soul sword was not an ordinary flying sword. Although the green witch feather's body was huge, the soul sword flew past the green witch feather and easily shattered its soul. The green witch feather only stopped flapping its wings for a moment and fell straight down from the sky. And it was obvious that the green witch feather's soul was too weak. After the soul sword was destroyed, it did not dim much. It only paused for a moment before thrusting towards Xiao Mao again. In the blink of an eye, it was less than half a foot away from Xiao Mao's forehead. Just as the soul sword struck down the blue sorcerer feather, the shooting sun arrow arrived in front of Yiyu. Yiyu was shocked when he saw the shooting sun arrow emitting a powerful ripple of mana and an indescribable, terrifying aura of death. He quickly opened his mouth and threw out his dagger. With a crack, the dagger and the shooting sun arrow were both deflected. Xiao Mao's shooting sun arrow, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was actually on par with Yiyu's dagger, a mirage sword cultivator. Even though the shooting sun arrow was deflected, it did not slow down. Several spirit beasts next to Yiyu were unable to dodge in time and were all pierced by the shooting sun arrow. They did not even have time to scream before they fell from the sky. The spirit warriors were also heavily injured. Damn it! Yiyu's heart ached. These soul warriors' cultivation levels were about the same as those at the early stage of the Foundation establishment and the peak of the aura refining stage, but they were loyal. It wasn't easy for him to train a few of them in the Shibai village. Kill, Yiyu roared in his mind. The spirit beast under his feet swung its tail and the soul sword pierced Xiao Mao's forehead. Gah! The other green witch feather cried out. It was a bit confused as it watched its mother fall from the sky. Then it looked at Xiao Mao, then at the corpse of the older green witch feather, and quickly fell down. With a boom, the corpse of the green witch feather fell to the ground. There was a large cloud of dust, but in the battle, no one saw it. Little green witch feather fell down and let out a few gaga sounds. Using its beak, it saw that its mother was ignoring it. It was a bit helpless. Then it turned its head to look at Xiao Mao. Then it flew to a distant mountain peak. There, Qi was kneeling in a pool of blood and looking at Xiao Mao with great sincerity. Qi's mouth was still muttering, but no one knew if he was praying or doing something else. Those trembling legs, those arms that had already turned into white bones, he didn't know what kind of power was supporting him bitterly. Qi's eyes were fixed on the soul sword piercing Xiao Mao's forehead. His heart was already in a knot. Needless to say, Xiao Mao's life was what Qi was most concerned about. It had long surpassed his own life. The soul sword was like a bolt of green lightning that instantly pierced Xiao Mao's forehead. The moment the soul sword entered his body, a trace of sorrow flashed through Xiao Mao's eyes. The desire to control life and death had never been so strong. The desire to control power had never been so strong. Perhaps only in the face of death, in the face of complete despair, could one's most primitive desire be aroused. Facing Xiao Mao, a smile appeared on Yiyu's face. Cultivators had no special ability to resist the soul sword. Unless they were golden core or nascent soul cultivators, or their own heavenly talisman patterns could block it. As for foundation establishment cultivators, only death awaited them. Who knew that when the soul sword entered Xiao Mao's forehead, a cluster of green light bloomed from the spot where the soul sword entered. It was like a blooming morning glory. On the petals of the soul sword, many small green seal runes swam out. The change in Xiao Mao's forehead stunned you.